guys.
Well, welcome back, everybody, here live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino here in Las Vegas. Morning warm-ups continue to roll here as the KA100 Seniors begin to make their way around for the final session. The fast group on the racetrack right now. Mike Smith joins me up here in the booth, live, bringing you all the action. So excited to get things started here today. Obviously, yesterday, qualifying grid set, big-time turn of events as a whole, with especially the KA100 Senior class. We got a lot of big-name guys that'll be going to the rear of the field today.
Go racing. Today we get a chance to go racing, and all the fast time stuff, everything you've been working on for pace, now is when you get to start showing your hand and see what you got when you go wheel to wheel.
Well, let's take a look here at where the times currently stack up for your KA100 Senior morning warm-up class. We'll get our graphics on up here early, but we wanted to go live a little bit early and give you guys the action here from final practice. So let's take you through what we've got top of the charts right now. Connor Zilish in that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic is your fastest driver. Chase Hand in the Relison Performance Group Cosmic is second. Christian Miles on that Mike Doty Racing. Brandon Jarzakrak Racing LN Kart is third. Thomas Stolzer-Manis in the Energy Card for Nash Motorsports is fourth. And we'll continue to roll on through as the day rolls on. But let's go ahead and get everybody set to, for the stage today. Temperatures right now, Mike, about the same as where we were yesterday, kind of low 40s here to kick off the morning. We got a high of about 60 degrees and should be pretty much an identical track outside of more rubber getting laid down for these drivers here in heats 1 and 2.
Yeah, the only small difference we do have is just a little bit of a small amount of cloud cover, which we'll see if that burns off. So we're not getting the amount of direct sunlight to build that track temp up a little bit quicker as these drivers keep circulating. Putting 10 laps in for each one of the heat races, you're going to get that track temp up, we're going to get that grip up as we go.
So with all that in mind here again, the session coming to a close. Everyone was quick at the end. That's to be a bit expected. Today really, warm-up not going to matter all too much for many. I don't think you'll see anyone going on any new tires here at warm-up as Christian Miles on that final lap went a little bit quicker. He got to a 45.69. So Christian Miles in the BJR MDR Lando Norris kart, P1 at the end of morning warm-up, presented by AMR Medic West. Connor Zilish, Thomas Stolzer-Manis got quicker on that final lap. Ariel Elkin got up there as well. Chase Hand rounded out the top 5. Frankie Mossman, 6. Alex Stanfield, your pole award winner, 7th. Finnegan Bailiff, 8th. Aiden Levy in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, 9th. Alexander Kardashian on the AMK Race Products FA or EOS kart ended out the top 10 here in the fast group. But they'll all be split apart. These groups that they've got themselves in here, of course, divided in 4. The way that the format works here for the SKUSA SuperNationals, you qualify on Thursday night or Thursday morning in the case here for KA100 Sr and the rest of our morning groups. And then from there, you get divided into 4 flights, A, B, C, D. You'll run 3 total heat races. You'll play against everyone in your flight all 3 times, and you'll play against everybody else once. So today we'll have groups A and D together, B and C will race together, and then in the second round of heat races, it'll be A versus C, B versus D, and then tomorrow it'll be A and B together, C and D together. So here goes the first, the full group for our KA100 Masters onto the racetrack. Renato Yater-David leads them out over Miguel Mir. EKN Zone, Rob Howden on the racetrack here. We chatted with him a little bit of how his day went yesterday. He said ultimately felt like the pace was a little better than qualifying, as we've got a spinner on the backside over here just coming out in front of us, while your leaders are clearing through over at turn number 1 and headed through 2 and 3 right now. But for Mr. EKN to get to that top 20 like we've talked about, he's got a little work to do. P35 at the end of the session, barring any penalties.
Yeah, 35th is not where he wanted. He said he had more pace in it. He was trying to gap the field a little bit, and then issues in his qualifying session with people actually piling up a little bit going into turn number 6. So he wasn't able to get the clean air he wanted, and yeah, he's going to be coming from the back. 35th, it's a lot of work to do for anybody trying to work their way through the field. Howden's got his work cut out for him.
And then moving on from him, again, so many returning stars coming back to the KA100 Master class in its debut. We look back at the qualifying results from yesterday in terms of how they'll line up for the grid today. Bryn Nuttall was quick, Andrew Fallon quick out of the slow group, which was impressive for them. I talked with Andrew Fallon, who's on board one of the Tillotson made machines. Typically a four-stroke go-kart actually ended up working out pretty good for him yesterday. Had a bad coil throughout a lot of practice days, switched the coil, and was able to ultimately sort their issues out. So they made themselves into the top 5 when it came down to qualifying. However, top of the boards to Renato Yater-David, the man on your screen in that Orsolone Racing Tony kart. He was just, again, like we've talked about already quite a bit, probably to the point that he'd hate hearing about it some more. He was part of that fantastic finish in X30 Master last year, just a couple corners away from the win. He'll have 2 shots at a SuperNats victory here this year, running KA100 Master in the morning groups and X30 Master at night. Danilo Romalo made it up all Brazil front row for all 3 heat races as he ended up second. Bobby Kelly with an impressive run at the end of qualifying aboard the Mike Manning Karting Red Speed, qualified 3rd. Kyle Walther joined him on the Hi-Fi Performance Tony kart in 4th, and then Eric Molinati aboard the CRG for Ron White Racing rounded off the top 5. Etta Laurentiu Mardan, Martin Stone, Kyle Uchinsky, Roman Padans, and Johnny Blair. SKUSA Pro Tour X30 Master Champion Mario Barrios down in the 11th spot. Miguel Mir down in 12th. So those are 2 drivers that have Barrios not too much time on the KA100 package, but he should be a force to be reckoned with as the week progresses on that RPG Cosmic. And Miguel Mir, the KA100 Master Champion out of the Texas region, P12. Looks like we've got another interview queued on up. Let's end it on trackside here. The Micro Swifts will be next up to go, and let's talk to the Hy-Vee Paralyn driver, Jackson Porter, as he's down with Kendall.
Down here with Jackson Porter. Jackson, how's your weekend going so far?
So far, it's been really well. We've always been trying to find the pace. Engine is good, but our chassis, we're still working on it, trying to get the car to really manhandle into the corners. But other than that, yeah, we've been running up front, and I'm happy with it.
How are you expecting the heat races to go today?
I mean, I'm not really sure, but I'm just gonna try to pick off a couple each heat races and start the main event in the top 5.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Jackson.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Jackson Porter, Jalapeno, little nickname he's got there from when we were chatting with him on the Fullcaster Podcast Challenge a couple years ago. Little guy's got a lot of skill. Looking forward to see how he does the rest of the week.
Yeah, super well-spoken kid. No surprise that Hy-Vee likes to have him behind the wheel of their machine, as we've got a spin on the racetrack here. We'll figure out who we've got and then also go down to another one of the Paralyn entries getting set to go. So let's go again. We'll send it on back down to Kendall.
Down here with Rocco Simone. Rocco, how's your weekend going?
It's been going so far so good. I qualified 3rd yesterday, and hopefully we could get up and win the heats.
Do you think you're going to have to make any changes from practice going into the heat races today?
Not right now. I think the kart's really good right now, so we're going to keep what we have.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Rocco.
Thanks.
We'll keep an eye on Rocco Simone, who is, of course, your SKUSA Pro Tour champion in the Micro Swift class, as he gets set for action here with the warm-up session for them. They'll be one of the final warm-up groups to head onto the racetrack here this morning before we move on further and further into heat racing again. This will be the first time that we get to finally race on this layout in this direction, coming your way here shortly at the top of the hour, with the very first session being KA100 Jr Groups A versus D, and then B versus C. That class had over 65 total drivers. Not all of them, unfortunately, get to go through to Super Sunday, but luckily all the legends that we've got returning to the seat here in KA100 Masters will make it through to Super Sunday. And let's take a look at where they stack up so far here in the top 10, Mike.
Yeah, right now we got Renato Jader leading the way, Miguel Mir in P2. Lorenzo Mardan just gets his personal best right now of 47.9. That's going to put him just off, about 67 thousandths off Jader. Then you got Christian Vormir, another technical kart driver right behind him. Mario Barrios, Wes Steege, Ryan Kastner, Roman Padens, Tim Meyer, who's trying to bounce back from a tough quali where that bumper came off. He's now 9th. And Martin Stone 10th with our checkered flag about ready to come out here shortly. Again, this warm-up session, you're really just trying to get your own nerves, if you will, kind of checked out, get the body rolling, warmed up yourself, never mind your go-kart. You're trying to make sure that the kart feels good. If you had to fix anything from last night. If you had a bad quality the last time you were on track, make sure that thing's straight, make sure everything feels good. If you had a good quality, maybe it's your last chance to make a small adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, for many, you would think if they had a bad quality, right, this will be maybe a major swing at it. So that's where you would, try it out, make sure everything works. For the guys that were fast in qualifying, this is probably going as low as they can comfortably get on tire pressure. It's not a terribly long session. They're going to get about 8 to 9 laps, almost the length of a heat race. So in a perfect world, your kart's going to be coming in probably around lap number 8, I would imagine, because if that's where you're coming in here for warm-up, you should be right on the money for tire pressure when it comes around to your heat race with the temperature on the track. Probably picking up about 10, 15 degrees. The ambient temperature should be about 5 degrees warmer in about an hour, hour and a half's time as we warm up throughout the day. So if you peak right around lap 7, lap 8 with the way you set your pressures here and not on that final lap, I think you're right on the money when it comes to tire pressure for the racing today.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're seeing here. We got going purple here is Jotter at 47.3 on the final lap. Mardan, personal best, scratch that. Jotter's final lap now, 47.1. So Renato's obviously the one to beat there. He's got the top time. And then Mardan right there at P2. Some of the other drivers that were at the sharp end, Mir, Kelly, Vermeer there at the top, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens once we go wheel to wheel. That's when it all matters.
Yeah, that is, again, what we're all here for, to see over 580, nearly 600 total drivers go wheel to wheel, the best from around the world, converging here at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. So KA100 Master warm-up all wrapped and done. Renato Yater-David remains at the top. Laurentiu Mardan a little bit closer than where he was in qualifying. Miguel Mir the same. Bobby Kelly, Christian Vermeer again the top 5 as Mike ran us on through. We'll take a commercial break. When we come back here, we're going to get that much closer to our first round of heat races. Micro Swift warm-up coming your way next. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Well, we got a bit of a stack up here as we come back from commercial. The Micros were really eager to get on the racetrack here this morning, Mike.
It's trying to get a circle into a triangle hole there, basically.
Yeah. That was a little wild, which, hey, I mean, credit to them, right? You and Rob are preaching all day long. You got to get out there at the front end, get yourself clean, as many laps as possible. But that's one way probably not to do that.
The idea is to get as many laps as possible. When you're spending 30 seconds hanging out in the pits because you're stuck, that's not it.
No, definitely not. So the Micros onto the racetrack. There's Jackson Porter aboard that Hy-Vee Paralyn in the number 29, I think, making his way around, leading that group as they head towards turn number 8. So he'll take a group of about 4 right behind him, and the rest of the pack there you can see headed right through turn 8. One interesting part there, remember that blue cone on that inside barrier as we cut away? That's going to be, I believe, probably the commitment cone or the formation cone. I would think that would probably be formation and maybe commitment a little bit later in the lap.
The other one is actually just coming out of turn 6. So I think that is probably your formation with commitment coming after, right? Or is it vice versa?
I think it's.
I always forget.
Yeah, me too. I was thinking it too. I'm glad you're a little confused there with me. I
just try to stay in line.
Oh man, number. Oh, I guess he was swerving there. The number 17, I think, has got a problem here coming down the front straightaway with a broken left front. Yeah, there he goes. Knocked the barrier in there. Look at that tire. Bouncing all around him. We got a spin as well coming down to turn number 1. So all kinds of chaos for the young guns here. 7 to 10 years old in the micro swift class, dealing with the cold conditions here. At least they put them towards the top of the run order, so they're not the first ones onto the racetrack, but definitely a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it was Luca Popescu actually going around there for turn number 1. They can actually see as they come into these corners, they're still trying to get the heat in the tires, right? They're really cranking the wheel, trying to get a little bit more grip into it.
Well, let's go down trackside here. Stephen Miller is going to be starting towards the pointy end of the grid in KA100 Jr. He's down with Kendall.
Down here with Stephen Miller on grid. You're starting P1 going into this heat race. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good.
How do you think the races are going to go?
It's going to be really close. I just have to get up there, and I can't fall back.
What are you going to do to get up there and stay up there?
Hopefully push someone or stay with someone and last lap pass and just stay top 3 the whole time.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Man, a few words, Stephen Miller.
Yeah, very short and to the point there, according to Kendall. She was trying to get a little more out of him, but that's how a lot of drivers are. They're locked in when they get to the grid, and even though they're only going over the PA, which more so is to the pit area, that you can't hear it as much on the grid. I don't think any of them are trying to give away any trade secrets right before they go out. You don't want to show your hand. It's poker.
Yeah, it's warm up, done and dusted, and the focus is there, right? This is when it's time to get down to business and make things happen. It's probably running through those first few laps. Knows he's got to have a good start and then be patient. You got 10 laps to stay out front. You don't have to lead every single lap. You just got to lead the last one.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. Hang on for it. In KA100 Jr, the 100cc class is straight up pack racing. Very similar. Again, I like to draw the comparisons to the upper echelons of car racing, and I think KA100, that's a good comparison to the NASCAR Cup Series right now, especially with the high downforce, low horsepower package. You have X30, a little more like IndyCar, Pro Shifter, a little bit more like Formula One with the way it spreads out and how it races. So we're going to see, I think without question, unless someone can get away and they battle for second for probably a whole lap worth or more, at least probably 6 to 8 in that lead group with the KA100 Jr Heat races for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be down to when those passes happen, how those passes happen. If it's a throw in there and kind of take the line away and stick it, you bog down a little bit, you might lose those drivers in front. So being smooth and methodical with those passes, so you still have time to go catch up to the drivers in front. Or, again, if you try to go side by side through the S's, you're going to lose a lot of time in a hurry.
Well, let's give you an update here of where they stack up so far in the Micro Swift class for qualifying, presented by Parolin USA. Antonio Pizzonia-Nito in the number 23 Orsolone Racing OTK entry tops the boards over Jackson Porter in that number 21 Hy-Vee Parolin. Troy Ferguson, the national number 2, is second aboard the Team Bennick entry, but he'll get bumped back a little bit as a few more laps come in. We're halfway through the session so far, and into the pit lane goes the number 1 of Rocco Simone early, which was interesting to see. Not sure if he's got a problem. 4 more laps left. Do you think, again, with 10-lap heat races here, Mike, that they would want to run the whole session? Simone on in a little bit early, but either way, we'll get an update on that as soon as we can. Let's send it down as well to MPG Motorsports Kart Republic driver Austin Olds. He's caught up with Kendall.
Down here with Austin Olds. Austin, you're P20 overall, starting P10 going into this heat race. How are you going to get up to the front?
I think I'm just going to try to keep it clean first couple of corners and make up spots one car at a time. Hopefully you can end up in the top 5 by the end of it.
How are you expecting this heat race overall to go for everyone?
I don't know. It's either going to be a lot of barrier hits or it could go either way, really, since it's the first heat race and nobody knows how it's going to be.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Austin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. Austin Olds, as you can see there in the black and red MPG Motorsports Kart Republic's got some work to do. Like he said, he's got to dig himself up the grid quite a bit here in KA100 Jr. We chatted a bit yesterday here. I think it definitely pays off a little bit to, have kind of a worse qualifying in those bigger classes. Worse just being relative, obviously, because then your class gets cut in half for those heat races. Every pass you make, that's really 2 positions if you think about it, because you got half your grid on one heat, half on the other. So good for him. And, well, we've got one more as the checkered flag flies here for Microslip before the heat racing gets underway. Let's go down. Kendall's cut up with GFC Karting's own Keegan Kaminsky.
Down here with Keegan Kaminsky, who's rolling out P5 for heat race number 1. Keegan, it's a little chilly this morning. How are you expecting the track to progress throughout the day?
This morning for morning warm-up, it was really slick. Tires came in and it felt really good. So hopefully, track temps are definitely going up. So I think it will be better than morning warm-up.
How are you expecting the heat races to go today?
I think I'm just gonna try my best not to crash and just like stay in the same spot. Top 10 is my goal to stay in for. So maybe we'll see.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Keegan.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall. So Keegan Kaminsky there in that GFC karting entry. Like he said, goal just to stay in the top 10. It is a marathon through the week, and that continues today from what they set the grids with yesterday. So heat racing coming your way here shortly. We're set for action in just a little bit. We'll take one more break. When we come back, it's finally time to get the karts on the racetrack battling for position here in the streets of Las Vegas.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you. Welcome back here to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. The engines are fired for KA100 Jr Groups A versus D. So this is again the guys that qualified first and then fourth all the way down the order in the grouping from qualifying. Let's take you through your starting lineup for your first heat race of the weekend, presented by Think60.org. Stephen Miller in that Chad Dawkin Racing Alonzo kart will get set to lead them onto the racetrack from the pole, with Max Taylor lined up to the outside in that number 833 Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Ernesto Rivera on the RPG Cosmic puts himself in third. We go back on down to Jackson Glendenning in the number 813. That'll join him on row number 2 in that Nash Motorsports EOS kart. Row 3 will be Keegan Kaminsky, who we chatted with right before we got underway in that GFC Karting GFC out of San Dimas, California. And then Caleb Gaffera, the national number 2 in KA100 Jr, rolls off to the outside of that third row in his RPG Cosmic. Row 4, it'll be Elio Meza in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart to the inside. To his outside, Landon Skinner in the Team GWR Red Speed. And rounding your top 10, it'll be Anthony Martella in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. And to his outside there, the number 850 of Austin Olds in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. You go further back down the order. Preston Lambert in the number 823 Track Magic GFC karting entry to the inside of row 6. To his outside, the Speed Sense Motorsports X3 of Steven Eisert. Augustus Toniolo makes his junior debut here today in that Rolison Performance Group Cosmic. He rolls off to the inside of row number 7. Jack Webster in the number 893 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic from Australia will start off in 14th alongside him. And we get starting towards the danger zone. The first couple rows that'll be right on the cusp, as it's 17th by the average that you need to be to get in that top 34 in the points to automatically transfer to Sunday. Well, let's go to row number 8. The national number 3, Cooper Shipman in that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. A little bit of work to do from where he's been. He rolls off 15th to his outside, Alexander Chartier in the number 872 for Ryan Perry Motorsports. Ian Kim in the P1 Engines EOS Kart, number 887, rolls off right on the bubble spot, 17th to his outside, Diego Ardiles in the Super Tune Tony Kart. Santiago Duran on the Super Tune Tony Kart right behind him in 19th, and rounding out the top 20 will be the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Braden Domey. So Stephen Miller, Max Taylor, lining up for the first and only time they'll be together in the heat races. Again, the groups are basically the inside and the outside line. You'll play everyone in your line all 3 heats. You'll play everybody else at least once. So first and fourth in qualifying are first and second on the grid. They're going to make their way out of the turn number 11 complex and go down the long front straightaway for the first start, going this direction with a hairpin corner in about nearly 7 years here in Las Vegas. Let's see how it turns out. The last time we did this corner, it was a little bit sketchy, but it was pre-pushback bumpers. So how does it work with the pushbacks to try and keep them off each other? They're on the power. It looks good enough, and here we go. We're underway down to turn number 1. Miller jumps down low, and it looks like Taylor got caught sleeping a little bit. He'll try and find a way in line somewhere around 4th or 5th as they go over to turn number 3. Stephen Miller leads them. Right behind him, Ernesto Rivera got up into 2nd. Caleb Gaffera, great start. Got down low, looking for P2. Inside, he'll block it off in turn number 5 as Keegan Kaminsky gets run wide, and we got problems further back with one of his GFC karting teammates. They'll head out of turn number 7. Stephen Miller is your leader.
Kudos to all these drivers. I was actually really curious how many people were going to be able to make it through, and nearly everybody does. It was not as much warming of the tires as I thought they were going to get, and it was a very, very, very good and very slow start, but that's going to rob some of that heat. All these drivers doing a great job of keeping things underway.
Yeah, awesome start here for the field as they head their way down the backstretch for the first time. 1 lap underway. Stephen Miller over Ernesto Rivera. Here comes Caleb Gaffera down the inside. He means business, and he'll pick up another spot from P6 on the grid. Caleb Gaffera's up 4 positions here as we work lap number 2 in KA100 Jr presented by Think60.org. And while it looked like it might have been a bit more of a pack race, it may still become one. For now, the top 3 have gotten a little bit strung out as they head towards turn number 7. Stephen Miller still the leader on that Chad Dawkin Racing Alonso kart. And here comes the rest of the field as they rocket through turn number 8 and head for 9.
Bit of an issue there. You can see on screen they're coming out of turn number 6. Not a good spot to have it. 2 drivers coming together there.
Not sure who we got. One is going to be the 885 machine down the order. They will shuffle on out. That was about midway through. I think that was Patrick Ronvo. He's one of them. He was running 22nd. The other one will drop down the order here in just a minute as the field cycles on through. Meanwhile, change in the lead. Caleb Gaffera has gone by Stephen Miller, new leader in that RPG Cosmic. The national number 2 is up at the front and leads them through turns 4 and 5.
Gaffera, that's the 2 moves in the same corner. Turn 1, he's definitely got the juice going down the straightaway and able to make the move into turn 1 now 2 laps in a row to take the lead early.
It was Ian Kim, the other driver, along with Patrick Ronvo. So 2 drivers out here early as Caleb Gaffera is feeling it here this morning. Already putting 2 car lengths up on Stephen Miller, pulling away a little bit as they exit turn number 9. This time by 7 laps to go as they cross the finish line. And it's a 3 car length lead for the RPG Cosmic driver out of North Carolina. What an awesome start to his SuperNationals week after a so-so qualifying. Gaffera leads. Here comes his teammate Ernesto Rivera down the inside for 2nd in turn number 1.
It's just the number 1 passing zone, right? You had the long straight. If you're patient and the way that little dogleg happens, you can make that move. And it's actually very, very hard to defend, especially with the S's coming up after.
So out of turn number 6 here. Let's see if Ernesto Rivera can run down his teammate. There is the off-pole man, Max Taylor, in his RPG Cosmic. It's an RPG 1-2-4, and Taylor from the front row trying to get back up to the front. He's onto the bumper of Stephen Miller as they head for 9, and closing out that top 5 group, Elio Meza on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. Here comes Taylor. He's through into 3rd. Meza on the move as well. He'll close the gap up to Miller as they head down the backstretch.
Meza's the one to watch right now. He's gone purple lap after lap. Meza in 5th. Wouldn't be surprised to see him move here. Not this time, not close enough. Miller will be the first person he can try to attack for 4th.
So there they go through turns 4 and 5 here this time as they head on over to 6. Caleb Gaffara's lead continuing to grow. As of last time by, 6.5 tenths of a second. Ernesto Rivera was a little bit quicker, though. He nipped him by about 3/4 of a tenth of a second, and he'll need to continue to do that all the way through the final few stages here if he wants to have a shot at him. Max Taylor is closing in on his teammate. He might be even a little bit quicker than Rivera, but the two of them starting to put some ground on 4th place, now 5th place in Stephen Miller as he loses that spot in the final corner to Elio Meza.
Meza gets the job done on Miller there. I'll be curious to see if Miller attacks right away or tries to give him another shot. As we got to move for 2nd. That's going to be Taylor on Rivera. Taylor getting it done on his teammate.
Nice move there. Max Taylor went purple last time by, 47.089. Fastest driver on the racetrack out of the Northeast. Max Taylor making his way forward from Hoboken, New Jersey, trying to hunt down North Carolina's Caleb Gaffara and get himself back up to the top position. It would give him 1 spot higher than where he was set to start and put him pretty good in the rankings. We got problems for Santiago Duran in the Super Tune Tony Kart, the 874, getting tagged around over in turn number 1 further back. That was on your screen for a moment. Now back to the leaders once again. Single file out of the corner. It'll be now 4 laps to go here. Let's go side by side as the leaders start to go a little bit more tame. Max Garcia in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic is down trackside. He starts towards the front of the field. Kendall?
Down here with Max Garcia. Max, you are standing on the fence watching this KA race. How are you expecting your race to go?
I just want to stay out front and lead from the front. I just want to control the race and make everyone follow me, really.
How are you going to, what's your strategy to get to the front and lead the race?
I'm just going to stay up front, and if I get passed, I'm going to pass them right back.
Well, sounds good, and good luck today, Max.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Quick and to the point for Max Garcia here as we see Elio Meza making a move, that time on Ernesto Rivera. He'll take over 3rd. He started to see Max Taylor slip away up the road, and now with just 3 laps to go, Caleb Gaffara's lead up to nearly a second. Taylor's only able to match him so far. Here's Stephen Miller on Rivera as well, who may have peaked a little bit early in that 842 RPG Cosmic. He's back down to 5th in the closing stages. So it is Taylor, Meza, Miller, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, Rivera, 5th, Landon Skinner sits 6th, about 3 seconds back. Then Kaminsky, Jax Webster is up 6 spots, Diego Ardiles up 9 into 9th, and Cooper Shipman, we talked about him starting to go forward. He's picked up 5 so far. He's up into the top 10, Mike.
Gaffara didn't get the start that he wanted to, right? He slipped back to 3rd, but now he's able to pick people off and pull away with a move right there. That is Meza up to 2nd. Meza has been back in 5th, caught the group, and now up to 2nd and leading that train. Probably not enough time to get to Gaffara, but 2nd is a good one. That's going to be the fight right now. 2 to go.
And with that pass, he went purple, but like you said, 2 to go. Now they're going to fight for 2nd. At this point, they're all in a pack race, and it's just trying to play your cards right. So move Max Taylor back up, Stephen Miller back to 3rd, Meza's back to 4th, Ernesto Rivera still watching along in 5th. No one's going to make a move in turn number 6, and Max Taylor takes them over to turn 7.
There it is. You got Meza, who just moved up to 2nd, and then boom, just like that, loses 2 at a time. He's going to only have 1 lap to try to make it up. You know that it's going to be Taylor trying to make sure he's the guy who crosses the line 2nd. The fight right now is for 2nd as Gaffara is gone with a white flag coming out.
Look at that dive bomb move from Meza. Man, he came in late, about a car length away from making that dive. Elio Meza gets the job done on Stephen Miller. He'll take him down the backstretch and start to go low as Miller tries to get to him. Max Taylor looks back, checks the gap, sees he's got room. Meza trying to hang on. Rivera gets in late and kind of gives a little bump and run to Stephen Miller. They're going to go side by side through turn 4. Miller has to give. give the spot to Ernesto Rivera. He gets to third, and now they're going to battle for fourth here on the final circuit around.
Nice job by those drivers, actually giving each other room through the S's and not coming together. Out front, you can see Caleb Gaffera. This is his win right here. Just needs a couple more corners. Max Taylor's clear as well. The fight's going to be for third in these final couple of corners.
So there they go. Final turn. Caleb Gaffera plays his cards right. From 6th on the grid, he wins Heat 1, Groups A and D. Max Taylor 2nd, Ernesto Rivera 3rd, Stephen Miller 4th, Elio Meza 5th, Landon Skinner, Keegan Kaminsky, Jack Webster, Cooper Shipman, and Augustus Toniolo, I think, side by side there across the line with Steven Eisert. Or Diego Ardiles there, all shuffling around, and Ardiles gets the spot away. Then ahead, Eisert over Toniolo, back for 11th as they battled on down the field. So let's pull up the results here. Let's take a look at how they stacked up once again here in Group A versus D. Caleb Gaffera ends up at nearly 1.7 seconds over Max Taylor by the end, with his teammates making it an RPG 1, 2, 3. Stephen Miller there in 4th, and then you look at some of the DNFs in that one. Duran, Cruel, Vayon, Kim, Lotus Veen was out as well. Patrick Ronvo, we saw him early on. Max Francescelli, and then Cohen Newman, all having a rough start to their Super Nationals week. But it's a great one for Caleb Gaffera, and it is a beautiful morning here in Las Vegas. Chilly but warming up slowly but surely. Stick with us, folks. Groups C and B are coming your way for KA100 Jr. Next, live on Kart Chaser.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com. The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. 25. KA100 Jr halfway through their first round of heat races. We just saw groups A and D get after it. The class presented by X30 Gear, your Kart Chaser live stream brought to you by Porsche. Mike Smith in the booth with me here. My name's Xander Clements, bringing you all the action as we get set for KA Junior groups B and C to go. Mike, first thoughts here. That was our first look at how this track was going to race. Honestly, for a class known for drafting, I thought that was actually a little more spread out than maybe what we were expecting.
Yeah, and it could be what's going on in the center of the circuit, right, with the twisty bits and not being able to stay as close as you want to. The big passing zones obviously were turn 1, but again, the final corner being a big one. That was the not big surprise with the big draft move being able to happen on the front straight and down into turn number 1. And then, of course, the final corner with the switchbacks of the 2 hairpins. Kart's on track now for the second half of the KA100 Jr circuit. Drivers tiptoeing as they go around a little bit. Everybody weaving their tires back and forth, trying to get some heat into them. I was a little bit surprised in the last one that we didn't see as much of that. But everybody was able to make it through turn number 1 nicely. Again, drivers now slowing down as they get past the first formation cone or the commitment cone. We're going to start moving on to our starting grid, Xander.
Yeah, let's take you on through it here. Right before we do, we have one announcement for the driver from K100 Junior or K100 Senior, cart number 984. A team representative and driver for cart 984. Please report to the steward's office over by Tech. Now, let's take you to the starting lineup. We talked to Max Garcia, who rolls off on the pole. He said he wants to control this one. He wants to start in command and stay in command. He wants to stay out in front as much as he can. That MPG Motorsports Kart Republic will take them out of the final turn and group them together. To his outside will be the 809 of Christian Cameron in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Ivana Richards on the HRI Mexico Tony Kart starts third. Alex Mercado will start in fourth in the Precision Works Racing Engine Speed Concepts entry. And here we go, down to turn 1, we're green for the second group, groups B and C, and they go way wide on the outside for Christian Cameron. He'll lose a number of spots as the inside lane pays off for a number. Jesus Vasquez Jr. is through. It looks like a good start as well for the CRG of Carson Weinberg in the Speed Concepts entry, and right in the middle of the two of them is Ivana Richards on that HRI Mexico Tony Kart. So far so good, at least in terms of clean starts in turn number 1, Mike. Not so clean here as they bottle up in turn 7. Clean starts, but that outside lane is getting buried.
No, exactly. It's with that wider entry and the tighter exit. If you're on the inside, you definitely have the advantage. With more drivers having issues, see the 828 there going around in turn number 8.
Yeah, Lillian Scarborough goes around in that RPG Cosmic. As Max Garcia leads lap number 1, he'll take him down the backstretch here into the first corner. You can see Ivana Richards working with Jesus Vasquez Jr. Oliver Weldon, big moment there in turn number 1. He'll run wide, lose 2 spots as he was trying to pick up 1. He falls in line behind Carson Weinberg and behind Hudson Schwartz in the 807.
Max Garcia said in that interview that he just wants to control it and he wants to be out front. Well, it's a little bit easier when you got the gap that he has. The rest of the drivers, starting with Jesus Vasquez Jr., will have to try and go catch him. They're starting to make inroads, though, here as we start finishing up lap number 2.
Here they go on through turn number 8. So Jesus Vasquez Jr. gets some help from Ivana Richards, or got some on the backstretch that time. They're battling again here back for P5. Weldon tries it again, this time gets it. Weinberg on the outside, banging wheels there with Alex Mercado in the 878 SCR Red Speed. He hangs on to the spot. Mercado stays in 7th. Vidmontien's in 8th. Big mover backwards for Christian Cameron, down 7 spots to the 9th position from the outside of the front row. He's got work to do. He'll catch that middle group as well. They changed hands for second while he ran through the top 10. It's Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Alex Mercado getting by, or Alex Mercado, sorry, or Hudson Schwartz, sorry, getting by on Ivana Richards in that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. So change for third as Vasquez Jr. hangs on to P2 in that national number 1 plate. He's starting to try and make some headway on Garcia. They were even last time by. Let's see what the gap looks like this time to that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. 2 laps in, make it 3. 7 to go. Vasquez Jr. wanting some help here as they head down the backstretch.
I don't know that he's going to get it, though. Schwartz is doing what Mays did last time, was in the back of the train and made the pass early. No pass this time, so maybe we do have a little bit of a push, realizing getting to the lead is going to be the best bet. If Schwartz thinks that a push is going to be better, go with that instead of making the pass. But right now I think Schwartz might be the faster of the two drivers.
He was 0.2 better than Vasquez last time by, granted getting a little bit of a toe down the straightaway up to the bumper, so this time will be a good gauge because he was locked on him that entire stretch. Here's Garcia leading the way into turn number 8 here, 4 car lengths back to Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Hudson Schwartz. Ivana Richards, how about a car length or 2 away on the bubble, and there it is, Hudson Schwartz down the inside, P2 gets by on the reigning series champ in Jesus Vasquez Jr. as they head towards the backstretch. Oliver Weldon leading the next group as Enzo Vidmontien has worked his way back up to 6, and then a Motez Sport Kart Republic. And we got a challenge for second as well. Double pass for Ivana Richards. She goes from 4th to P2, gets by both Vasquez Jr. and Hudson Schwartz, and move the Mexico driver up to 2nd. All the while, Max Garcia, just like Caleb Gaffera, getting further and further up the road. Garcia, quickest 2nd overall in qualifying to the Pullman, Stephen Miller, as they pass for 3rd there with Vasquez falling behind Hudson Schwartz. So Max Garcia, wicked fast so far, and we've got double yellow, a full course caution. That is the last thing the Kart Republic driver wanted, a full course yellow here, Mike.
Exactly that, and we'll be able to see it here. It is the 814. I believe that is Gonzalez out of turn number 1 just before they go into turn number 2. And for sure, a full course yellow is the only way to go right there with the 814 buried under the barriers.
So big contact for Alexander Gonzalez. We are under caution here. Max Garcia, his lead has evaporated. And unfortunately, it looks like Gonzalez was able to get away, but they've got track repairs to do. Well, we're under yellow. Let's send it on down. KA100 Sr getting ready to get underway. Gavin Bailiff is down with our Kendall Hedge. Kendall?
Down here with Gavin Bailiff. Gavin, how has your weekend progressed so far?
Pretty good. We were fast the first couple sessions on Wednesday. Didn't really get the draft in some of the sessions, so it's kind of hard to show where your speed is when the draft does such a big part. Put it P5 yesterday in qualifying, so that was really good. I think we're doing pretty good so far, and we've got a good shot at it.
You have a lot of TKG drivers down here. What's the main thing your team has been working on this weekend?
Just putting it into all the drivers' brains that finishing all your heat races is probably the biggest part of this race.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Gavin.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
So the full course yellow looks like we should be able to go back green, I believe, this time by. So Max Garcia is going to bring them around. This is something really special to the SuperNationals because of the nature of the temporary circuit. There's a lot more damage that can be done to the track to make it unsafe, that unlike a standard course with a lot of runoff where you can move the carts off to the side, when they've got to do this kind of barrier work and they don't want to throw the race away with a local yellow for 5 laps straight, they do these full course yellows. The bad news is for Max Garcia, it groups the field up together. So they're going to try and get them cleared up here to go green this time by. They're lining them up for it. Aaron Likens is down at the end of the straightaway to get them together, I believe, or at least our starter. So let's see. They've got it about clear. They're going to send them to the outside lane here down the front stretch. And here we go. Garcia's lead of nearly a second evaporated. Ivana Richards second. Hudson Schwartz third. We are back underway as they head to turn number 1. Look at Hudson Schwartz all the way down the inside, trying to get it on Richards. They'll still go side by side to turn number 2. He'll pull back in line, and we go side by side for 4th as well as Jesus Vasquez Jr.'s under fire. He hangs on. Vidmontien's up a spot to 5th. Weldon still 6th. And Max Garcia nicely done through the chicanes. He's opened that lead up to 5 car lengths already.
Garcia said he wanted to hold on to the spot. He was going to have his chance right there, and instead of having to battle for it, he's just leapt out. His big problems there for a few different drivers in turn number 7.
Man, many drivers around in turn number 7. So Garcia back to the lead, 3 laps to go. Let's go side by side. We'll send it down to Kendall, who's caught up with Alexander Kardashian.
Down here with Alexander Kardashian, who is rolling out P2 for KA100 Sr. Alex, what's it like racing on this layout here?
Yeah, it's definitely really interesting, right? So last year we had the long straightaway going into the 90 left into the hairpin. Now we have the long straightaway into the hairpin. So it creates a lot of unique passing opportunities, going deep into braking, which is kind of my favorite thing to do.
What's one thing you've been working out throughout the course of the week so far?
Staying out of the barriers. That's historically not my strong suit in Vegas. I've been here probably 5-6 times, and I've always found a wall, so staying out most part so far and trying to keep it that way.
How are you expecting this heat race to go?
I just want to do the best I can, finish it. Up until Super Sunday, it's all about finishing, so giving people room, hope they give you room back, and make the checkered flag.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
2 laps to go for Max Garcia and company. We've been watching them battle up front, and he's got company all the way around as he gets booted to the wayside. Ivana Richards put the bumper to him, knocked the leader wide, and it's problems for Garcia. He's got a broken right rear bumper bolt. The MPG Motorsports Kart Republic driver. This is disaster for Max Garcia. The pole man led nearly every lap of this heat race. He's trying to hang on. He's dive bombing, doing everything he can, but that bumper is completely dislodged, and Ivana Richards now leads the way as Garcia. Catastrophe here for the MPG Kart Republic driver, Mike.
When everybody behind him knows that that bumper's off, whether he can feel it yet or not is the question. There's a little side, little Nerf action. White flag is out. New leader.
Enzo Vidmontien hip checks Ivana Richards, and the Motez Sport Kart Republic driver now leads the way down the backstretch here for the very first time. White flag in the air, and this second heat race for the KA Juniors has absolutely come unglued. Vidmontien blocking down in 1. He's got Richards right on his tail. Garcia into the pit lane, and the beat ball flag has indeed come out. The pole man is out, and we go side by side for the lead. Richards to the outside. Here comes Oliver Weldon. He'll close the gap in that JC Karting Lando Norris kart and headed to turn number 8. 3 corners to go. Vidmontien through it, down on the inside to block. Richards to the outside. What will the crossover move look like at the line? Vidmontien low, Richards low, moves him up the racetrack. Bump and run. Ivana Richards wins heat number 1. Oh, man, Mike, that right there got to him, rooted him out of the way. That was her second bump and run of the race. Both times gets through, and they are not happy about it. Vidmontien, a little hip check there coming into the scale line. Oh, it only took us 1 heat race to get a little bit argy-bargy, Mike.
It's early. It's early, guys. I mean, that's the end of the day right there. Is you finish second. You're not happy about it, but it's second, okay? It could have been way worse. Could have been a bumper or something like that. Garcia going to have to really bounce back. You got to keep those tempers cool.
You got to keep your head cool. Well, as it stands, unofficial results, Ivana Richards and the HRI Mexico Tony Kart team ends out as your winner. And unfortunately for Max Garcia, from leading the most laps here in heat number 1, groups B and C, he will get credited down with a 31st result, a DNF for the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic driver. He can rebound from that with 2 more good heat races. It'll still put him about mid-grid on Super Sunday. Vidmontien second, Oliver Weldon third, Christian Cameron fourth, Hudson Schwartz still ends in the top 5 up 8 spots. Then it's Cameron Brinkman, Mercado, Guillo, Woolney, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. fell back down to the 10th spot. Some track cleanup to do, some DNFs to clear. KA100 Sr getting set to come your way next. Live on Kart Chaser, our stream presented by Porsche. It's SKUSA SuperNationals 25. We'll be right back. Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
welcome back here to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. The live look at the KA100 Sr Grid for Groups A versus D, presented by AMR Medic West. And we talked to, again, a couple of our top starters here. Alexander Kardashian said, you know what, it's not been my strong suit to keep it all the way clean to the week in Vegas. That's been my goal so far this week. And he's qualified pretty well for himself by running around on his lonesome, and the same for the driver that'll start to his inside in that Team GWR Tony Kart of Alex Stanfield. You look back to row number 2, Gavin Bailiff. We talked to him as well and what he expects. He rolls off to the inside of Super Tune USA Tony Kart driver John Berg. Let's take you to the rest of your starting lineup here for your KA100 Senior class presented by AMR Medic West for just Groups A and D together here. The grid all set to go as they make their way onto the racetrack for warm-up, or the warm-up lap, I should say. So out of the pits this time here again, Stanfield on that Team GWR Tony Kart will roll down low. We'll find Kardashian to the outside of the front row we've seen. And again, Kardashian, like he got to see what the outside lane issues were a little bit on through the week. So where does he line up and where does he try and get himself a nose ahead? Maybe just try and stay a little further back, maybe stay even up with him. There's a lot of different strategies when you start as the off-pole man, Mike, to try and, position yourself good for the, a good run into turn number 1. Some guys may lay back, try to get a good run, and then time it perfectly to get out of that start box even and maybe nose a little bit ahead, but play it to the game. And then on the other side, you try and keep your nose dead on with the leader and hope that your reaction time when you watch his right foot is pretty good, because that's what you're doing when you're on the outside. You're not trying to, look for the green flag in second. You're looking directly over at the right leg of the pole man to see when he hits the gas, so you do the same thing.
Yeah, it is priority number 1, don't get a jump start penalty. Priority number 2, get through turn 1 without losing as many positions as possible.
Yep, absolutely. So here we go, getting set to go green. Dustin Salavarria, I believe, and Caleb Schrader will make up row number 3 as Salavarria on the karting collective Sodi Kart. Dalton Haynes in the number 961 Speed Sense Motorsports X30 starts to the inside of row 4 alongside MPG Motorsports Kart Republic driver Chase Jones. Row 5, Jake French in that PSL Karting Barrel Art, and Noah Rosser in the Motaz Sport I believe he's actually on the Red Speed for Team GWR. So here we are, the Red Speed Team GWR OTK. Noah Rosser rounds out your top 10. Connor Zillish rolls off 11th here in this one. Other big names, Oliver Calvo's deep in the field and more. Here we go. First try, KA Senior, AMR Medic West, Groups A and D headed down to turn number 1. And we are 4 wide for second as Dustin Salavarria slid it down the inside, and that's going to shuffle everybody wide. What a start for Chase Jones. He's up 6 spots already to P2, and it's a big gap now back from him as they are all over the place. Gavin Bailiff just trying to hang on. He gets the bumper from Dalton Haynes, and look at the gap for everybody to turn 7. My goodness, here comes Kardashian. He'll give it back to Salavarria, but got sideways, and they're all going to stack up again.
It looked like Bailiff didn't go. It looked like he was having a hard time getting off the corner, off the start. He started playing with the needles right away. So Bailiff kind of bottling things up. That allows some of the other drivers like Jones to get that big run and get a great start.
One of the RPG Cosmics got turned around there that was up near the front. I think that may have been
Schrader, I think, the 21.
Yeah, indeed. Caleb Schrader got turned around there in that madness. So everybody's spread out here on the opening lap for KA100 Senior. Wild stuff. Alex Stanfield, Chase Jones. Heck of a start for Chase Jones. Gets away. The gap, 2 seconds to the top dude. Jones looks back like, you know what? All right, I'm good here.
Yeah, just keep pushing. If you can just stay like this, it is a 2-horse race. There's no reason to fight right now. There's absolutely no reason. You guys have the top 2. Just be smart.
And Alex Stanfield, for a senior sophomore, he has shown a lot of experience and a lot of patience through his championship campaign this year, coming up as the vice champion for Chase Jones, one of the elder veterans in the field. I don't think you'll see too much action out of them. So third there across the line was Gavin Bailiff. Fourth to Dalton Haynes. On the move, Connor Zillish, 5 spots gained so far. He runs ahead of Jake French, digging forward towards Dustin Salavarria and that karting collective Sodi Kart as they head for turn 1. And that REM Cosmic is Zillish. Nearly gets up onto the bumper as he got so close to him. I think we'll see a pass coming up right here. Wait for it. Turn 4, turn 5, turn 6 inside. No, not enough on the braking room to get there, but I think maybe turn 7. Let's see it. Bumper. Oh, Salavarria blocking on him. Zillish gives him a little nudge. See, that's what I was talking about there, Mike. Zillish is like, dude, why are you blocking on lap number 2?
No,
or
exactly.
lap 3?
Yeah, we got guys to get up there if we're going to block right now. Now you know Zilic is definitely not going to wait for it. Here comes the move to the inside. Boom. He's got it done. Now it's just push. But here comes a fight. No. Perfect. That's what you want to do. Now get to the front. And speaking of the front, I talked about Bailiff not getting going at the start. Well, he now has got a clear third place because of the battling going on behind him.
Yeah, he's got a nice gift there as well. So Gavin Bailiff is safe in that TKG Kart Republic. Dustin Salavarria, one of the rookies in KA100 Sr, just needing to learn a little more of when to push and when not to. A lot of the wily juniors that move up, kind of the nerves get to them of getting onto the big stage and racing with the top guys as Zilic goes to the inside of his teammate in the night, Dalton Haynes, who's running on their Speed Sense Motorsports here in the morning on a last-minute opportunity, and Racing Edge Motorsports aboard a Cosmic, teammates to Zilic and X30 Pro later on tonight. So teammates later on, buddies, and then team rivals here tonight is Salavarria. See then, this goes that junior inexperience as he puts Jake French in the wall. So Dustin Salavarria, this is not the time to make enemies because you've got too many guys you're racing against later today and tomorrow, and they are not going to be nice to you here. French is going to send it on him. He's going to go by. Salavarria gets the bumper to him, and Jake French already frustrated with Salavarria. So this is what we were talking about a little bit on the post-race show last night, that, you know, kids like Connor Zilic have a really good, head on their shoulders and were able to move up in their rookie year and kind of be aggressive when to be and not aggressive when not. And guys like Ryan Norberg have admitted, I really respect guys like that, but when you get a veteran like Jake French, and problems for Taron Odom in that RPM Tony kart. He's busted through the barriers over here at turn 7. But Jake French here, he was not happy with Salavarria, the way he was driving him earlier. They've lost time to Connor Zilic and Dalton Haynes. And again, Dustin Salavarria, he's making himself no friends. He's doing himself no favors driving like that right now.
No, and down on the inside, we got another move. That is the RPG ride. And look at that kind of slide job in there. Try to control that move, but then back across is Kardashian. Going to take it right back.
So attempted move there from Oscar Priest in that 956 RPG Cosmic, I believe out of Australia indeed. So Australia with Oscar Priest up to 7 spots here to the edge of the top 10, just behind Kardashian. Austin Jers pretty silently moving his way forward, up 7 spots as well. Again, Kardashian was a big loser there, and we lost obviously a few others. Taron Odom, Travis Varney is out as well as we watch this group here. This is 6 on back. Still no changes at the front of the field. You can see that on the leaderboard to the left-hand side. Alex Stanfield, your leader. Chase Jones, second. Gavin Bailiff, Connor Zilic, Dalton Haynes, your top 5. Then 6th place on back, Jake French, then Dustin Salavarria in that Karting Collective Sodi kart.
You could see it when those passes were happening, the difference between how Salavarria was trying to do it versus when Dalton Haynes got passed by Zilic. He let Zilic go, ducked back in, was able to not lose that, and now Haynes doesn't have to worry about the people behind him. He's got that gap. You fight too much, you bring everybody into the game.
Absolutely. So Dustin Salavarria, by fighting for one position, has brought 3 more drivers to the tail and more potentially. Let's take a look up front. Alex Stanfield starting to pull away a little bit from Chase Jones. He's got about nearly a second on him. Slowly edge that gap further and further here with 3 laps to go. And the AMR Medic West KA100 Sr pole man overall is looking really solid here. Chase Jones, 4th, started back in the 8th position, so he's up a lot of spots. This is a solid heat for him, but he's going to come away watching Alex Stanfield go from on the bumper of him to nearly a second and some change on the gap, thinking, guys, we got to make some changes. We are not as fast as we need to be to win this thing. That's what will be his result here. Let's go side by side. Peyton Phillips is down here with Kendall Hedge with 2 laps to go. Kendall?
Down here with Peyton Phillips. Peyton, how's your weekend been progressing so far?
To be honest, it's going quite well. Yeah, the theme of the year for me has been we've been fast through practice and then nowhere in qualifying, but finally seemed to put it together in quali. Starting P4. Yeah, going to just try to keep it out of the wall in the first lap and go from there.
How are you expecting your heat race to go?
Chaotic. It's KA Senior, and we have a bunch of fast guys in here.
How are you going to keep it out in front and avoid any carnage that might happen?
Make it through the start is the #1 thing, and then, yeah, go from there.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Peyton.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall here. Peyton Phillips has had a stellar season so far in KA100 Sr. Like he said, a lot of speed, just looking to find a little bit more, consistency on the results side of things, as now Jake French has finally caught up and led his pack to Dalton Haynes. Haynes is going to block down the inside over to turn number 11. French gives him the bumper. Haynes trying to trigger a battle behind. He will. Here comes Dustin Salamaria. Here comes Kardashian trying to go 3 wide. Salamaria to the outside. Haynes on the inside. 2 young guns get together, and Dalton Haynes and Salamaria make contact. Salamaria throws his hand in the air, and, well, I mean, I don't know if Dustin could be too mad about that. He was kind of on the other end in Dalton's place earlier in the race, so you live by the, live by the sword, die by the sword, right?
Yeah, to be fair, Haynes was all the way in there.
Yeah,
he was all the way in there and getting a little bit of help, too. At the end of the day, you got what you got. But out front and getting it done, Stanfield with the Heat win. That's big for him. Second place, Chase Jones. And you were talking about earlier about you need to find a little bit more speed. Nice thing when you're not battling, you're taking notes.
Absolutely. Here, look at this. What a carnage finish here to this one. Dalton Haynes getting eaten up on the final couple laps. Falls all the way down to 11th from 5th to start the white flag. He tried to trigger a battle behind him as his speed faded quickly, and he just couldn't do it too well. Chase Jones second, Gavin Bailiff in third. Let's take you through the rest of the results here so far. So again, Alex Stanfield ends out as the winner, 1.5 seconds up. We talked about some of the drivers getting together. Well, Caleb Schrader drove his way back up to 19th. So good recovery for him. Unfortunate for Travis Varney and Taryn Odom. They'll suffer a couple of DNFs down in 38th and 39th. So their work cut out for them to make it through to the main show on Sunday. But Stanfield over Chase Jones, Gavin Bailiff, Connor Zillich, Alexander Kardashian from his wild opening lap rebounds to 5th. Jake French 6th, Dustin Salavaria 7th. Oscar Priest, John Burke, and Elliott Cox on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic gets himself into the top 10 at the end of things. So KA100 Sr is now all done and dusted for their opening round of heat races. We move on now from KA100 Sr to, well, just one group up, all done for that first group. We go to now groups B and C, as groups A and D are all together. Alex Stanfield wins on that. Now we go to Thomas Stolzermanis on the inside, Chase Hand on the outside. Your second and third place qualifiers getting set to go green. So the first half in, a very tame race up front, a very chaotic race right behind them. They're coming your way. Next, the other half of your KA100 Senior class presented by AMR Medic West. Live on Kart Chaser, you're watching the SKUSA SuperNationals 25 live stream presented by Porsche.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
Welcome back to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, and we just watched KA100 Group A and D running together here for their first heat race on the weekend. We're going to be sending it down trackside to our winner, our pole man overall in qualifying, Alex Stanfield. A perfect week so far, P1 in qualifying, P1 in his opening heat. He's down with Kendall.
Down here with Alex Stanfield, heat race winner for KA Senior. Walk us through that heat race. Seemed like it to be a pretty easy one for you.
Yeah, I had a really good start. I got pushed on the back straightaway the first 2 laps by Chase, and then I started pulling away. I put a pretty good lap time at the end, and just pulled on the win.
Are there any changes that you need to be made going into the next heat race?
I'll have a discussion of Gary, but we're looking pretty good right now.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the day, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall. And as you can hear in the background, the engine's starting to come to life here for groups B and C. Thomas Stolzermanis, Chase Sand there as we're right by the McCarran International Airport here in downtown Las Vegas, across the street from the Strip at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. Lots of cool sights. You got the Vegas Strip skyline in the background of the back straightaway with all the major marquee spots there. And then, of course, planes coming overhead all throughout it in that major Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino building that is synonymous when it comes to the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. The drivers onto the racetrack. Let's take you through the full starting grid here for the KA100 Sr presented by AMR Medic West, Group B and C opening heat racing. And Thomas Stolzermanis making his way here in the Nash Motorsports Energy. Roll off to the inside of Chase Sand of the RPG Cosmic. To row number 2, Christian Miles in the Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarsicrack Racing, Lando Norris Kart. To his outside, the driver we spoke to during heat number 1 for A and D, Peyton Phillips, and that's Super Tune USA Tony Kart. Connor Ferris rolls off to the inside of row number 3 in the Kart Republic Team Ferris Racing entry. To his outside, the number 920 of Jai Brown in the Lennox Racing Bureau Art for PSL Karting. Oliver Hodgson in the J3 Competition Comp Kart makes up the inside of row number 4. To his outside, the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart of Blake Nash. And rounding your top 10, the MPG Motorsports Alonso Kart of Aiden Levy, and the older brother to Gavin Bailiff, Finnegan Bailiff, aboard the TKG Kart Republic, rounds off the top 10 to the outside of row number 5. Gavin set the bar at 3rd. Finn's got a high bar to get to. That's 7 spots up the road. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what the field looks like. Thomas Stolzermanis giving a little wave to the crowd as he makes his way out of the final corner, gets the field slowly all together, and we're set for the other half of your KA100 Senior field. 2nd and 3rd in qualifying overall, and Stolzermanis and Chase Sand make up the front row. The only time they'll go against each other. And again, that outside lane has really been burning the 2nd place starter all morning long. Let's see if Chase Hand, son of NASCAR Cup Series driver, sports car driver, and just about anything with 4 wheels on it, Joey Hand to the outside. So he's got some expertise to help him, coach him on these starts and the RPG camp. It's a decent one for him here. Let's see who can get down to the bottom as Stolzermanis takes him into turn number 1, and Peyton Phillips trying to get the inside of Chase Hand. He will. Hand's going to slot in somewhere to 4th as Stolzermanis takes him through turn number 3.
That inside lane really is the one to have, and it'll be interesting to see. We've got 2 drivers already in the barriers there. The 3, excuse me. There's several drivers in the barriers as they go into the S's for the first time.
Big contact there. One of them looks to be the 953. Tony Kart will get IDs on the other ones as they battle here for 3rd. Chase Sand versus Peyton Phillips.
Jackson Menchu in that 953. Jackson already in the barriers and done.
Connor Ferris gets collected here along with another one of the 962. I think that's one of the leading edge motorsports entries maybe, and Grayson Redson involved. Chase Hand ultimately had to lose that 3rd spot here. He's back to 4th with company on the way. Here comes Jai Brown on that Charles Leclerc Clark for PSL Karting. Looking inside. P4 trying to get their Hand, going to go to the inside. They're 3 wide for 3rd. And Jai Brown way wide. Hand crosses him up. Big crossover from Peyton Phillips, and Oliver Hodgson and Aiden Levy get through there as they head through the chicane. So Thomas Stolzermanis leads the way, and they're battling behind him. Christian Miles 2nd, Phillips in 3rd. 4th on the racetrack here now is Oliver Hodgson. 5th is Levy under fire from Hand, who is just trying to play catch-up. And he finally gets 1 spot back, and it'll settle itself out. 2 laps to be completed this time. We got more contact in the back. One is the 9, I think that's maybe the 996.
I saw 905 there, I believe.
All kinds of
Simon Jai.
Yeah, so there we go. That's your update there. Here, 2 down, 8 to go down the backstretch here. Aiden Levy starting to roll as he closes up to Jai Brown. Was about 3/10 better last time. Oliver Hodgson as well. Here comes Oliver Hodgson, former IME World Finals champion, getting by as Levy now goes to work on Jai Brown in the chicane. He'll get by him as well just off screen. So that kind of all settles itself out as Thomas Stolzermanis and the Nash Motorsports Energy Kart continues to lead the way. Here's a look a little further back at one of the midfield battles. And there is Christian Miles working his way up to Stolzermanis. Was about 2/10 better on that Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarsicrack Racing, Lando Norris Kart. 3 laps down, 7 to go this time by.
Stolzermanis is going to come around to complete this lap. He's got Miles now around the back bumper, and just behind them you've got Hodgson now over Phillips And then those guys are right there with each other, but Chase Hand going purple in P5 and now starting to close the gap on Phillips.
Here we go, down to turn number 1 as the field is single file out, and Christian Miles made his move for the lead. New leader, Christian Miles in the BJR MDR entry. He takes over Thomas Stolzer-Manis. They've still got about a second or so back to Oliver Hodgson, who's starting to roll in that J3 competition comp cart. Behind him there, Peyton Phillips and Chase Hand. Aiden Levy about 7/10 back down the road as he got around Jai Brown, who's going to come under fire from fast Frankie Mossman, who's up 3 spots into the 8th position. As Christian Miles will come around, he'll put his laps in the books. The senior rookie, only his 3rd ever senior race. Phenomenal stuff out of the MDR BJR entry.
Going down to the first corner, be curious to see if Stolzer-Manis is close enough to do anything or if he does not. He just stays right with you. You see the hands juking as he goes in the corner, trying to get that car slowed down to make sure he does not get into the back of him and is able to get the roll speed coming off. He wants to make sure that if he makes a move, it's dead nuts. It's not one of those halfway done moves.
So Thomas Stolzer-Manis seeming to struggle a little bit in the first half of this one. He's losing a little ground to Christian Miles. Oliver Hodgson still leading that second group. They were a little quicker than both of them last time by, and they might be around the same this time as he's got Peyton Phillips pushing with him, trying to catch the leaders. Phillips, though, going to go by him here, final turn. He takes over 3rd, Hodgson back to 4th, halfway, 5 down, 5 to go as Chase Hand closes up to Hodgson here for 4th. Across the line, Phillips a 46.18, 2/10 better than race leader Christian Miles, and now we're 3 wide for 3rd. Hodgson in the middle, Hand gets through, Phillips gets back to 4th. Here comes Aiden Levy.
You saw that 3 wide move. You've seen that a few times when you're the driver. You think you're going to make one, and then the guy gets the draft, the double draft, if you will, to the inside. 3 wide moves, obviously very easy to pull off if you get things slowed down enough.
Definitely. So out of turn number 7 here, Chase Hand about a car length up from Peyton Phillips, a car length back to Hodgson, then to Aiden Levy. Levy was purple last time by. The whole field, though, has got to be careful how much they battle. They're going to allow Thomas Stolzer-Manis to remain in the tow of Christian Miles. I don't think he's all that quick right now. He was decent last time by, but this battle here, it's added about probably 5 to 6/10 to the gap. It's now 1.7 seconds back for Chase Hand as here comes Hodgson again, gets by on Peyton Phillips, retakes 4th. And Chase Hand from 2nd, kind of rebounding himself back into 3rd. He was purple last time by at a 45.97.
With a pass.
With a pass. Very impressive.
I'll tell you what, Chase Hand has done more racing in about 4 laps than most of these people have done the entire session. So Chase Hand definitely is. He's already starting to gap there. Hodgson, who made the pass back by Phillips. Chase Hand's going to be moving. I don't know if he's got enough time unless the top 2 to start the fight.
We'll have to wait and see here if Thomas Stolzer-Manis has anything left in the tank. I thought he might fade back a little bit. Maybe he just went a little bit lower on tire pressure than Christian Miles because he's starting to hit his stride. Personal best. Here he comes. New leader, Thomas Stolzer-Manis gets by on Christian Miles in turn 1.
And you see how Miles just lets him go. Like, there's no reason to fight that hard right now. We still got a couple of laps. Now Miles can kind of ease up on him and see where he's better on Stolzer-Manis.
Yeah, so let's see what Christian Miles can learn from following the Nash Motorsports Energy driver, one of the many international pilots making their one and only start here in the States in Las Vegas at SuperNationals 25. They're going to come this time by to see the double sticks, though. 2 to go. When does the blocking start, and does it back them up to that group about 1.5 seconds away, or does Chase Hand have to block a little bit sooner? Oliver Hodgson, a lot of experience. The veteran here may be like, you know what, Chase, we can keep pushing and pull away. And also, there's problems for Peyton Phillips that's happened off screen. I don't know what has gone wrong for Peyton Phillips, but all of a sudden, from being in that group, he's down. Peyton Phillips is out. The Super Tune Tony Kart driver is gone. He'll drop all the way down to outside the top 30.
And I just started taking a look across the circuit, see if I could spot him on the sidelines. I don't see him, so I'm not sure what happened to him. But up front, it is still Stolzer-Manis as they go through the S's there. Miles just behind. Not too far off is Chase Hand and Oliver Hodgson, but again, they're going to be coming around for the white right now.
So this is where the experience of Thomas Stolzer-Manis comes in. I think he might have been saving a little bit because he's pulled away a couple car lengths. It'll come down to blocking maybe at turn 1. Christian Miles, big head of steam, coming to the inside, trying to get it. He's got it done. Christian Miles back to the lead.
Still got the S's to go in a couple of great passing zones. Don't count Stolzer-Manis out yet. Going through the S's now. Turn 6 is not going to be close enough, but if he rolls enough speed, watch for turn 7. There's got to be defense here from Miles, you would think. No, opens it up.
He's just barely gives him a little fade there in the braking zone. Goes back low. 3 corners to go. Thomas Stoltzermanis versus Christian Miles in the opening heat. Miles goes low. Stoltzermanis can't get by. Here we go into the final turn. Miles all the way to the bottom. Stoltzermanis.
Oh, I love it.
Around the outside.
I love it.
He's going to get it done. Thomas Stoltzermanis rips the top side. Straight out of a dirt track. Thomas Stoltzermanis keeps the momentum up. And man, Mike, we have seen all kinds of stuff in this last turn already in the first round of heat races. It just gets you so amped up if we're going to see moves like that come Super Sunday.
I hope people are taking notes. That's exactly what you want to do. It's the only defense you have, especially if you're not putting the bumper to somebody. You saw going through 8 and into 9. He opened it up, got the big run. The big defense was there. You're not going to move him that way. That was awesome. Around the outside the hard way.
Awesome, awesome stuff there. So there we go. Thomas Stoltzermanis. Crash coming into the pit lane. Ariel Elkin gets together with one of the GFC karting
that's
pilots.
SKUSA.
Here we go. Tempers going a little bit there. Alex SKUSA, Ariel Elkin maybe kind of throwing some elbows on the cool-down lap and come together into the scale line. So that's going to get both of them probably a stern talking to and maybe a trip to the steward's office. But let's take you through the results here for this one. Once again, Thomas Stoltzermanis around the outside in the final corner. Pulls it off over Christian Miles. Chase Hand ends in 3rd. Oliver Hodgson 4th. Aiden Levy 5th. Blake Nash. Zachary Clayman DeMello 12 spots gained to 7th. Aiden Rudolph 8th. Frankie Mossman 9th. Jai Brown 10th. And then you look down at some of the drivers with not so good results there. SKUSA, Ariel Elkin, they were 22nd, 24th. So maybe something on the last lap that got them together. And then you go down poor Peyton Phillips, 35th. Another big name with a DNF, a rough result in his opening heat race. So that's going to put him a little bit in the hole. But Thomas Stoltzermanis and then Ash Motorsports Energy Kart driver on top here in B versus C for KA100 Sr, presented by AMR Medic West. When we come back, KA100 Master getting set to go green. You're watching SKUSA SuperNationals 25 live on Kart Chaser, presented by Porsche. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the US Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there. Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the US Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back here to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. It is time for KA100 Masters, presented by RLV. Our first group of the morning that will have all 44 drivers on the entry list together at all 3 heat races. Renato Yater David and Danilo Romalo make it an all-Brazil lockout on the front row. It'll be the same way for heat number 2 later on this morning. To row number 2 will be Bobby Kelly, in the number 424 Mike Manning Racing Red Speed out of California. Kyle Walter will join him on the outside in the High Five Performance Texas Tony Kart. Then you go back to row number 3, Eric Molinati in the Ron Wright Racing CRG. To his outside, it should be Laurentiu Mardan in the Techno Kart USA Techno Kart. Martin Stone on the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic rolls to the inside of row 4 alongside Kyle Uczynski to put another High Five Performance Tony Kart inside the top 10. Then it's Rowan Padans on the Merlin for Franklin Motorsports to the inside of row 5, and Johnny Blair in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic on row number on the outside in 10th. E-karting News' own Rob Howden, the voice of the SuperNationals, rolls off 35th. We'll give you some updates on him of where he's going to line up, actually 33rd after penalties. So he's got a decent starting spot, at least on the inside, but he's right in the middle of the Hornet's nest. Here we go. All 40 plus KA100 Masters into the tram lines. David Romolo, inside, outside. Terrible start for the outside lane of Kyle Walter. He'll lose a lot of spots, and we got one turned around. It's one of the High Five Performance Tony Karts over in turn 1. Big crash in turn number 1. It's a log jam here, and I think we might see a full course yellow.
Well, most of them were able to get through. There's a few different drivers that are still stuck in there. One of the drivers I wanted to point out was Kyle Walter. He actually did not start the sharp end. I saw him back about second to last row, so issues before they even got rolling for Walter. He started in the very back.
So issues for Kyle Walter. The 408 of Kyle Uczynski was the biggest front runner I could see and make out in that big crash over in turn number 1. A few DNFs over there. Up front here, let's give you the update. It's David over the 424, Bobby Kelly. First and third, they've gotten to first and second, and they lead the way down the backstretch here on lap number 2. The 481 machine of Danilo Romalo sits third, side by side for fourth. Great start for Rowan Padans. He gets by him. He'll go to the inside, take over P4 in that Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Back behind your leaders. Then it's Eric Molinati in the Ron White Racing CRG. And then it'll be Mario Barrios on the outside of the top 5 behind Roman Padans. But Renato Yater David leading the way to turn 7 here on lap 2.
Xander, you talked about it. There was not a good start on that outside row, and it looked like a big checkup, maybe an accordion scenario, is that we saw that driver spin stage left, and everybody else had nowhere to go, as they expected to be at speed going into that corner, and instead had to be hard brakes. Some of them a little bit too hard on the brakes.
Yeah, just a little bit there. Everybody kind of locked up, and then it was just, again, once the pack wreck got big enough, it completely blocked the racetrack. So it spread this field out about halfway around the circuit and definitely spread out your top 10, which is great news for Renato Yater David, especially having the closest guy in raw pace to him, Danilo Romalo, already a second back. So Romalo was second quickest that time. Bobby Kelly was third quick, actually about fifth or sixth quick at a 48.53. David goes purple, 48.22. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Orsolone Tony Kart continue to be the fastest kart on the racetrack as he leads them out of turn 7. Here's a look further back at some of the midfield fighting, led by Laurentiu Mardan in that group. Miguel Mir is in there as well. And meanwhile, we've got some track, an issue maybe over in turn 7.
Turn 6, yeah. Looks like just the barriers have been blown out. There's one driver off to the sidelines. I can't tell who it is. But, yeah, there's a couple of just pieces of PVC as we keep looking at our leaders now. And actually, Ramajo starting to eke closer and closer to Kelly. See those karts dance under the braking, trying to get as much as they can, get that roll speed as they go through there.
Big contact in the back of the field over here in front of us at the front straightaway.
That's Walter.
Kyle Walter's day continues to get worse here as he tags the wall in that high 5 Tony Kart. Now, while we got all the chaos going on, at least up front, it's relatively tame. We'll go side by side to show you the battle for second. Let's send it down trackside. Kendall Hedge is caught up with our man who ripped the outside lane. Thomas Stolzermanis is down with Kendall here on the grid.
Down here with Thomas Stolzerman. Thomas, what a battle between you and Christian Miles throughout the entire heat race. Walk us through that last lap between you two.
Miles did pass me in first corner. Then after, he just little defend in all of the corners, but in the last corner he also did defend, and I did go around the outside, so it went well.
Are you going to make any changes from this heat race to the next one?
I think it was a good heat. Maybe struggle a little bit with the first laps, but the speed is here, so I think all is fine.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall, and again, Thomas Stolzermanis right there, just level-headed. Still knows that they got a little speed to find on the short run, but the long run speed looks pretty good. Now here's your leader, Renato Yater David, coming to get the cross flags. 5 in, 5 to go, and, well, you called it earlier. Danilo Romalo, he was hunting down Bobby Kelly, but he hasn't really been able to make the move on him just yet.
No, now they're starting to even out exactly. It was actually almost identical lap times that last time by, and that's with Romalo being in the draft. It just doesn't seem like he's able to close up as much. Maybe a slight gear difference between the two of them, but as they get to the end, it seems to be Kelly still able to lead the way over Romalo second to third.
Yeah, they were identical in lap times last time by. Bobby Kelly there in second, Danilo Romalo in third, Roman Padan's fourth. Again, Padan's is up 5 positions on that Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Eric Molinati in fifth, Mario Barrios is up 5 into sixth here. He's just ahead of Laurentiu Martin. Here's a look at that battle back there. Here's second and third still, Bobby Kelly, Danilo Romalo headed into the final corner as they exit and head towards the front straightaway. And now we've got 4 laps to go in KA100 Master presented by RLV's opening heat race. Here's your Rob Howden update. Well, he's picked up 8 spots, avoided all the carnage, up to 25th so far on his RPG Cosmic, just ahead of Javier Nessier and Alex Dalbon, who's come from the tail of the field, up 20 spots to 27th. So massive run for Alex Dalbon, but 3.5 laps to go. Romalo on the bumper this time, gets it done for the moment, but a crossover coming from Bobby Kelly. Kelly lets him through, and so Danilo Romalo finally gets that job done for second.
See, as soon as that move was done, Kelly looks over his shoulder. What do I got to deal with? Nobody. That means I can just focus, let him go, plan my counter attack. Kelly on the hunt now. Can he stay with Romalo? Further back, we'd seen it just for a second. That was the battle for the 5th spot. Barrios, Mardan, and Molinati were all really close to each other. There it is right there. It is Barrios. Give me a little hey wave from Mardan. Is Mardan going to push? They're not going to catch the next guy. Nope, I didn't think so. Making the move to the inside, Mardan is going to go on Barrios. Barrios tries to counter, slots in instead. So now Mardan up to 4th.
So Laurentiu Martin making a spot back on Barrios there. Barrios got by him for just about half a lap there. He was behind him when we saw them earlier, got around him in the back, and look at that contact from Eric Molinati. Nearly gets Roman Padans into the wall out of turn 6. I think he might have kissed it. And then ahead of him there aboard the factory cart, great run, I believe. Is that Billy Musgrave?
It is indeed.
2 spots gained. Musgrave's picked up 9 positions already as he works on Molinati now for 7th.
That's going to be the deal when you get this late in the run. You look ahead of you, and there's nobody like that you're going to catch. There was no way that Barndown was going to push Barrios, and it's going to be the same thing for everybody else here. It's too late in the run with only 2 to go to start playing nice. No, you need to go forward. As Billy Musgrave moves to the inside, move up. Billy Musgrave, 1 more spot.
So Billy Musgrave getting by there on Eric Molinati for 7th. Or for 6th, actually, as Martin Stone was and Roman Padans was the big loser. So Musgrave's now up 10 positions. Billy Musgrave on the factory cart, continuing to dig forward into the top 10. He'll have to do that every single heat race after a poor qualifying effort, but at least he's making headway here in the first one. Laurentiu Martin, Mario Barrios, that's the battle for P4 once again, and then up front, it's pretty tame as here comes Barrios to the inside. Martin will cross him over, and we go side by side at the white flag for P4.
Mardan points forward after that move is made. I don't know if he's trying to just hope that that Barrios doesn't make the move, but he's going, we're not going to catch him. It's going to be a fight as we go down to the first corner. Keep an eye on those guys.
Meanwhile, Renato Yater-David has been perfect so far. What a picture-perfect start to his Friday morning. A 2.4 second lead. He'll take him out of turn number 7. A healthy gap back, not even a look over his shoulder. There's a look back to Romalo and Bobby Kelly at the end of your screen. But into the final 2 turns, Renato Yater-David starts the week perfect. Pole in qualifying. He will win heat number 1 as they cross the line in KA Master presented by RLV.
And now we're going to be watching this final corner here. They're all going to be coming out of it. Logjam, Barrios over Mardan. Very close.
So Mario Barrios just hangs on there over Laurentiu Martin as they battled there. We switched over to show Renato Yater-David taking the win. Bobby Kelly 3rd, Barrios 4th, Martin 5th, Billy Musgrave 6th, up 10 positions. Eric Molinati 7th, Martin Stone 8th, Roman Padans 9th, Johnny Blair rounds out the top 10. So we'll pull up our results here, give you a look at the overall finishing results from KA100 Master presented by RLV of how they crossed the line. Again, Renato Yater-David, your winner. And then for your Rob Howden update, well, let's see where he ended up. There's a lot of DNFs in this one, a lot of carnage. I think the most we've seen so far here with everybody taken out in that one. Bryn Nuttall started towards the front, Glauber Granero out, Kyle Uchinsky out. He started inside the top 10, gets 46th. in the opening heat race, all the way down. Only 37 finished out of the 48 that we started with. And, well, Mr. Rob Howden up into the top 30 with his finishing result in 26th. So not too bad, getting closer to that top 20 prediction there. Picking up 10 spots, 9 spots on the first tee.
Not too shabby, and actually his fastest lap was the last lap, so things are getting better for Rob Howden.
He's learning a little bit there. Big movers in that one. Randy Russell moves up 18 spots to 16th. Chris Jennings up 10. Tim Meyer, Alex Dalbon up 22 and 23 to get their way midway through the field. But it was all about one man. Orsilon Racing's Renato Yater David wins out. The Brazilian goes perfect. Pole and heat number 1 win for KA100 Masters presented by RLV. We go from one of the older classes on the grid at 30 and up all the way down to the youngest kids. We've got Micro Swift coming your way next.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there. Welcome back here to SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25. The Kart Chaser live stream presented by Porsche. We're getting set to go green with the Micro Swift division with the last little bit of cleanup getting done for your KA100 Masters presented by RLV. And as they line up here for Micro, just like your KA100 Master class, all with all 44 getting through to the main event on Sunday. No LCQ for the Young Guns. You only got LCQs for KA Jr and KA Sr, which is a nice little extra piece for them as we go back to find out where they all line up. This is our final group in the Heat 1 rotation. We come back around with KA100 Jr with groups A and C and B and D after this. But for your Micro Swift qualifying, it's another Orsilon Racing entry, the Orsilon Racing Paralympic of Antonio Bizogna Nito rolls off to the inside of row number 1 alongside another Paralympic driver in Alexander Procugna aboard the FLC entry. Then we go back to row 2. It is Rocco Simone putting Paralympics 1, 2, 3 in the Paralympic USA Factory Team number 1. The reigning series champ starts alongside the number 11 Rollison Performance Group Cosmic of Jackson Gibson. Row number 3 will find the number 2 Troy Ferguson, vice champion on the Pro Tour this year in Micro Swift in that Team Bennick chassis. To the outside of him, Cameron Marsha on the number 14 Marsha Motorsports Nitro kart. Back to row 4, Mateus Romalo in the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic to his outside. Jackson Porter, correction from earlier on the number 21 factory cart, sponsored by Hy-Vee. Go back to row 5 to round off your top 10. Bowen Green in the Timmy Tech comp cart will roll off to the inside there in 9th. And Nicholas Orbezo in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony cart to his outside. Royce Vega, the national number 3 in the Team Bennick entry, will start to the inside of Kason Hodge in the Speed Sense Motorsports X3 to make up row number 6. Leonardo Gorski in the number 61 Beryl Art from Great Britain rolls off to the inside to his outside. Drew Waltz in the number 19 Kart Republic for Team Motaz Sport. Row number 8 on the grid will have Jacob Majeski in the Franklin Motorsports Merlin starting 15th to his outside. Matthew Cagle in the number 48 Santa Racing Tony Kart. Row number 9 will have Connor Meyer in the number 43 Kart Republic, and to his outside Parker Ives in the Ives Racing Nitro Kart number 49. Luke Gilliel rounds off the top 20s with the row 10 inside starting spot of 19th. To his outside will be the number 17 of Colton Schneegenberg, and we got problems already for Jacob Majeski getting turned around there in turn number 1 on the opening warm-up lap. He'll get that thing all sorted nice and right, and we'll slowly start to bring the field together as they exit turn number 7 here, Mike. The young guns getting their first shot at it. Here, our first cadet class, the Mini Swift, the next age group up, 8 to 12 years old, running at night. But for these kids here in the morning on the biggest stage, man, it's got to be so cool to be one of those 7 to 10-year-olds out there with everybody watching you here, Mike.
Quick update, too, as we're talking about these kids. Actually, one driver having an issue right out of the gate. You already talked about one. How about another one, Jackson Porter? Jackson Porter spinning out in the second corner, now trying to find his way back in, but I don't think he's going to get all the way back up to his starting spot. He's trying right now. He's just on the wrong side. Be curious to see if Porter can get back in there.
Well, he'll get back in, but he might get a commitment violation because they have those cones, right? You have 2 on the racetrack. First up, you have a cone over at turn 6. That's usually the commitment cone. Wherever you're at there, you got to start. And then you have back over at turn 8 the formation cone. That's when they got to get into position. So Jackson Porter is going to start where he's supposed to.
But
he may
also
get a
Bowen
penalty.
Green. Bowen Green doing the exact same scenario. We have one driver stopped actually before the final corner, the 54.
The AM Racing Engines, AM Racing Team X3. Either way, we're green down to turn number 1. We're underway. So here we go. Antonio Pizzognanito, after the craziness of the outlap, leads them down the inside. The whole inside lane goes wide. Everybody washing out to the wide side with no grip through the center of the corner. Pizzognanito leads. Rocco Simone hangs on to second. Good run on the Paralyn behind him. I think that might be Procugna that got into third, and they're battling all the way through turn number 6.
As we get through those first few corners, actually these kids did a pretty good job of getting through. One issue with the S's, I see at least one driver down there, maybe 2. We'll try to get an idea of what that is. But now finishing up lap number 1, again, as you say, Pizzonia getting it done.
So Antonio Pizzognanito leads them out of the second to last hairpin. He'll come around to put the first lap in the books for the Micros. And here we go. 1 lap down, 9 laps to go for Micros, presented by Paralyn USA. It's a couple Paralyns at the top of the heap. Pizzognanito, Simone, Mateus Romalo actually up the order. He's on the Paralyn in the Racing Edge Motorsports camp number 81. So that's the driver that's gone to P3. And look at Simone trying the inside on Pizzognanito. Big mistake out of the leader. He went way wide in turn number 1. Everybody's struggling for grip, it seems, in the little cars on the opening lap, and that's going to back them up. We're about 7 or 8 deep here in the lead pack, and we got problems even further back as well with spins in turn 1. But up front, at least clean enough. Single file, Pizzognanito Jr. leads them.
As you said, Pizzonia actually a small little mistake going wide, and it was almost like Simone didn't even want to go for the move, but it was almost like given, but a little bit of curb usage there didn't get the job done. So there's no change at the front, but they're nose to tail. The front 5, just a little bit of a gap back to 6th and 7th.
So here we go, out of turn number 11 through turn number 1 and onto the front straight or onto the back straightaway. Out of 11 now down to 1. Here comes Simone. This time he's trying it, looking to the inside, looking for help. He's going to get what looks to be Romalo down the inside with him and trying as well. I think Procugna got through. So Procugna into 3rd and back to 4th goes Pizzognanito Jr. You go back to Troy Ferguson there. He was purple last time by in the Team Bennick number 2. Rounds off the current top 5. Behind him there to complete the pack, it's Jackson Gibson and Royce Vega with about a second or so back to Leonardo Gorski as they exit turn 7.
It's going to be a 7-kart battle here at the front, and anything can happen here in these early laps. Tires still coming up to temp, and drivers still trying to find their way through. Not a lot of patience. They want to try to move to the front. Again, the front 6 all in a line. Just off the back of them is Royce Vega. Still trying to bridge the gap.
Here we go down the back straightaway here this time. Looking for second. Looks like we got a change coming. Procuna on Mateus Romalo. Not going to get there, though. Pass for fourth will happen. Troy Ferguson gets by on Pizzonia Nito Jr. Just ahead of Jackson Gibson. We got problems on the other end of the racetrack. One of the Nash Motorsports energy carts is out. We'll ID that here in a moment as the leaders head to turn 6. Already, little gap beginning to form for the Canadian. Rocco Simone trying to pull away as the field behind tries to chase him back down. Now with Alexander Procuna and Mateus Romalo, third and second, pushing their way towards the fellow Parolin driver.
And that driver that you were just mentioning out from Nash, I believe that is Luca Popescu, I believe is who was on the sidelines there outside of turn number 7.
So Luca Popescu out here as they exit turn number 10. And through 11, down the backstretch towards turn number 1. Big run coming. I think Rocco Simone might be a little bit too far out in front, but not far enough. Mateus Romalo, not close enough to get a dive bomb there, but he got close there. Pizzonia Nito Jr. blocks the inside from Jackson Gibson, hangs on to 5th, but loses some ground up to these ones in front of him as Troy Ferguson starting to get a little bit of a cushion now. And these three all still losing time. Rocco Simone, the factory Parolin USA driver, digging. Here comes a move from Procuna. He'll go by on Mateus Romalo. And the national number 1, proving why he's got that number 1 plate. That gap is up to over half a second now as they exit turn number 9.
It is Procuna making the move up to second, already starting to gap back. So let's see if Procuna can bridge the gap as they cross the line here. Still got half this race to go. Simone, Procuna, Ramajo, Ferguson, Pizzonia, your top 5.
Here we go down the backstretch, headed to turn number 1. Side by side for third, it's going to be Romalo losing the spot to Troy Ferguson. He gets by on the inside in turn 1. So Troy Ferguson picks up a spot as the battle commences still at the edge of the top 5. Jackson Gibson yet to really show his nose down the inside. He goes on Pizzonia Nito. Can't get the job done. Stays in 6th.
Doesn't look like Ramajo's able to get through the S's as well. As they come off the S's every single time, he's getting that little bit of a drag. Those other drivers are getting to the inside for turn 6. I think they just need to find a little bit of something through there, and he'll be back in the fight.
So we'll see if he can find it here as the field heads over to turn number 10 into complete. Lap number 6, 4 to go. Rocco Simone, the leader. He is no longer the fastest driver on the racetrack. That honor goes to Alexander Procuna. Nips him by about half a tenth that time by. Closing into the drafting window as Pizzonia Nito Jr. gets by for 4th. Gets by on Mateus Romalo. So Romalo now down to the edge of the top 5.
Romalo actually still up spots from where he first started, so it's still a good session for him, but it's starting to head back the other direction as these other drivers find a little bit more. Pizzonia, remember, led at first, now trying to slowly eke his way back up.
Side by side, Jackson Gibson down the inside on Romalo. He'll take over the 5th spot now. So Gibson into the top 5. Pizzonia Nito down to 6th, and he's got one more look in. Royce Vega is there. Jackson Porter on the factory Hy-Vee factory cart about a half second away, trying to catch the leaders back in the 9th spot. 3 to go. Rocco Simone leads. 0.2 better for Procuna. Half a second better for Pizzonia Nito Jr. He goes purple that time. 49.95, and a big run coming on Troy Ferguson. He'll take over 3rd, and the pole man getting himself back up the order. He gets himself into the top 3 on the Ursuline Racing Parolin.
Now let's see if Ferguson pushes him along. They still have a shot there, especially with how close Procuna has gotten to Simone. That fight is going to develop here shortly. Yeah, there's a look over the shoulder from Procuna. He knows he's going to have to make something happen here as those two are going to be coming fast.
Here we go towards the final couple corners. It'll be the double sticks this time by. 2 laps to go in Parolin USA Micro Swift. They've got their leading driver, Rocco Simone, out in front, but he's got a fellow chassis in Parolin's Alexander Procuna on the SLC team. And they are 2 car lengths apart as they head on the backstretch. Meanwhile, Pizzonia Nito Jr., he's giving up hope of catching the leader. He's going to block for 3rd on Ferguson. So down the inside he goes to stay low, moves out. Got to be careful with that dog leg, how much you open up, Mike. Obviously, the SKUSA officials, they've got cameras all around the racetrack and a full officiating team to make sure you can defend, you cannot block, and the difference really, you just can't open up for the corner. Oh, big contact here back by us. Big contact here in the wall, and we got 2 tagged in there. One's one of the Full Tilt Racing OTKs. Another one, I think, maybe one of the energy carts.
Boo Casagrande in the 77 in the wall first, and then Dominic Masalenko, the one that came, not Masalenko, the 92.
So that'll put it under yellow
Ardalian.
here. local yellow across the line here, so we've still got him turned around in that Full Tilt Racing OTK. He's trying to get fired up. He's okay. The official's going to move him out of the way because that cart would not fire. So there's your update. The drivers are all right. Hard impacts there for the micros. He's just trying to get back going. He's a lap down now, though. I don't think they'll let him return to the race. So white flag in the air. They're trying to clear the way so that way they can get it green for this group to get through. Headed to 7 here, or headed to 6. Battling back. This is 3rd on back. The leaders are separated by half a second. Simone found another gear, pulled back away as they head for 7.
It's going to be Simone. He's got no pressure right now. Just needs to get to the end. Same thing goes for Popescu. The fight's going to be for 3rd. Already a look over the shoulder. That is Pizzonia trying to hold on it from Ferguson.
Out of the final couple corners here, through 9, over to 10. Simone checks the gap, opens up. It's a clean and perfect showing from 3rd to 1st. Rocco Simone wins the opening heat race for Micro Swift. 2nd to Procugna. 3rd to Pizzonia Nito Jr. Troy Ferguson 4th. Jackson Gibson 5th. Royce Vega 5 spots gained to 6th. And the field will cycle on through here again. Late contact there. My mistake on the Full Tilt Racing entry was actually Alessandro's Racing USA Tony Kart, the team out of Miami, Florida, the number 92 that got collected there along with Popescu and everyone. So big contact on the final couple laps midway through the grid, unfortunately. You can see the SKUSA officials quick to clear all the go-karts out of the way. Good on them for that one. But we'll take you through where everybody stacked up because that concludes the opening round of heat races here with the micros presented by Parolin USA. Let's take a look at the results of how they all stacked up once again. Rocco Simone, we know he was able to have a solid one. He ends up as the winner. And you go on through down Alexander Procugna, P2. At the end of it, a good run, a quicker lap than the race leader, but at the end he just kind of lost a little bit of steam, it looked like, or maybe it was consistency. Antonio Pizzonia Nito again 3rd. Here's a look further down the grid. You can see some movers up and down overall. Not too many missing out on finishing that one as a whole. Most of the field able to make it all the way to the end. Only a couple DNFs it in. There, Jay Kostecki obviously wishing it with an issue. Popescu, Ardelan, Lawrence Perriman, all on the 46 driver Micro Swift field. But Rocco Simone, Alexander Procugna, Antonio Pizzonia Nito Jr., Troy Ferguson, Jackson Gibson, your top 5 here in Micro Swift, presented by Parolin USA. We go back to the top of the batting order. KA100 Jr. Group A versus C. Stephen Miller on the inside, Christian Cameron on the outside. Coming your way next, live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. You're watching SKUSA SuperNationals 25 on Kart Chaser, presented by Porsche.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Welcome back here to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. The grid cleared out for KA100 Jr Groups A and C together. And we'll take you through the lineup as they begin to make their way around the racetrack here and slowly form on up. Against Stephen Miller and Christian Cameron will make up the road for this one. Ernesto Rivera and Alex Mercado end up 3rd and 4th. Keegan Kaminsky, Enzo Vidmontien 5th and 6th. Elio Meza, Oliver Weldon 7th and 8th. Anthony Martello will start to the inside of row number 5. To his outside, Cameron Brinkman. And the number 899, Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarscrack Racing, LN Kart. Preston Lambert on that track Magic to the inside of row number 6 alongside Shea Aldrich. In the number 835, Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. Then Augustus Toniolo in the RPG Cosmic in row 7. Fernando Luque, who had a spin in his first heat race on that Super Tuned Tony Kart, trying to rebound from 14th on the grid here for heat number 2. Cooper Shipman made up 5 spots in his first heat. Starts to the inside of row number 8 alongside Jackson Woltney in the 886 Motaz Sport Tony Kart. Ian Kim to the inside of row number 9 in the EOS for Nash Motorsports. To his outside, Valentino Garbarino in the RPM Tony Kart. Rolling back to row number 10, Santiago Duran in the Super Tuned Tony Kart. To his outside, Diego Guillo, making it an all Super Tuned USA row 10 with 19th and 20th. And Ruben Dan, Ava Dobson, Samuel March, Emma Kate Scarborough, Colin Aiken, your top 25. It is going to be 34 total. And again, trying to get to that 17th place or above to get that locked-in spot to Super Sunday on the way the results will fall. So KA Jr, presented by Think60.org, ready to kick us off for the second and final round of heats today for the morning groups. Here we go. Stephen Miller on the power. Green flag, and we're underway down to turn 1. Christian Cameron trying to hang on the outside. He's deep on the brakes there on the outside lane. Gets a little bit of love, and we've got contact in the middle. A couple cars together. Cameron Brinkman gets turned in front of the field, and it collects 2 more of the RPG Cosmics. It's going to collect, I believe, Augustus Toniolo and Emma Kate Scarborough, so both of them drop down the order. As up front, it is still Stephen Miller who leads over a good start there for what looks to be Ernesto Rivera into second. Christian Cameron somewhere just around 5th or 6th at the end of the opening lap as Kaminsky's up to 3rd. And a good start as well. Elio Meza to 4th. Enzo Vidmontien from 6th gets into the 5th spot. And Christian Cameron, he's even further back than I thought. He's way back to the edge of the top 10 for Christian Cameron. And down the front stretch, let's see. Do we have a change in the lead? Here comes Ernesto Rivera down the inside on Stephen Miller. And side by side behind him, Elio Meza to the inside of Keegan Kaminsky.
This is going to be interesting how things worked out. We kind of had to tell 2 different stories in the KA Junior first set of heat races. The first group we had was pretty straightforward. Now that's another move to the inside, move up Miller once again. So that pass by Rivera did not last long. Now Rivera under fire. Keegan Kaminsky up the inside, going to try to make it happen. Looks like Rivera's going to hold on to it. Pointing forward. Let's not fight yet, boys, he says.
Yeah, Keegan Kaminsky just a little bit of a bumper there to Rivera. And now, Enzo Vidmontien really made Kaminsky pay. Keegan Kaminsky's going to lose about 6 or 7 spots in the GFC guarding GFC as he gets railroaded to the outside. Christian Cameron now hung on the outside lane down the back straightaway. After making back up some spots, he's going to lose a couple as well. And in front of him, look at the move for Fernando Luque. He's up about 8 spots already in that Super Tuned USA Tony Kart. Just behind him now is going to be Kaminsky. Then you find Christian Cameron. This is all 5th, 6th, 7th behind the top 4, which is Stephen Miller, Ernesto Rivera, Enzo Vidmontien, and Elio Meza, who's now gone by Vidmontien and taken over the 3rd position.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see the guy in P5, Oliver Weldon. Weldon making big moves here in these first couple of laps. Saw a twofer over there in the first corner. He might be able to bridge this gap and get back up to the top 4.
So 3 laps down, 7 laps to go down the back straightaway here. And you can see about a second gap from Ernesto Rivera back to Elio Meza. Rivera's going to go and try it again on Stephen Miller. Turn 1 gets it done for the second time. Let's see if Miller answers or if he's going to wait behind the RPG Cosmic. He went right back by him in turn 6 the last time that Rivera went through. What does he do this time? He'll stay in line, and Rivera, I think, went a little bit more narrow there to hold the spot. Now to turn 7, same deal. Blocks low. Miller crosses him up. Big run, and it's going to back him up to Elio Meza in that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. So now we've gone from 2 up to 4 here, Mike, and you're shaking your head.
It doesn't take very long. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the move is one thing, but when you start going defense, here comes the move from Meza. Meza went purple last time, makes the move in the final corner, going to go purple again. First driver in the 46.9 out of Mesa. Mesa up to P2 and rolling. Up to the inside now. New leader, Mesa, and going with him is Miller.
See that right there. Up until the end of the straightaway, I was going to say that Ernesto Rivera, partially why you block is you want to bring the crowd into it and hope they fight for second. The downside is it happened right before that long front straightaway. Miller and Mesa hooked up, and it was just straight up full-on draft run down to turn number 1, and they were able to get down the inside. So now out of turn number 7, it is Elio Mesa, and then Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart showing the way into turn number 9.
And the drivers 5th on back actually aren't making any inroads even with this battling because they're battling themselves. It's Vid Montana and Oliver Weldon fighting back and forth, and now you still see the fight for P2. It does not end. Miller and Rivera, both of those drivers wanting to have that spot. Nobody wants to give it up.
Rivera looking to go back on Miller again here. Turn number 1, slides it inside. Vid Montana fills the gap on the bottom side. Can't get clear for third, though, but Miller hangs on to that spot, and it gives a little bit more of a cushion for Elio Mesa out front in that Iron Rock Tony Kart. So he continues to show the way out of turn 6 with 5 laps to go. Halfway in, halfway home for KA Jr A and C. Oliver Weldon, Keegan Kaminsky, a little bit apart, about 0.4 of a second. Fernando Luque, couple tenths back in third in line there in 7th. All in that second group, Alex Mercado, quickest driver on the racetrack in that second pack as Vid Montana passes there for third. He gets by on Stephen Miller. And now we're 6 in, 4 laps to go. Ernesto Rivera starting to make some headway. He's closing that gap back up to Elio Mesa here now.
Yeah, and actually I mentioned Vid Montana and Oliver Weldon. I checked that. Obviously, Vid Montana, the front part, is another big mover. That is Mercado, the 878, making the move up into P7. He's going to try to make some inroads, but at the front, it's Oliver Weldon who's trying to bridge the gap, but the front 4 now have settled down a little bit, and it's really Miller, Enzo, trying to fight back up to Rivera.
So out of turn number 7 here, Elio Mesa has company for sure. Ernesto Rivera might even be close enough to dive bomb him into the last turn if he wants it. It's going to heat up right at the perfect time, although Enzo Vid Montana going to throw them back just a little bit on making headway. He gets by for second. Still only 3 car lengths up to Mesa. If he can get Ernesto Rivera to push him down this backstretch, we're going to have a 4-car party, and it could be a whole lot more. As you can see, that second pack's closing up. Here it comes. Mesa tries to block low. Vid Montana throws the nose. They're side by side, nearly 2x2, and oh, it gets tight there through the chicane.
Wow, that was well done, 2x2, and they all made the right footwork to happen to go single files to go through there. You see that tight move in the crossover almost happened there for Rivera and Miller, but now up to the inside and a tight move. See the check. That was Mesa. He's on the inside, and he goes, nope, can't make the cut, and had to check out of it. Now Mesa going backwards.
Yeah, Mesa there, really clean move by him. A lot of respect shown early, and that could have been really ugly for Elio Mesa. He's like, maybe I cut the nose off in the final. I'm just going to survive this heat race the best I can. And now with Enzo Vid Montana making that move, that late just kind of half send, it's given him a big lead as it really bottled up the field. Down into turn number 1, Mesa back on Miller. And behind him, Rivera's blocking because we've got the entire second group up there. Alex Mercado has led Keegan Kaminsky to the promised land of the lead pack, and we've got nearly the entire top 10 all in frame. Vid Montana, Mesa in second, Miller third, headed to 7.
Vid Montana's going to lead this group, but really the fight's behind him. If he can just keep rolling, they might keep the fight going, and he'll have the clean slate. But actually, the inroads are coming here. I believe that is Mesa coming back in through.
Yeah, Mesa trying to close back up to Vid Montana. Miller trying to get to Mesa. Late move there for Rivera. I think he might have been trying to more block, but it almost looked like he took the rear bumper off of Stephen Miller. So let's see down the backstretch. The top 3 are separated. Everyone behind them's fighting, so it shouldn't be too much of a worry for them. Mercado hanging on over Rivera. Side by side, Christian Cameron. We forgot about him, right? Cameron started on the front row and again having to climb back forward. He's at least picked up another spot to get closer to the top 5. But Enzo Vid Montana trying to be perfect on this final lap. I think a little bobble there in 6th by Elio Mesa under braking got him sideways. He's trying to close it. Out of 7, over to 8. Final time. Can Vid Montana hang on? 4 car lengths apart. And I think he should be enough. Mesa sent it deep, nearly tags the wall. Not close enough. Enzo Vid Montana, this time he hangs on to the final corner and wins the heat race here. He wins heat number 2, A and C. Mesa gets into second, Miller third. Mercado gets by Rivera on the final lap to get 4th. So there we go. Enzo Vid Montana takes the win here in heat number 1, or heat number 2 for Think60.org, KA100 Jr, Groups A and C. Elio Meza close, just not close enough there at the very end of it to get there, but we'll pull the results up here and show you that top 10, top 15 order of how they all ended out here for KA Jr, presented by Think60.org. Again, Vidmontian over Meza, Miller, Mercado, Rivera, Christian Cameron, Kaminsky, Weldon, Luque, and Cooper Shipman for the second heat race in a row. Picks up 5 spots, gets to the top 10. That's all you want to do, Mike. Just kind of chip away, couple spots each heat, be consistent, because while you would think, all right, 10th by the points average, that's going to put you 20th for the main, but all the attrition, all the back and forth, the people crashing, having bad heats, it would probably put them maybe in the top 15.
Well, like you said, 17th is really that bubble spot, right? So if you start doing the math, if you're anything close to the top 10 with the attrition, with potential penalties or anything like that, there's still a whole nother day after this. So we got to see how things shake out, but moving forward is what you're trying to do in those heats.
Absolutely. We got problems here on the grid. This is one of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics. One of the Australians making the trip on over there in the 893. That driver slotted to start in 14th. That is Jack Webster, and he is on the 90-second rule. So the way this works at some places is you'd have 90 seconds on the grid to get out and try and make it. But the difference is here we were not going to wave off the start, so he will miss the outlap. If he can get that thing fired up, he'll be able to start at the tail. You can see everyone trying to help him out. There's the Tom Williamson Motorsport guys, the Kart Republic TKG team over there. They've got the external starter trying to turn that motor over. This is just disaster. It's the most stressful thing for anyone on the grid and any mechanic, any driver. You're just knowing the race might go on without you.
And now he's looked like he's able to get going for a second. Need to just play with the right foot. Hope he doesn't flood it up. No.
That's
Webster
it.
getting out.
Timer going off. That was the 90-second clock from the SKUSA official. Not enough. Couldn't get it fired. So Jack Webster will miss heat number 2. You hate it for him. 14th. He'll get a 33rd place result. And, no good points there. That's a 20-point swing for him. And we go back to the front of the grid. Max Garcia trying to make up. You talk about a point swing. What a swing it was for him in that first heat race. Led most of the laps, had a broken right rear bumper bolt, took him out. Now he leads the way to turn 1 here as we got one turned around in front of the field. It's one of the Nash Motorsports EOS carts. Oh.
Jackson Glendenning around straight away. He's going to go straight to the back.
Started 4th for Jackson Glendenning, and he's gone. So Max Garcia leads over Max Taylor and Ivana Richards. Jackson Glendenning out, and again, Caleb Gaffera, the Heat 1 winner in his group. He's buried more. Not as good of a start for Gaffera. Down around 7th right now as they exit turn 7. We got more out. That is the 843, and I'm trying to identify that one. A little tougher to see.
Maybe.
So that's a little further back on the grid for those drivers to find where they are. Meanwhile, Garcia leads lap 1 down the backstretch for the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Top 3 breakaway. Garcia, Richards, Jesus Vasquez Jr. Here comes Ivana Richards for the lead, down to 1.
Remember the moves that Ivana was putting on in the first one. She was wanting to get to the front and making things happen already. Now, new leader, Richards. You're going to see Garcia absolutely wants to be out front. Remember, Garcia was like, I want to control this thing, and ended up having it controlled for him, unfortunately, with that bumper. So don't expect Garcia to hang out in second long.
He's just got to hang in there. At least he's got a great starting spot, right? Qualified 2nd overall, so he got to be pole for both of his heat races today. He'll be off pole for the 3rd heat tomorrow morning. And, make it up for lost ground for Max Garcia. And then the good part for him, too, he's doing double duty. So X30 Jr. as well as KA100 Jr. for him. Side by side back behind them. That is for P4. And that was and right behind there is Caleb Gaffera, who's trapped in that pack about a 1.5 seconds away. Here's Vasquez Jr. Here's Gaffera with a double pass from Skinner, and Weinberg gets through. Caleb Gaffera to 4th.
We know that Gaffera's got enough to make the things happen because he won his first heat race. So Gaffera already on the move, getting a twofer over there in turn number 1 now up to 4th, and going to start working his way up to the front 3.
Ivana Richards still leads over Jesus Vasquez Jr. Max Garcia still 3rd. Gaffera 4th. Skinner 5th. This time by, it'll be 3 laps complete, 7 laps to go for the second half of the KA100 Junior class presented by Think60.org. So here they come out of the final corner, and there we go. We're now 3 down, 7 remaining here as the field heads towards the backstretch.
And again, Gaffera fastest on track and with that double pass. So Gaffera is going to be on the move. Another driver going quicker in the front 3. Vasquez Jr., he made the pass, and actually right there just gets it done too. New leader, Vasquez Jr.
Jesus Vasquez Jr. able to get the job done. So Jesus Vasquez Jr. again proven he deserves that #1 plate. The series champ on the Pro Tour this year. Side by side back for second. Garcia's going to go on Richards, and here comes Caleb Gaffera. He'll make it a 4-driver party up front. There's more coming. Landon Skinner and Carson Weinberg have followed Gaffera so far. They're closing up, nearly 6 deep at the front of the field. And here comes Gaffera. Late move, deep on the brakes on Richards. He gets by.
Richards actually really good to just move over and let that happen. Could have been a lot worse to lose the time. Still, it's Skinner. A little bit of a further back to Weinberg, 5th to 6th. If the front 5 can play nice, no, I didn't think so. Up the inside, Gaffera takes it, and Richards through as well.
Not sure if Gaffera was going to be close enough there. Garcia wasn't sure either. He opened the door, though. Gaffera got by, and now you watch the lead. Jesus Vasquez Jr. continuing to show the way. So 5 in, 5 to go at the line. Halfway coming. Jesus Vasquez Jr. the leader as they exit out of turn number 7. We head for 8, and we'll see as Caleb Gaffera, the heat winner in his first heat of the day. He doesn't need to win another one. He'd like to win another one. He's in a good spot for it as Garcia's trying on Richards. Inside, they bottle up coming out of the corner. Skinner's going to push the man on the inside lane. Max Garcia will get help, and the top 2 break away.
Speaking of the top 2, Gaffera, you talk about, I wasn't sure if he was going to be close enough. I think he's with 3 cart lengths, he's close enough, man. He just was able to get the job done there. New leader right now, and almost on the wall. That was very close for the 882.
Ivana Richards there really got the business from Landon Skinner. He kind of got up on the inside of her and roughed her up a little bit at the end of the corner. So Richards now way gone, and Vasquez Jr. took a look back, checked the margin to Max Garcia, and the Nash Motorsports EOS car driver knows it's going to be a minute before he gets some drafting help here. He is by his lonesome up front with the way that the battle shook out for third, all from that kind of botched move by Garcia on the inside of Richards. The way it all shook out, it's given nearly a 1.25 seconds from P2 to P3, and it's also allowed the back half of the top 10 to catch up to this lead group. So Steven Eisert liking it. Alexander Gonzalez trying to rebound from his crash in Heat 1. Martin Molnar, Austin Olds, all on the way, and Ardila is looking good as well.
Nice thing right now for your P2 driver Vasquez, he can go to work and start taking notes. As you go through the S's, he's actually able to stay right on the back bumper. So I was going to say Gaffera looked to have a very, very strong ride, was able to bridge the gap very quickly. I wasn't sure if Vasquez was going to be still with him, but now coming off turn number 7, Vasquez still in the conversation.
Into turn number 8 here, over to turn number 9. We look at Caleb Gaffera, Jesus Vasquez Jr., let Max Garcia behind. What do the lap times look like? We're going to find out this time by 3 to go. Caleb Gaffera, a car length up as they head towards the back straightaway. And let's go side by side here. We've got PSL karting driver Jake French making his final SuperNationals appearance and final pro appearance for quite some time down here with Kendall.
Down here with Jake French. Jake, how's your weekend been in the KA division?
It's been pretty good. We're struggling a little bit for speed, but I don't drive KA very much, so just trying to find a little more out of it in the kart and in me. Just trying to keep my nose clean. Had a really good first heat race, finishing 5th, so just need some top 10 finishes, and I think we'll be good for the main.
Were any changes made from the last heat race to this one?
Yeah, we've been making a few changes to the kart, just everything to try to get heat in the Vinco tires. It's cold and the track doesn't have a lot of grip, so it's everything you could do to build up temp.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Jake.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall here. Good luck to Jake French. We'll watch him in this next heat race here. Up front, Caleb Gaffera now with 2 laps to go as they battle back behind. That's Richards on Landon Skinner. Here comes Carson Weinberg. He'll go through as well, and that's Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Up front, Gaffera, Vasquez out of turn 6.
They definitely are faster in different spots. It looks like Vasquez might have a little bit more on the far side of the circuit, like turn 1 through the S's, maybe even up to 7, whereas on this side, closer to us, through 8, 9, 10, 11, it's actually the advantage to Gaffera. These 2 drivers, very, very close in match.
Definitely, but Vasquez needs to be better than closely matched to battle him. 2 car lengths back here to start the final lap. Garcia in 3rd, Richards 4th, Weinberg 5th. Side by side, late there move by Landon Skinner and Alexander Gonzalez. But look at this. Vasquez was close enough at the end of the straightaway. He gets by, overshoots it. Gaffera back to the lead.
And that's what can happen. You go a little bit too deep, but you're trying to make it happen so you can carry the speed coming off for the S's. Unfortunately, went the other way. Vasquez is going to have to settle for 2nd right now with a little bit to go.
Yeah, he needs to really get on it. I don't think he's going to have enough here. Caleb Gaffera has been really strong in the final sector. Jesus Vasquez Jr. will get the toe down the short chute to turn number 8 and close a little bit. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Caleb Gaffera could not have asked for a better Friday morning. As he exits turn 9 and heads for 10, he'll win his first heat. He will also win his second. Gaffera wins Groups B versus D in KA100 Jr presented by Think60.org's second heat race, side-by-side across the line. That was back for 6. Give it to Steven Eisert by just about 0.04 of a second over Landon Skinner, Gonzalez and company. So Caleb Gaffera gets the win here by about 0.4 of a second in KA Jr presented by Think60.org. This one, obviously, a couple DNFs. Unfortunately for Jack Webster there, he ends up down in 31st. A DNF as well for DeWalter Jenkins, the 4th, and Jacinta Taylor down in 31st, 32nd, 33rd. But let's take you through the top results here of how they all shook out for the second half of your KA100 Junior class presented by Think60.org. Again, Gaffera, Vasquez Jr., Garcia makes up for that opening heat race blunder with a 3rd, Weinberg 4th, Richards 5th, Eisert 6th, and then there's the midfield as well, but we go back to Landon Skinner, ended 7th, Gonzalez 8th, Olds in 9th, Diego Ardiles 8 spots gained to 10th at the end from 18th on the grid for him again. So a good run forward for that Super Tune Tony Kart. Patrick Ronvo also involved in the early wreck there. Good point in that one out, Mike, from heat number 1. He picks up 13 spots, gets to 15.
Yeah, with fast laps. So keep an eye on Patrick to be to still continue to do that same thing tomorrow.
Well, next up, we already heard from Jake French. He's one of the many drivers in KA100 Sr. Getting set to go next year, Groups A and C, the first of the 2 heats for KA Sr. Live on Kart Chaser, your SuperNationals 25 broadcast presented by Porsche. We'll be right back.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching, to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. We are live for SKUSA SuperNationals 25 here all weekend long. We are getting to the second half of the heat races for our morning groups. Round number 2 of heats here, and it's groups A and C. Alex Stanfield will start on the pole. The pole award winner in qualifying overall won his opening heat race thanks to a crazy start in turn number 1 that gave a big gap to himself and Chase Jones. Then they pulled away, and Stanfield even broke away from Jones at the end of it to give himself a massive gap. Chase Hand starts at the outside of row number 1. Then it's Gavin Bailiff and Peyton Phillips, Dustin Salaveria, Jai Brown, row 3. Dalton Haynes, Blake Nash, row 4, Ryan Vincent on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart, Finn Bailiff, row 5. Then it's Jake French in that PSO Karting Bureau Art to the inside of row 6 alongside Aiden Ingrata and that Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Connor Zilish has made up a lot of ground in his opening heat. He's on that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. Will start 13th once again to the inside of Gia Cicero in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Then it's Austin Jers, Hunter Kelly, Oscar Priest, Alex Saragusa, Dane Idelson, Jackson Menshew, your top 20. 40 drivers in total, 80 on the entry list, 40 drivers only making it through to Super Sunday. So who is going to make it all the way through? The top 17 is normally the bubble spot. It's the top 34 in heat points that will lock in the rest of the last chance qualifier. So it's another heat a good one they need. A good start it is for the inside. Not so great for Chase Hand, but he locks it up and gets down low early. He gets the second. Great move by the RPG Cosmic driver. Gets ahead of the guys in third, and they all got sideways there. Gavin Bailiff went around. We got a big crash here. Lots of cars collected. Someone's lost a front bumper. One of the TKG entries, another Nash driver as well. I'm not sure who all we lost, but it was quite a few. And we'll wait and see as Alex Stanfield in the National number 2 leads to turn 8.
I got to tell you, I saw the bright yellow gloves there on that blue car. I believe that might have been Blake Nash getting involved in that as well. I want to go back to that move by Chase Hand. That was a huge move. You saw him on the start, did not get the start that he wanted. He's hopping in the seat, trying to make things happen. That cut to the inside, he's able to hold on to P2.
Yeah, great move by Chase Hand to be able to pull that one off as they head down the front straightaway here. We watch them down to turn number 1. Indeed, Blake Nash, one of the drivers involved in that incident on the opening circuit. He's had such a good week so far. Great qualifying in both KA Senior and his X30 Pro debut, where he qualified inside the top 10 overall. Meanwhile here, as Stanfield leads to turn number 7, the gap starting to open up to Chase Hand, and it's a crazy battle backwards in the field as the field heads through 7 and we go towards turn number 8. So it's Stanfield, Chase Hand, Dustin Salavaria in third, Jake French, the driver that lost the front bumper. So we talked to him on the grid. He was just hoping for a couple top 10 results, and the 960 PSL Karting Burrell Art was that bumper across the track that we saw in that crash with Blake Nash. Hate to see it for Jake.
Now we're seeing a lot of that kind of stuff where you're just having bad circumstances, and it's at the front end, you got Chase Hand now inroads to Stanfield. Stanfield, the 46.9, a fast lap, fastest right now.
Problems for Peyton Phillips over outside at turn 1. The Super Tuned Tony Kart driver was inside the top 10. He is frantically trying to get that kart back on the racetrack and had to back it up. He went into the line, into the scale entry as Jake French goes right around him there. He's frustrated. He's going in quick. And Peyton Phillips, he's got to get going. They're going to have to get him out of the go-kart because the leaders are coming here. As there he goes, the 910 is out. So back up front, this is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. It is going to be Gavin Bailiff, Dustin Salavaria, Connor Zillish, Jai Brown all there. And meanwhile, all of this chaos, we've got Chase Jones with us down trackside as a change in the lead. Chase Hand gets through on Alex Stanfield, and the guy that Stanfield had the 2-car battle with in Heat 1 is standing with Kendall.
Down here at Chase Jones. Chase, you finished 2nd in the last heat race. Walk us through that race.
Actually, just all started in turn 1. I think there was a little bit of an issue with Bailiff's motor starting there. Kind of jumbled everybody up, and then one driver decided to clean everybody out and just parted the seas for us and was able to come out in 2nd the first corner. So I was pretty happy with that and looked back, and I think we had like a 5-second lead on the first lap. So we're just burning laps now. Hopefully we can have another good start and finish out the day with another strong heat race.
Have any major changes happened to your go-kart at all this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot. It's just more trying to get me comfortable with what I like. We're really close to where I'm happy at, so we changed quite a bit right before the first heat. It was better, so we're moving in the right direction. Still got to find a little bit more, but I think we're on the right track with this MPG Motorsports Elite Performance Race Factory and Switch Racing Engines and Machines, so we're going to be good.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Chase.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall, there. You saw on your screen Anna Agnostiadis. That's a mouthful there. Unfortunately, pounded the wall in the final corner coming out. So that's going to open the wall up, open the exit up a little bit here for the leaders. And now we are exactly at the halfway marker. Chase Hand, Alex Stanfield, big gap out back once again. Connor Zillish up to 3rd, Gavin Bailiff 4th. And we are now 5 down, 5 to go, Mike.
Yeah, and I just right there, we can see it on screen. Stanfield just stayed right behind. Definitely had a tow. Definitely had enough to try to make a move on Hand, but did not. Instead, decided to stay right there. Still half this race to go. We don't need to start fighting right now and bring the rest of them in, especially when Connor Zillish, P3 with fast lap.
Yeah, Connor Zillish is looking wicked fast right now. He was 0.3 better than the leaders last time by. Yellow flags are waving somewhere else on the racetrack. Looks like another driver, 2 drivers have gone through the wall at turn number 6. So that's behind these guys. There it is. Big contact. No, that's turn 3. Weird crashing zone there for them. But here's Connor Zillish out of the final turn again. Purple lap time. Faster than the leaders by himself by a 10th. That is really promising looking into tomorrow here for the REM Cosmic driver. To get a couple top 5 results, we're talking a top 10 starting spot for that Super Sunday main. And considering last year, Mike, that he wrecked, went to dead last, and then came back and nearly won the thing, he can win from the top 10.
Absolutely. He's got the pace for it. And with the two drivers in front of him being smart, I mean, remember the first heat race, he was able to make inroads a lot more, do a lot more fighting. Now he's third. He's pulling away from Bailiff. Looks to be solid right here, but only 1/10 is not going to get it done with 4 to go.
So as they exit turn number 9, head for 10, and then across to the start-finish line, 3 to go. This time by here, 7 laps down. Chase Hand versus Alex Stanfield with about a 2.2 second lead back to Connor Zilisch. Stanfield still pushing him, just kind of riding there in that Team GWR Tony Kart. Half a car length to a car length back from Hand. And again, you know, he led the entire way in his first heat, so he's finally getting to see someone else that's relatively quick where he stacks up, where he could find a little bit more. Again, these are, you know, just as much crucial heat races to survive and get forward. When you're at the pointy end of the field, it's kind of a practice session to see if there's anything else that you could gain from someone else.
No, exactly. As you said, Stanfield led the entire time, so there's no one to compare to. Now he's able to get back here and actually take some notes, figure out, as you say, where does he need to get a little bit quicker, and he's got 2 more laps to do it.
Connor Zilisch was 3/10 better than these guys the lap before. Evans back out here. I think he's going to kind of cruise control it a little bit in the final couple stages as Alex Stanfield's now going to go to the lead on Chase Hand. Hand will cross him over. And again, this is battle practice too. First time these guys are really racing each other. So they're trying out moves, learning what to work on this new track direction. And out of turn number 6, Chase Hand holds the lead into 7 by a car length.
He's got it by a car length. And here comes Stanfield trying to get a little bit of a run. Now again, one of the best spots is the final corner. They're going to have one more lap after this one. So even if it doesn't work out, he's got another shot. But the best passing zone is at the end of this long straight. And there it is, a good setup for Stanfield. Roll the center, get off the corner, get the toe on the final lap.
White flag in the air here. 1 lap to go. Chase Hand, Alex Stanfield down the back straightaway. Connor Zilisch and Gavin Bailiff have stabilized out there in 3rd and 4th. Jai Brown 5th, Dustin Salaveria 6th. Look at this, 19 spots gained for Brent Cruz. He, on that Speed Concepts Racing CRG, was qualifying in the 50s and all the battling that went around him. He's picking up a heck of a lot of spots here in his second heat race into the top 10 for Brent Cruz. As up front, Chase Hand, final time through turn number 7. Alex Stanfield's lost a little bit. It's going to be still close enough. He'll pressure him in the final corner. What do we see? No block in turn 9. Does he leave the door open turn 10? He's got more than enough. Chase Hand, RPG, Cosmic. They win heat 2.
What I liked out of Hand right there was that a lot of drivers will just go block by default. Hand's paying attention. He's looking around. No, I don't need to do that. Let's go fast laps. No pressure.
Yeah, nicely done by Chase Hand in the 927 Rollison Performance Group entry. Alex Stanfield just wasn't close enough there to be able to really force something and make that a good battle to the line, but he kept it close all the way through. Can't fault him for it. Let's take you through the final results here for KA100 Sr Heat 2 A versus C, presented by AMR Medic West on your screen. Again, Chase Hand, the winner over Alex Stanfield, Connor Zilisch, Gavin Bailiff, Jai Brown, then Salaveria. Brent Cruz again up 19 spots to 7th. Ryan Vincent, Alex Saragusa, and Hunter Kelly rounded out the top 10. Blake Nash rebounds from the crash up to 23rd. However, Peyton Phillips, Jake French, a couple big names there. Nick Terlecki's been quick here as well. Oscar Priest, Andy Nish, all in wrecks there that have put them to the tail end of the field. Big hit in the points when you look to the heat standings. So something that really just kind of sours you out, especially, you know, I hate having that in that second heat, right? Because now you got the whole other 24 hours where you go back out to think about it. Meanwhile, this guy, he's got a really good first heat, so maybe this one's a little pressure off. Chase Jones starting off right inside the top 10 there, P8. You know, P2 in that first heat race makes you breathe a little bit easier, you think.
Well, like Chase Jones said in the interview, though, things kind of went his way with the parting of the seas and everybody kind of staying behind him. He was able to hang out in the top 2. Now, maybe it goes a little bit different, has to do a little bit of work. He's starting back there in, you know, about 8th or so, that the 4th row. Now he might have to get a little racy.
Definitely here. Alexander Kardashian, John Burke getting set to roll. They're going to start 2nd and 4th. So since they're in the D group, unfortunately puts them on the outside lane the whole time. Kardashian did a good job making it through the opening corner, but then as he was trying to kind of regain some spots, he locked it up about halfway spun in turn number 7 on that first heat race that really kind of knocked him backwards. To his inside, it'll be Connor Ferris and the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. And you can see we've got some kart recovery to do, so the engines are off, but they're gridded, they're ready, they're coming your way next. It's groups B and D for AMR Medic West KA100 Sr, live on Kart Chaser, presented by Porsche.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Drive Your Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back to SKUSA SuperNationals 25 with the Kart Chaser live stream presented by Porsche. Here the engine's starting to come to life for heat number 2, groups A and C. And there's a look over into the crowd as the grandstands start to fill up here live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. And man, those things will be packed. It will be tough to make sure that you can find yourself a spot to watch all the racing. By the time we get to Super Sunday, it's already Friday morning, and you've got plenty of people taking in the action here. We've got an interview, I believe, lined up down at the scale area that we'll go to here live in just a moment. Indeed, it is with our heat race winner, Chase Hand from the Rollison Performance Group camp is with us here. Let's send it down to Kendall.
Down here with Chase Hand, who finishes P1 in the second round of KA100 Sr Heat races. Chase, give us a rundown of that last heat race.
Yeah, on the start, me and Alex broke out by like 10 car length gap and just pushed up for a little bit, passed for the lead down the straightaway, and just held the gap, got it done.
Did you make any major changes from heat race 1 to heat race 2?
Not really. We made a couple small changes, but we've been fast all weekend and just gotta keep race good, and then we'll have a good starting spot for the main.
Where's your mindset going into the rest of the weekend now?
Definitely just want to stay clean, get through this last heat race, have a good starting spot for the main.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Good clean start, or a good clean finish to the day for Chase Hand. Couple consistent finishes puts him in a really good spot with the points as we look towards tomorrow. Situation Saturday, as Rob Howden from eKartingNews.com likes to call it, with that final heat race and the last chance qualifiers to see who makes it to the big dance. Speaking of making it, Aiden Levy there on your screen in the 990 Alonzo Kart for MPG Motorsports has a motor problem. That is a driver slated to start inside the first couple rows, and man, is that the last thing you want to have here on Saturday or on Friday. Aiden Levy going to pull it into the scale line, and you could see the disappointment for him. He was slated to start 9th in this one, Mike, and he's out on the sidelines.
We've seen that whether you don't make the race or you end up leading the entire thing and have a bumper come off. We've seen these kind of heartbreaking scenarios happen. All you can do is try to shrug it off and go get it the next one.
Here we come out of the final turn. Connor Ferris on the inside. Alexander Kardashian on the outside. Heat 1 winner, Thomas Stolzermanis, starts on the inside of row 2. John Burke to the outside. Christian Miles, Caleb Schrader, Oliver Hodgson, Chase Jones, Aiden Levy, Noah Rosser, the top 10. Fast Frankie Mossman on that Speed Concepts Racing CRG, I believe. Or no, sorry, on the Team Bennick to OTK in 11th. Elliott Cox in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic 12th. Aiden Rudolph, Oliver Calvo. And the field is on the power. We're green down to turn 1. Who hangs on the outside? Ferris is sideways. He goes way wide. Here comes Stolzermanis from 3rd. The Nash Motorsports Energy Kart to the lead.
Stolzermanis in the lead already. That does not bode well for everybody else. We saw the power move from him around the outside. Now your leader early.
So Thomas Stolzermanis to the lead. Alexander Kardashian, great move from 2nd, gets into 2nd. Christian Miles there takes over 3rd. Big shuffling back behind them, but as they head through turn 8, Miles and Ferris nose to tail. Little gap back to John Burke. Then it's Oliver Hodgson. Then Chase Jones. Then Elliott Cox, I think, with a great start as Jones goes to the inside of Hodgson, slides it. Hodgson with an over-under. He gets by, and we got contact with the barriers as they come onto the front stretch. Big contact. Oliver Calvo is out on the outside of the final turn. The Speed Concepts Racing CRG has absolutely hammered the Scribner barriers on the outside, and meanwhile, battling more up front, but hate it for Oliver Calvo, was just starting to make up some room towards the top 10. He gets collected in the turn 1 chaos, and they'll have to clear them out and try and fix those barriers. By the time these leaders get around, they're only a couple corners away. Thomas Stolzermanis in the Nash Motorsports Energy Kart leads them out of turn 7 towards turn number 8. Then it's Kardashian, Miles, Burke, Hodgson, your top 5.
Update on Calvo might have been because there's a rear tire missing from that thing. So maybe a mechanical issue there that put him in the fence. Calvo out early.
Hated for Oliver Calvo again as they come out of the final turn. There's a look at the field. Top 3 kind of spread apart. Then it's a 3-driver pack with John Burke, Connor Ferris, Oliver Hodgson. Chase Jones leads the next group. As they go down to turn 1, Burke going to hang on. I think these 3 are going to try and work together for a minute and see if they can't just build that gap back to Chase Jones' MPG Motorsports entry and maybe make up a little bit of time towards the top couple drivers. As we head through turn number 6 here, you can see again Christian Miles just up the road from them, so not too far away. He was 7/10 up the road from Burke last time by. We'll see what the gap looks like this time. Good news as well for Christian Miles fans. The BJR MDR Lando Norris Kart driver, purple last time by. Quickest on the racetrack was the 983. Out of the final turn, here we go towards the rest of the group. 3 down, 7 to go. Thomas Stolzermanis leads over Alexander Kardashian, but Kardashian was 2/10 better last time by. Miles was 3/10 better. We're going to pack them and stack them here in a few moments, Mike.
Yeah, and Oliver Hodgson just moving up one more spot. Hodgson moves around Ferris. That's going to put him inside the top 5. And again, another attack here. He's going to be coming on the 4th place driver, John Burke, to the inside. There it is. Hodgson up to 4th, and he is rolling. Here's a big shot.
Oh!
That's a dive move from Miles. Little hip check, looks back. Maybe it was like, that's my bad. Let's keep rolling. Don't attack me back.
Oh, man, yeah, talk about a hip check. That was like a straight-up body slam there from him. I mean, he really checked him like in a hockey game.
I don't know that it was on purpose. You saw him get in there, and then he could tell it was a little bit too deep, a little bit more on the left foot, and it was a bit of a check. That look behind him, I think, was a sorry.
Yeah, definitely there. Here now, as they battle for 4th with Hodgson, Ferris, and Burke all going at it, Chase Jones is getting back into the mix of it. And with Miles' move on Kardashian, right as they got up to Thomas Stolzermanis, that kind of set them back a little ways. And then this group as well, falling way back from the top 3 with how much they've fought. Oliver Hodgson's at least gotten clear in that 4th spot. Ferris 5th. Burke's been passed by Chase Jones for the 6th spot. He's back to 7th. Then it's Elliott Cox. Then it is Caleb Schrader and Frankie Mossman and Jeremy Fletcher up 12 spots on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart to 11th so far for the reigning series champ. He qualified, I think, 48th with all the battling that happened in qualifying, put him in the hole for all the heat races so far.
Yeah, Fletcher having to make a lot of inroads, do a lot of work to try to stay in the conversation as we get to Super Sunday. Right now, as you say, up 12 spots to 11th. He's going to keep moving forward. Christian Miles backs it up with another fast lap, but issues on screen.
John Burke just got nailed into the outside wall as Elliott Cox locked the brakes up. And just kind of weird deal. The left rear tire caught on John Burke's right front bumper, and it just, I think, completely ripped the left front tie rod. So John Burke in that Super Tuned Tony kart was running as high as inside the top 5, crossed the line back in 7th, and battling for that spot with Elliott Cox. All of a sudden now he is done and out of heat number 2.
And you can see it on screen right there. That tire is not supposed to face like that. So we've got issues going on there, and that's why he said he was out. Back to the front. We are looking at Stolz-Hermanis holding off Miles, and still right there is Kardashian. Kudos to Kardashian earlier. Did not throw it right back in after that hip check. They kept things rolling. They're still in the fight.
Nice pass from ZCD. Zach Clemente-Mello getting by an Elliott Cox. He's also up 9 positions. Had a great drive forward in his first heat race, making up spots. So the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic driver, Captain Canada there, closing his way forward. We go out at turn number 7 here. It's Frankie Mossman on the Team Bennick CRG. Then you go back, you'll find Caleb Schrader, and then there's Jeremy Fletcher in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. He's up 14 spots, looking for another one. Make it 15. He gets by Schrader in turn 10.
Fletcher definitely on the move across the line. He's one of the faster drivers on course. Him and Frankie Mossman making some inroads. Obviously 15 spots up for Fletcher. His next victim will be Mossman.
And that's, again, with just a little bit of time left, but he's got a couple up the road, and they could battle pretty quickly there in that middle group. That's Hodgson, a second or so up on Jones, and these guys are way up the road from him, nearly 4 seconds up from J3 Competition Comp Kart Factory driver Oliver Hodgson to Alexander Kardashian. Christian Miles last time by was purple, fastest on the racetrack by 2/10 over Thomas Stolz-Hermanis. He could get himself a little bit of redemption, maybe pay the favor back. With 2 laps to go, Miles was 1 corner away from keeping Stolz-Hermanis behind him in that first heat. Stolz-Hermanis around the outside got it done. Let's see if Christian Miles can flip the script and be the one to get by. Here he goes, turn 1, new leader, Christian Miles through on the BJR MDR Lando Norris kart.
You can see the work he did under the braking zone. Slide, catch, slide, catch, slide, catch, and then nailed the apex perfectly to take over the lead.
Great move there for Christian Miles. So Alexander Kardashian in the catbird seat. He continues to watch this battle develop as they exit turn number 7. So over to turn number 8 here this time. Stolz-Hermanis not going to go by just yet. Stays in line out of turn number 9 over to turn number 10. And Christian Miles has himself in the same spot he was just earlier this morning in Heat 1 with Stolz-Hermanis right behind him. White flag in the air. Here they go down the backstretch. Stolz-Hermanis gets to the inside before Miles can block, and he's going to take over the lead to turn 1.
I almost thought that Miles was going to do the crossover there, but he actually just stayed right in line. We know what can happen here in these last couple of corners. Look at those guys get over the curbs quick. They actually are able to gap Kardashian there. It's going to be a 2-horse race. They go down to turn number 7. Look over the shoulder for Stolz-Hermanis. Not going to happen. Yes, it is. Miles to the inside. Crossover. Here goes Stolz-Hermanis. Can't do it there. One more shot in turn 9 and 10.
Well, Stolz-Hermanis did it once before. What does he do this time? Miles goes low to block. Stolz-Hermanis not close enough to get to the inside. Maybe he is. He tries it. Contact. Miles hangs the outside. This time he wins it here in heat number 2. And a lot of respect from Thomas Stolz-Hermanis there. You got to give him credit. He could have thrown that in, knocked him sideways, but instead he knew it was a late dive bomb move. And we got problems here. This is one of the PSL karting drivers that went around there. That's the 969.
Yes, it is.
And that was Anthony Freeze, who really kind of got sideways on the final lap after making up a lot of spots. But yeah, like I said, big credit Thomas Stolz-Hermanis. He could have made that one ugly, but he appreciated that Christian Miles gave him the outside lane in that first heat, and he showed that respect back. That was cool.
Absolutely. I'm loving what we're seeing out of these top drivers right now in this category, and what that also does, it sets the tone with your competitors for what's going to happen in the later races in the main. They're not going to put the bumper to you as much as they're going to go try to race you clean.
Yeah, so great stuff there from KA100 Sr Groups B versus D, presented by AMR Medic West. So, again, Christian Miles the winner, Stolz-Hermanis second. You see, unfortunately for John Burke, Aiden Levy, and Oliver Calvo, All drivers starting inside the top 15 now with results in the 40s. But Alexander Kardashian, Oliver Hodgson, Frankie Mossman, Chase Jones, Jeremy Fletcher up 16 spots to 7th. ZCD, Zach Claminamello up 11 to 8th. Connor Ferris ends out 9th. Caleb Schrader 10th. And national number 3, Cedric Lupian, picked up 10 spots to get to 11th. Track cleanup underway. When we come back, KA100 Masters is ready to go here from Las Vegas.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovk.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and RK chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back, Trackside Live here for the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25. The Kart Chaser live stream presented by Porsche. KA100 Master headed onto the racetrack. Meanwhile, we've also got our Heat 2 winner in KA100 Sr Groups B and D. Christian Miles in the Brandon Jarstrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris Kart is down with Kendall.
Down here with Christian in that heat race, but what was going through on that last lap when you were sitting second?
Well, I knew that he wasn't going to block at the first part of the lap, so I just wanted to be in control of the race, so I sent it when I could.
So what's your mindset going into the rest of the weekend, knowing that you've had a good so far?
Well, tomorrow it's just another heat race, so I just want to get good points, but Sunday it's going to be totally different because we're actually going for the main event.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend, Christian.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall, there. Christian Miles, like he said, Heat 3, when you got a second-place result, Mike, and a first-place result, it's just another heat. You know, he doesn't need to go set the world on fire. He's pretty much locked into those first couple rows at this point.
Locked in as long as he finishes right around that same area, right? So to your point, it's just another heat race. You don't need to go get it. Let it come to you. Be smart. On the flip side, our Masters drivers right now have a tale of two different stories. We got some people who need to go get it, especially like our buddy Rob Howden in the back.
Well, let's see how he can do here as we see that the Orsilon Racing, Tony Kart, Renato Yater, David, he could be looking at Heat 3 as just another heat race because he dominated Heat number 1. But part of that was the seas really parted for him because they crashed it up from rows 3 and 4 on back. let's see if the KA100 Masters can keep turn 1 a little bit cleaner. Funny enough, right, the KA100 Seniors took it on the chin almost all year long with how rough the racing was. And the old guys were the dirtiest class here. And it wasn't dirty. Okay, I will say that. But it was the most karts we saw spun around in turn number 1.
To be fair, they did that prior to the passing zone, though. So
they did. So maybe it was just, I don't know. Some stuff in Masters I don't think you can ever explain. As they head down the stram lines, we're set to go green. David, Romalo, looking for the green flag, and the old men are underway down in turn number 1 as they head to the first corner. And it is all Renato Yater, David getting through. Bobby Kelly to second. We've got a couple collected there. They've wrecked on the straightaway. Oh, my goodness, man. We have 6 cars collected down the backstretch, and they're going to try and get them all clear. But the KA100 Master start just can't seem to get it fully clean, man. It was no different than their qualifying. We've got another handful collected on the front stretch. They're going to try and clear it up before the leaders get there. They're headed into the final hairpins now, so about maybe 10 more seconds. We'll see Renato Yater, David, Bobby Kelly lead the way out of turn number 10 here, Mike.
Unbelievable. It is clear by the time they get through there, and right now it is Jotter and Kelly. Adios. We've seen this before. Kelly able to hang out with Jotter there, and they're just pulling away. Keep it smart, get that finish. Mulinati, how about that start for him? He's in 3rd right now. Other drivers moving on up a little bit further back. Jaime Labastida up to 10th. He's up 5 spots already.
So as they head through the chicane there, you can see most of the karts getting cleared off the racetrack as we exit here out of turn number 6. We're now going to work over to turn number 7. Laurentiu Mardan leading that second group. There's a pass from Roman Padons. Danilo Romalo not scoring on the timing monitor that time by, and it didn't look like he was in the pack. So Romalo had an issue at the end of the first lap. He wasn't collected in that tram line deal. I think he might be over in the infield at turn number 4. So turn 4 at the entrance of the second chicane. I believe we've got Danilo Romalo on the side of the racetrack, if I'm not mistaken. So you got David, Bobby Kelly, that's 1st and 3rd from the opening heat race. Romalo, we'll see when we go by here. There's 2, there's 3, headed to 4, just out of view there from us. There's into 4. That's Romalo. I think that's Danilo Romalo in that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic, no?
No idea what happened there. Unbelievable, but Romalo out after starting on the front row.
Crazy stuff for the Brazilian. So now he's going to go into Heat 3 on Saturday, and we got one on the wall out of turn 7. Big contact in the wall. That is Roman Padons. He was inside the top 10. And
he was 8th last time across the line.
Or no, is that not? That's the 419. Is that Jamie Siraki? Jamie Siraki.
Yes, Padons just went across. You're right.
Padons good. Siraki was up in the top 15. Jamie Siraki tagging the wall in turn number 7. So Jamie Siraki getting into the outside retaining wall. He got back going. He's going to lose about 15, 20 spots, though, unfortunately. So chaos continues to rule. Padons is good. Apologies to the Padons family, but Jamie Siraki, Mr. Franklin Motorsports, unfortunately, some bad luck here in heat number 2.
A little bit as we go and we look at the front, there's one driver well off the pace. They're just trying to let everybody by. Couldn't quite tell who that is. Looks like a Magic Kart driver.
Yeah, letting everyone through, kind of giving away. Here is Mulinati leading over Laurentiu Mardan. That is 3rd and 4th after everything's shaken out. Renato Yater David continuing to pull away. This has been a dominant start to his weekend. Now we got a change for 3rd coming. Here comes Laurentiu Mardan on Eric Mulinati, and the Techno Kart takes over P3 there in turn number 1. Mulinati back to 4th. Back right in 5th there, Kyle Walther making up for a bad heat number 1, and Martin Stone in the 6th spot as they head through 4 and 5.
And Stone looking like he's going to have something here, possibly in turn number 7. Stone going to be looking to make the move on Walther as they go down to the inside. Not this time.
So Martin Stone not close enough there out of turn 7 here. Half a car length back in KA Master as they go through turn 8 there. A little sideways for Laurentiu Mardan ahead of Eric Mulinati. Out of turn number 9 over to turn number 10. They'll exit the final corner, head onto the front straightaway, halfway in, halfway home. 5 down, 5 to go. Laurentiu Mardan pulling away from Eric Mulinati safely there, it looks like, into 3rd.
Mardan, back-to-back purple laps, and actually 4/10 of a lap faster than Kelly that time, 2/10 faster than David. So Mardan, the driver on the move, already starting to pull away from Mulinati and starting to bridge the gap up to Kelly, but he's got about a 1.5 seconds to get there.
So here they go now with 4 laps to go at the line. We'll see if Martin Stone can arrive on the scene while Kyle Walther is just right there with him. So they're closing on Molinari. We got a crash further back. Chris Jennings, one of the drivers involved in the 440. The other is the 455 of Travis Roberts. So terrible crash there. That was in the chicane, I think.
This once again to turn 2-3. That first chicane is definitely calamity corner for a lot of drivers.
Billy Musgrave continues to dig through the field on the factory kart. He'll almost be in the view here in this middle of the top 10 battle. He's up 6 spots into the top 10. Andrew Fallon is up 9. Bryn Nuttall up 4. Ryan Castor is up 13 on the Maranello, digging towards the front of the field. So Renato Yater-David, 3 laps to go this time by.
We talked about Billy Musgrave making some inroads fast this last time, and that's actually going to be where we got a good fight on our hands right now. Mario Barrios in that same group. They were side-by-sides that came out of 7. It is Barrios right there along with, at least I believe it was Barrios. Try to catch that again. 412, excuse me. Johnny Blair. So Blair, Uchinsky, Musgrave, all in that same group. Through the chicane and watching Molinari. Now Molinari trying to hold off Walter, who's found a little something, trying to bounce back from his previous heat. Stone right there with Walter as well. Not close enough to make anything happen in turn number 7. Going to be 2 to go. This time by for our leader, Renato Jotter. Has it well in hand. P2 is Bobby Kelly. Laurento Mardan right there. Laurento Mardan once again. Fastest lap. Mardan and Kelly. That's going to be the fight. Not close enough this time as you see him go by through your screen. There's the fight in the back of the train. Stone trying to keep the pressure on Walter. But it's Mardan and Kelly on screen right now. That is for second. Only about a lap and a half to go. Mardan's been quickest. He's been able to close up into Kelly. Only 1 kart length off. Look over the shoulder from Kelly. Not going to see any defense this time. He had enough of a gap. Issues in turn number 1 once again. A couple of drivers, actually, I think it's the second time they've had problems. White flag in the air. I expect to see something out of Mardan this time as they go down the straightaway. Mardan trying to get the toe off of Kelly. Down at turn number 1. Here comes Mardan. Mardan to the inside. Kelly looking for the crossover. Not going to happen. Mardan and Kelly nose-tail through the chicane. Just off the back of them is Molinari. Catbird seat. He's got a shot at picking off either 3rd or 2nd. Out front, Jotter has this well in hand. Only 2 more corners for Jotter. Just behind him, the fight now looks to be for 3rd. Will Molinari have anything for him? But right now, it is Jotter picking up another heat win. Across the line is Mardan, and at the line, Molinari. Molinari by 25 thousandths. Picks off Bobby Kelly right at the end. So it's David, Mardan, Molinari, Kelly, and Walter holding off a late charge from Martin Stone for P5. Not sure what's going on at the start of these Masters heat races. I'd be curious if our buddy David Cole or somebody can get down there and start talking to some of these guys, but that's twice. Take a look at our official standings here. Again, it is Renato Jotter in first, Mardan second, then Molinari, Kelly, Walter, your top 5. We roll on through the rest of the finishing order. Martin Stone 6th, Billy Musgrave up 9 spots to 7th, Uchinsky 8th, Johnny Blair 9th, Jami Labastida in 10th. So KA Masters second heat in the books now. We've got one more for the morning sessions and the heat races. We've got micros coming up next. We'll be back with you here shortly.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act.
That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
Welcome back. SKUSA SuperNationals 25. We've got Micro Swift, brought to you by Paralyn USA. Fired up on grid, getting ready to put in the books. Heat 2 for them, on track right now. Antonio Pizzonia and Alexander Procuna going to be the top two, going to lead things into turn number 1, followed by Rocco Simone, Jackson Gibson, and then Troy Ferguson, Cameron Marcia for row 3. Matias Ramajo, Jackson Porter in row 4. Remember, Porter having to bounce back from that issue right out of the gate. Porter's going to be all right on this outlap. Bowen Green had a similar issue, going to start 9th, and Nicholas Orbezo rounds out your top 10.
So as we get set to go once again here, we saw Rocco Simone really be able to kind of put on a clinic. It looked like, I would say he had on single car speed, Mike, probably a 2/10 on him, because if you could be a half-tenth or pull a couple car lengths away from a pack in micro, you've got a lot of speed. That draft is huge in this class. So really, really impressive out of the series champion Rocco Simone to be able to pull away like he did in heat number 1. As they slowly start to form up to turn number 8 here, we'll bring the field together. Antonio Pizzonia looking good. You made a good point that there in that first heat. Looked like Mateus Romalo really was struggling. Kart kind of bound up through those chicanes, so you have to imagine the REM camp making a couple adjustments to that Paralyn. The good part here is they've got guys with that same go-kart running up front. Hard to say how much in knowledge is being kind of traded and info traded between all the different teams up at the front, because you've got 4 different operations with Paralyn go-karts inside the top 10. You've got Mateus Romalo there with Racing Edge Motorsports. You have Rocco Simone on the Paralyn USA factory team. You have the SLC team for Alexander Procuna in second, and you have Orsolone Racing on the pole with Antonio Pizzonia Jr. So 4 different teams all making the Paralyn karts roll here in the Micro Swift class. And now as they head toward the tram lines, lots of break in formation, but we're green to turn number 1. Where does everybody file into line? Way down the inside's Romalo. He's going to stuff it on Troy Ferguson. Getting through. Big contact there. We got about 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nearly 10 karts around in turn 1.
The one driver on the outside didn't actually get things cut down, actually stuffed it in there, and everybody else behind him had nowhere to go. And then there was a separate incident right at the apex where those drivers had nowhere to go. Those drivers towards the back still stacked up and still trying to get cleared out by the SKUSA officials.
They're going to do everything they can to clear it out by the leaders to make that a green flag zone when we get back around there. Here we are on the opening circuit. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. leads them out of turn number 9 over to 10. Rocco Simone second. Right in line in third is Mateus Romalo with a big dive bomb on the start. Nico Orbezo going wide there. He got passed by Troy Ferguson in turn number 10. Here they go down the backstretch once again. 1 lap down, 9 to go. And it is all about Antonio Pizzonia Jr. for the moment. But here comes Rocco Simone, and he's got a train coming with him. There goes Procuna. There goes Jackson Gibson in the RPG Cosmic. Move Pizzonia Jr. back to 4th, and Rocco Simone at the point.
Pizzonia's got to be like, seriously? I can't lead for a second? Same thing happened to him last one where he was out front, worked back, and then had to work back up to the front. Now, once again, Pizzonia had to do work.
Yeah, and in both cases, right, I mean, it wasn't a single position lost. It was 4 or 5 lost as well. So not only is he getting past quick, it's just 1 pass, and he loses 4, and now he's going to lose another. There goes Ferguson on the inside of that was on Cameron Marcia back for 5th. Marcia's going to lose 2 more as down the inside goes Jackson Porter in the factory Hy-V factory kart, and we got a problem. In the wall is Luke Giglio right in front of the field out of the final corner. Luke Giglio around in the Alonso kart for Team Motaz Sport. He's going to get back going at the tail end of the field. Made hard contact with the outside barriers.
Luckily, everybody able to get around him and keep rolling. Unfortunate for him. The rest of the field continues on. As we look on board right now, or excuse me, on screen, the fight out front is nose to tail. Not trying to let Simone get away. Carrying the speed through the corner, and now it is Simone and Procuna leading Gibson and Nato.
So 4-car breakaway really here with Gibson and Nito right there, and then a little gap back to Troy Ferguson, but he's making up some ground. Again, there is Jackson Porter in the Hy-V factory car. There's a pass for the lead. Back and forth. Crossover move by Simone. He keeps the spot. Procuna back to second, but he'll be right there on the bumper down the backstretch. Maybe makes another run in 1. Here he goes, and he's going to have company. 3 drivers lined up on the inside. They'll freight train Rocco Simone down to turn number 1.
Just like that, from first to third, you got actually now back to fourth because Nato was able to get through there too. So new leader, Procuna, followed by Gibson, and then you got Nato up there as well.
So good spot there for Rocco Simone to at least slot into line to fourth, but great pass by Alexander Procuna. Here's Simone, quickly gets 1 spot back. He takes over third away from Nito Jr. And Troy Ferguson now locks onto the bumper as they head for turn number 8. 3 down, 7 to go, coming to put 6 to go at the line. And it is all Alexander Procuna and Jackson Gibson now by nearly 4 car lengths back to Rocco Simone, Nito Jr., Ferguson, and Royce Vega joining the train. 5 spots gained, fastest lap of the session. Royce Vega's on the move. There goes his teammate Troy Ferguson to the inside of Nito Jr. Too early, tucked back in, tucks out again. Inside, P4 for the number 2.
Crossover move happens again. Nato does not want to lose any more spots. Had been there, done that already. Doesn't want to go backwards, wants to go forwards. Now it's time to start pushing. Up front, it is a 3-kart breakaway. Simone's now already caught back up to Gibson. Gibson had the close up on the main straightaway. Did not make the move. Might have been a mistake.
So here we go over towards turn number 8 this time. It is going to be down the inside there. Single file, no blocking yet from Alexander Procuna. Jackson Gibson's close. Procuna taking a little longer to get wide. Here comes Simone to the inside. Gets through just barely at the end of the corner. Good little bit of respect. Gave way. Didn't fully get clear. He left the lane to fully get himself by.
And once again, we were seeing purple laps coming. Simone was purple for a second before Matias Ramajo took it away. Now up to the inside. Another shot at it. No. Carrying a lot of speed with Procuna. You see that car sideways, trying to carry that speed through the outside. You're going to hold on to lead there, Procuna.
So here we go through the chicane. It is all about Alexander Procuna up front. He's been able to hang on to the lead for the moment, but Rocco Simone making up the spots. Got to run, looking inside. New leader, the number 1, back to the point. Simone takes the lead in the Parolin USA Factory Parolin.
That was absolutely perfect by Procuna, just slotting right back and back on the inside. Oh, he took a look. Wide goes Simone. Is there another shot for the inside here? Not going to happen. Nose to tail, and now we have the entire group of 7, I believe, here at the front, nose to tail.
What a pack. Keep an eye on Jackson Porter in that Hy-Vee factory cart closing back in. He's got company coming with him as well. 3 drivers together. Cameron Marcia, Mateus Ramallo looking forward. Another change in the lead. Down the inside and clear. Alexander Procuna back to the point in turn 1.
Top 6 scratch was what it is up there, and as you say, Jackson Porter 7th on back, trying to bring the rest of the group there, and this is not going to be hard to do as the fight continues. Up the inside, that was for 3rd. I believe that was Nato making it happen again, so the story is exactly the same. Antonio's out front, falls to the group, back of the group, now working his way back to the front here, still with a couple laps to go.
So there goes again Alexander Procuna keeping that top spot, passing back whenever he loses it. Rocco Simone trying to do the same. They're both top of the tier. At this point when the pack gets this big, you cannot be patient. You have to make a pass every time you go backwards. You got to fight that momentum, right? That's what a lot of the guys in the single-speed classes call it because it's so easy to pass. You got to fight that backwards momentum and go back to the front. Rocco Simone doing that, passing through the field here as well. Jackson Porter gets by on Jackson Gibson. Cameron Marshall going to get both of them. Great move by the Nitro Kart driver. We got problems in the chicane. Problems for, I believe that was maybe Vega or I think in the wall over there. I don't know who we just lost. It is not going to be Vega. And I'm not sure who we just lost out of that pack. Ferguson's still in it. No, that was the lapper. I'm sorry, that was the lap kart driver that was supposed to get into the scale line. He missed it, and he pulled out away for the leaders. Good move there by the lap traffic. Nito Jr. gets move done on Procuna, but overshoots it. Procuna side by side through 11, and they're 2x2 with 2 laps to go. Rocco Simone, big lead. We're 3 wide. 3 wide for second. Here comes Troy Ferguson with his teammate in tow, and it's Bennick 2-3 as Ferguson gets help from Royce Vega.
We're seeing a lot of times where drivers are getting a little bit of a tow, but then the next set of drivers right behind him get even a bigger tow, and they're able to make the move. Will Vega make the move on his teammate? Not here. Could be in turn 7. Time is running out.
As we go to turn number 7 here this time, Rocco Simone now has Troy Ferguson, national number 1, national number 2, and you'll see who comes out on top in Vegas on Heat 2 here in just a moment because we're coming to the white flag. Simone way wide out of turn number 8. Over to 9, it's Simone. Ferguson, Vega, side by side for fourth. Give it to Antonio Nito Jr. Here comes Cameron Marcia. He'll take the fifth spot away as well from Procunha. Gets through there as the white flag waves for the rest of the field.
Best opportunity coming up right here. Are they close enough to make the move? Defense out of Simone, but you got the Bennett carts right behind him looking for a crossover perhaps. No, not going to happen. Through the S's here for the final time in this heat race. The Bennett carts are close enough. That is Ferguson putting the pressure on Simone.
So into turn number 6. Out of it, over to 7. Here goes Ferguson. He's close enough, forces defense out of Simone. Can he cross him up out of the corner? Big move, big momentum. He's got a nose to the inside. Simone drives him down to the wall, holds the lead. Through 8, they're on the bottom in the dirty side of the track. Now, final time, into the last corner. Simone's going to block low. Ferguson's got to do the same. Vega to the high side, little love tap. Here comes Royce Vega. They're 3 wide across the line. It is going to be Rocco Simone. Wow, what a finish. Our first 3 wide, and I don't think it'll be our last, Mike.
I love this layout. This
Oh,
final couple of corners has turned out to be an action-packed set. So much damn fun to watch.
Awesome, awesome stuff here. What a way to cap off the morning sessions. The young guns, the youngsters, as young as 7 years old, putting on one of the best shows here, as always, at the SuperKarts USA National and now Super National events. And what a finish. Rocco Simone hangs on, sweeps the heat races here on Friday, puts him in the perfect position into Saturday. Simone, Ferguson, Vega, Cameron Marcia with a great move to get into the top 5 late. Jackson Gibson rounds off the 5th and final spot inside the top 5. He hangs on by a couple hundreds over Antonio Nito Jr. Jackson Porter in that Hy-Vee factory cart running 7th at the end. Mateus Romalo 8th. Procunha falls all the way down to 9th on the final circuit. And the next pack headed off by Leonardo Gorski over Orbezo, Majeski, Kegel, Benitamin, and Drew Waltz to round the top 15. Lots of cleanup to do, Mike. Obviously, a good amount of races through the heat races this morning. I think one of the best parts about it all, though, no red flags. We made it through the entire morning sessions here, and it was just clean, hard racing. There was some parts, some chaos, one full course yellow, but hey, the red flags haven't flown yet. That's a good sight to see.
No, absolutely. I mean, temporary courses have their inherent issues and things like that make things a little bit, chancy, if you will, but everybody's done a really good job of either clearing out things if they had to. Obviously, the SKUSA officials killing it with that deal. But the track is racing really well. There's a good amount of space, so if something bad does happen, I mean, the Masters are proving it. If something happens even on the straight, you can still find your way through.
Yeah, I mean, at least we're able to get through. So, again, great racing action here. For those of you watching on the live stream back home and around the world, we've got awesome viewership from all you guys. Thank you so much for the support so far. We're live here from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino for Las Vegas. Mike Smith here in the booth, Xander Clemens with Kart Chaser and eKartingNews.com's Rob Howden's about to take off the driver's suit, put on the headset. He'll join us for the afternoon sessions. We'll come back with final practice for Friday, and then Heat 1 and Heat 2 for all the afternoon groups. X30 Seniors coming, Pro Shifters coming, the 2 classes, the headline divisions with 15K on the line.
And
it's going to be awesome.
Under the lights.
We finish under the lights. Nothing like it. Nothing like night racing here in Vegas. Nearly 600 drivers, thousands of people here in attendance, and we can't wait to share it all with you. We'll go on to our lunch break now. Let the hardworking SuperKarts USA TrackWorks team be able to get themselves a little bit of water, some food in their system, and get geared up because tonight's going to be crazy.
Can't wait, man. It's going to be awesome.
Stick with us, folks. Again, that kicks off here in just about an hour with final practice. We'll take a break on the mic here. Enjoy the beautiful Vegas skyline here, the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. A commercial break, a lunch break, and we come back with all the same racing action with the night groups here from Vegas. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back if you're just joining us online to the SKUSA SuperNationals 25. Afternoon warm-up sessions now underway. Racing to take place later on this afternoon at 2:20 Pacific time, 5:20 Eastern time, with Mini Swift, which is on track right now for their warm-up session. Again, if you're just joining us online, you can keep an eye on the live timing and watch the cameras keep on-track action on the feed. Again, these are just warm-up sessions. All of our drivers going through qualifying yesterday. These warm-up sessions, just one last shot to get things shaked out before racing commences this afternoon. Again, warm-up sessions underway. Check out live timing. We're going to be racing this afternoon at 2:20 with Mini. Back with more. The SKUSA SuperNats 25 with racing, heat races this afternoon. Gales Mock just joining us here. You got the entire morning off. I was just, and by off I mean not on the mic.
I was about to say, I don't know about off on that one, but no, I was definitely not up in the booth. I'm just filling in here until Rob and Zader can join you back up in the booth as well. But underway here with warm-up right now. So, Mike, we just had qualifying yesterday, heat races today. I was down on the pit, or on the grid area, I should say, doing some interviews with our own Kendall Hedge. I couldn't really see a whole lot. All I could see was the one straightaway. How was it overall?
I think the racing's awesome. It's been a lot of fun to call, a lot of fun to watch. Drivers being very creative with where they're able to make moves happen. Here in afternoon warm for these drivers, they haven't gotten a chance to go wheel to wheel yet. We'll get a chance to see them here in a little bit. Right now, they're just working out the bugs. And if the afternoon's anything like what we saw in the morning, it's going to be a lot of action as all these groups are faster. You know, the minis quicker than the micros, so these are the quicker of the cadets just by class structure. And then, of course, our X30s for the single speed instead of KA, and naturally the shifters, the big dogs here at SuperNats.
Yeah, I think the only actual major, I guess you can call it, event for the day that I saw was the first heat in the KA Senior, the final pass that happened here over this hairpin into turn 10, and I was a little bit worried looking at the layout about if we were able to get side-by-side finishes, but between that and the Micro Swift, I think there's a decent amount all the way through.
Oh, yeah, for sure. This last complex has ended up being a lot of fun to call. Turn 8 to 9 is still fairly single file as drivers are taking a more narrow entry into turn 9, but turn 10 is opened up to an extremely good passing zone. Not only that, but being defensive is not necessarily a clear-cut hold on to it, and that's what you want for a final corner. You don't want it to be a defense wins the day every time, as we saw from Tomas getting it done around the outside, which is awesome to watch.
Yeah, and I was talking to Miles, too, who was the one who got past, then passed it again between heat races 1 and 2. I was talking to him about the track overall, and the one thing most drivers are talking about when I was up and down on grid is just, one, how cold it is. Stanfield, I was talking to him after the first heat race with the KA Senior. He told me that he said he couldn't wait to get off the track because of how cold he was getting on there. And Miles made a good point, too. He said there's roughly about a 20-minute interval throughout the entire day where the track is, we can call optimal. He goes, but it's kind of backwards because he's running both the KA and the X30. He said that as the day gets up, track starts to come in, you get out at its prime, and then the afternoon session, it starts to fade away. But I'm not entirely sure that's 100% accurate, as we saw from yesterday in the shifters. Some of the faster times that we saw came once the sun was down.
Well, you're still getting big power with the cold air, right?
Absolutely.
So no matter how you scratch it, the cooler it gets, the more power you get. It's just you need to be able to put that power down. So I think, and it's also kind of a moot point, right? Shifters don't care what the morning sessions are like because they're not going to be out there. So it's and to Miles' point about the two different single speed classes, whether it be KA or X30, you got what you got.
Absolutely, and that is going to do it for the first warm up for our Mini Swifts. It looks like it is Ty Fisher on point right now for the fastest of that group. They got 7 laps in total. Speaking of shifters, here comes the first group up next. That is going to be our shifter master rolling out here shortly. I believe we're going to send it down to a commercial break. When we come back, we still got more of the rest of the morning warm-up. Following that, we're going to get into the first heat races of the afternoon session.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TK&A Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Here we are back with our live stream again, just a warm-up, letting everybody stay on top of what's going on here. Again, just the warm-up sessions here for the afternoon classes. We have Master Shifter on track right now. I see John Baldessari having a bit of an issue there, had to get fired back up, continue on. Afternoon warm-up here, just about getting things dialed in for these drivers. We already had our morning heat races done and dusted. These drivers will have a pair of heat races this afternoon once they get done with their warm-up program.
Yeah, looking down through some of these drivers, you want to talk about stacked fields. This is one for probably the most stacked we've seen for Master Shifter in a long time. If you're looking down through some of the names from qualifying, I mean, AJ Nowd, he's popular out in the Midwest back in his prime, I guess you can say, when he was running in the senior category. He's been fast in Masters almost all year long. John Crow, someone else who's been around for a while. He's actually if I'm not mistaken, he's a carbon fiber engineer for IndyCar, and he comes from the Indianapolis area. Skitchy Barnes, I mean, you want to talk about someone who loves coming out here to SuperNet, someone who's always someone we like to watch. He's one as well, coming all the way from Bermuda. I was talking to Joe Ruck yesterday. This was a little bit of a last-minute deal for him. He originally had not planned to come out as a driver. He was just going to come out and just watch and hang out. He got a call from a Modelo, I believe, to make an appearance, and first time ever in the chassis of itself. It comes from that CRG off-brand. He's used to running on the Race Factory along with that as well. Before then, he was on the DR. So he told me that he enjoyed it. He's just out here having a good time. It was kind of a last-minute session for him, but he said that overall, I think they're going to be competitive. They're going for the longer game, not trying to show all their cards in qualifying, but they think they got a good run for him as well for that team.
not trying to show your cards in qualifying. If there was maybe a time to show them, that would be a good time to do it. But that means he's got a little something in the tank, and we'll see once we go racing if it comes to fruition. Of course, David Foray circulating right now. Just get things dialed in. Finally goes to the top. He was our pole sitter overall here in Master Shifter. Foray, obviously a legend in karting, especially in Europe. Foray top in the charts, and right there with him, your P2 qualifying driver, Brian Keck. Getting afternoon warm-up of the initial session for these guys. Is trying to work out some kinks, make sure things are dialed in. We've got Master Shifter on track. We already had many. We've got X30 Sr, X30 Jr, X30 Masters before we finish things up with a pair of Pro Shifter Heat races.
Looking down the order right now, looks like Brian Click actually got bumped down to P3 overall here for the practice as Antonio Ponzania Jr. makes his way up to P2. Larry Pegram in the 4th position. Joe Ruck rounding out your top 5. And then some other notable names too. Someone who we haven't talked about, or I haven't talked about enough. I can only hear you guys off and off how loud it is on the pit lane. But Jordan Musser, I mean, you want to talk about talent all the way from the start back in his time of running in the shifter category. Definitely competitor when it comes to King of the Streets as well. He finds himself inside the top 10. And, I mean, you would talk about shifters being a stacked class, nearly 44 carts. We got one hard in the barrier up here.
The 696. That is not what you want to be doing in the warm-up session. 690, Antonel Barcelona. Putting it in the fence here, exit turn number 2. He looks all right.
Yeah, thankfully he is all right. That was a hard impact for that Praga. The back left is bent up almost over the exhaust pipe itself. It's not really the most optimal position you want to be in when you come into a wreck out of here at turn 10, kind of a blind corner on the exit of it. But thankfully everyone doing a good job trying to stay out of the way. Checkered flag is now out for our Master Shifter. So they're trying to get that cart picked up and out of the way as the track workers, as ever, always on top of it, making sure they can keep everybody safe. And that is going to do it here for the practice for that first group.
So as you say, that'll do it for Master Shifter. We'll go ahead and take a bit of a break here before we move on the order in morning warm-up, or it's going to be an afternoon. I'm going to be saying that the whole time. Warm-up sessions here for our afternoon group. The X30 Sr up next.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
And welcome back here for warm-ups for the afternoon session. We just got done with our shifter master category. Now we're getting on to our X30 seniors. This is one of the highlight events to keep an eye on this afternoon. It is probably going to be one of the most exciting events. It's already been exciting so far this morning with both heat races that we had for our morning groups, which consist of the KA categories, both Master, Senior, and Junior, along with our micro division. We had some good heat races so far, and now we're going to get underway here with our afternoon, with some call the big boys, I guess you can say, with the, not to put anything down on anyone that ran this morning, but as far as speed goes, this is going to be the faster categories with the 125 gearbox and single speed.
Indeed, we have the X30 seniors out on course. This is the Q2 group. Q1 to follow. X30 seniors, over 80 drivers total. We were talking about what you want to be doing in these warm-ups, and it's about not doing that. 311. It's just costly, you know. You got everything dialed in. It's Isaac Feiner. Going to rebound from that little jaunt.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a gambling man he is with that, but after impacting the barriers like that, the position that he did, and being able to carry on, I think maybe he should try his hand at blackjack because luck may be in his favor today.
And there's another driver. This one into turn number 6 barrier. From here, I can't tell who that is. But it's warm-up. It's warm-up. Oh, man, that might be Travis Varney. That might be forward directions Travis Varney on the side.
Yeah, while we try to get an eye on that, I think we're going to set it down to our own Kendall Hedge, who has caught up to Alessandro DiTullio, someone who is coming back in the seat this afternoon. So, Kendall, take it away.
Down here at Alessandro DiTullio. Ale, how's your weekend been going so far?
It's been a pretty good weekend. We've been top 5 pace all week, which has been good. We tried some stuff in some practice sessions, didn't go as well. So yeah, we've been just trying to execute everything out of the go-kart, and for now it's been going well, so I'm just looking forward to the heats. I'm looking forward to just finish top 5 in the heats, just get good points, and start in the front for the final.
What are you anticipating from both these heat races today?
I'm just going to try to keep it clean. The tires they get used white like a lot, especially in turn 1, like the graining and stuff, so we need to watch out for that. We need to save the tires so that we have good tires for the last heat. And then the most important thing is just keep it clean and get good points to start in the front for the final.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Ale.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall. Again, catching up with Alessandro DiTullio, someone who we saw in the SKUSA Pro Tour down in the, both Miamis that we had in rounds 1 through 4. Very competitive down there. Again, that is home territory for him, representing the Paralyn Kart USA. And if you think back to that time, he didn't have any teammates to bounce information off of. He did it by himself. This weekend, though, I think he's getting a little bit of help here from some extra data coming in.
I'll tell you what's a huge thing when you get a chance to bounce ideas or bounce data off of people. If you're a privateer and you're just trying to do it on your own, I mean, you can learn a bunch on your own, but getting a chance to go, hey, what are you doing in that corner? What are you doing over here? What gear are you running? You know, having teammates or being a part of a larger group sure does pay dividends, especially when you come to a temporary circuit and an event like SuperNats.
And also going along with that, too, is as far as setup goes, if someone's trying something else on a setup, maybe you're doing something a little bit differently, you can go back, compare the data, be like, all right, this adjustment here was better in the tighter stuff, this was better in the longer stuff, and you can go from there as well. So it's crucial to not only figure stuff out here, but just be able to gather as much information as you can. It's kind of like doing a research project where the more information you have, the better outcome you can get as well. And that's, again, part of it here at SuperNats. Like you said exactly, it is a temporary track where everyone's learning.
Yeah, and to that point, as a driver, you know, you might be like, man, I feel really good in this section, but I'm messing this one up over here. What are you doing over there? And you can overlay that data and see what changes you need to make. If you start looking at that multi-driver tent here where they're all in the same class, this driver might be good in this section, this person's good in this section, you put it all together, now the entire team gets faster. There's another axle here to add to our warm-up list of drivers. Not get when they need to be getting here.
Yeah, that's typically something you may see out of Wednesday practice, where maybe you're trying to experiment a little bit more. But when it comes to warm up before your heats, you would think that maybe your experimenting of corners would get a little bit more narrow as it goes down. So maybe people are trying some different lines after we saw this morning. The crossover move is possible out of turn 10. So maybe some people are trying to just maybe get a little bit too antsy about getting back on the throttle, trying to figure out some lines.
Yeah, I mean, I'm giving myself a cushion on the exits, on the edges. I don't want to. Your number one priority is to bring it back in one piece, and ideally learn some stuff. But not to beat a dead horse, but you need to really just calm down. Make sure you bring it back, guys. The mechanics would certainly like if you did that.
Some of the, when I was growing up as a kid in the street racing categories of Indiana, Kyle Wiegand is one of the most competitive drivers when it comes to anything street racing. Brought up a good point. He said that when it comes to take and give, you want to take 85 and then give about maybe 10 to 15 as far as giving up a corner. You want to take 80% of the track, but give just about 20 to 15% to the barriers to let it go. So the checker flag is out for our X30 Sr again, group number 1. Group 2 about to go out after that as well. And once we get through all the warm-ups, we'll get going here with some heat races. We're going to have 2 heat races for the afternoon classes for all the categories. Still yet to come here this afternoon, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have the second group for X30 Sr making the way out on track.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in
Attention
custom
the paddock,
helmet painting.
attention
Lucky
the
Design has
paddock.
been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
And welcome back here for morning warm-ups for our X30 Sr Group number 2. Beautiful shot here on grid of all the drivers making the way out onto track right now. And Mike, I think what we can say so far is this morning warm-up's been a little bit more hectic or dramatic than I think any of us would anticipate.
No, exactly. You know, and we were just talking about those are a crucial mistake that you don't want to make. And again, even if you can make it back without messing up your cart, you still got time and effort you got to put in. Now the big question mark hangs over you about how the car is going to feel the next session. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest issues mentally is after you do have a tangle of some kind, is the car going to be as good as it was before? You know, and so even if you get her on the table and she's straight, all the parts are fixed, you still have that, I hope this is good, the first laps that you put on it the next session.
Yeah, so there's a good shot coming down the main straightaway right now. You can see some of the drivers trying to crank as much heat as they can to the tires. If I'm not mistaken, I believe today when I was checking the weather, it is supposed to be the coldest day. It's a little chilly, a little bit of overcast. The sun has been out, but it's been hiding a little bit. It's coming out in some parts of the track. So right now they're trying to see if they can't get the tires up to temperature. There's a good shot there of the two RPGs. Ryan Norberg out in front of Paul Bocuse right behind him. Those two are fan favorites here of each other. I think they're both the number one's biggest fans as they're following themselves around now. Looks like Bocuse maybe trying to learn something off of Ryan Norberg. Again, Ryan put it up in P2 for qualifying overall yesterday afternoon, and now he's going to see if he can't roll off of that momentum, starting up towards the front here on both of his heat races.
You talk about the temperature, and actually this is starting to break the clouds up a little bit and seeing some of that sunshine that we didn't see much of in the AM hours, as it had a little bit of cloud cover the entire time. It's broken up a little bit. Sun's starting to shine, but not that direct, hard sunlight we had yesterday, to your point. Maybe a little bit cooler. Doesn't seem to be affecting these Evenco red tires on these X30 drivers, though, but they're getting through these final corners looking pretty good. A lot of jack. Better than we saw in the morning in those warm-ups. These afternoon sessions definitely a little bit better conditions for these drivers.
Yeah, and going to our post-race show yesterday when we were talking to a couple of drivers, they said that something they found interesting was that there's more tire degradation on the X30s than there are on the shifters. And we were thinking about it. I think one of the main reasons when we think about how a shifter and how you race it, you kind of don't really park it into a corner, but you drive it in hard, you slow it down more, and then you throttle out. While as opposed to a single clutch class where you have to actually carry more momentum through the corners, and they're going to have to do 4 different sessions, 4 different races, I guess you could say, of heat races on the same set of tires. So tire management might be something that we don't see right now, but see later on throughout the weekend. And while we're talking about that, it looks like our very own Kendall Hedges caught up some few of the drivers down on grid, so we're going to send it back down to her. Kendall, take it away.
Down here with Caleb Gaffera. Caleb, how's your weekend been going in the X30 class?
In the X30, it's been going pretty well. We qualified P1. In the practice, it wasn't too good, but we just pulled it off in quali.
So what's kind of like the main thing your team has been focusing on this weekend so far?
Trying to stay out of the wall, try to keep it on the track, and go fast.
Is that kind of the same strategy you have going into the heat races today?
Yeah, for me, I'm just going to try to keep it on track, keep it in the top 5, have a good starting spot for the final.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Caleb.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall, and thank you for Caleb Gaffera for that interview as well. And I think he brought up the good point, hit it right on the head. First thing you got to do if you want to finish here is stay out of the barriers.
Well, and he's already had a little bit of experience on how just to do that with a pair of heat wins in his KA package. But here in X30, he'll get a chance to do more of the same. Obviously qualifying quite well, and he'll be able to start up there instead of having to work his way there in his heat race.
So looking on track right now, we're getting underway here with our morning warm-up. Again, this is going to be a short little session before we get going with our heat races here this afternoon. Looking down through the timesheets again, this is qualifying group number 2. And so far out in front, it is Ryan Norberg who qualified up towards the front here yesterday. Colin Warren, a privateer, finds himself in P number 2 right now. Looking down to see some other notable drivers where they fall out. Connor Zilic finds himself back in that 16th position. Braden Eves back in 18th. Connor Zilic had a decent qualifying run here as well. Mateus Morgado finds himself. He cracked the top 5, goes up into P3. Paul Bocuse in 14th. And I'm just, sorry, I'm all over the map here, but I'm just calling them out as they come. Justin Anaconis finds himself back into the 25th position. And, I mean, looking down through the order, even if you're anywhere inside the, you can arguably say the top 30 overall, it is a stacked field. They're all so tight. And this is not really an exact representation of how they're going to be doing in the heat races. This is just how they're going in the morning warm-up. Someone maybe taking a little bit easy, somebody pushing it just a little bit harder, as it looks like we do have one stopped here on the exit of turn number 1. But, again, this is just warm-up. This is not really a telltale for anything.
Exactly that. Just trying to get the bugs worked out. If it's your first session on the day, get those first few body shots, kind of wake up a little bit. Some of our Masters drivers, maybe in that Masters shifter earlier, maybe they woke up at about noon. So they're just coming out now to get things rolling. But no, it's not about going crazy here. Just saw Zachary Clayman DeMello make a move in turn number 9. I'm wondering how that is going to develop. I was talking to David Cole during the break. We think that maybe as the grip comes up Just thinking of getting that move down in turn number 9, carrying the speed through 8, and shooting down to the inside like I just saw DeMello do. Maybe we see more of that. It'd be interesting to see how that develops in turn 9.
Yeah, this morning when I was looking off of the pit area, there was a couple of drivers starting to experiment with passes going into turn 9, and like you said, I think they were just waiting on the grip. It's a perfect opportunity for doing it. The only problem is that when you do try to make that pass, you kind of bog down your momentum heading into 9, and as we've seen from the passes that are capable in turn 10, you're opening yourself up to a crossover, but I think that's something that we're going to see a little bit more common of guys maybe trying to go a little bit wider there into turn 8 and then try for a move there heading into 9. And something else I was keeping an eye on too is the amount of marbles that are building up all over the track. Turn 8, you can see it's almost like a layer of marbles as soon as you go out the racing line, and also to turn 1, they're starting to stack up as well, and those are only going to build up as the race continues on. I've been over into the S's of turns 4 all the way to 6, but looking back here now on the exit of turn number 6 right now, you can see some marbles building up on the outside line.
Exactly. We actually talked about that during qualifying last night, that if they were trying to get heat in the tires, if you end up going wide, say over here in turn 11, the final corner onto the straightaway, just after the finish line, if you go wide there on those cold tires, you're going in the barriers, and a lot of that had to do with the amount of marbles. But trying to make that move, you go in too deep, as those marbles start to build up, there's definitely a no man's land after that once you get too wide.
Yeah, the problem is that as soon as you get the right rear into it, if you're making left rear, if you're making that right-hander into turn 1, it's just going to take your car and wash it out. A couple of people have been asking who I've talked to, they're like, I don't quite know how much marbles play an effect on it. Well, it plays a huge deal. As soon as you get into it, it's like driving on ice. And especially if you throw in the fact that it's going to be a little bit colder here this afternoon. I mean, yes, you do have that entire straightaway if you keep it off the barrier to try to get them off of it, but that left side is already going to be a little bit dirty when you make your way into that hairpin to turn number 2.
Exactly that. Staying on the marbles is always going to be key. That's going to do it for our X30 Seniors. We're going to see our X30 Juniors coming up next, but before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more afternoon warm-up sessions after this.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins. Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
And on track and back, we got the Juniors X30 Jr, brought to you by AM Engines for their warm-up session. As we had already mentioned, it's been a bit tumultuous so far. Let's see how the juniors go. I see all the RPG drivers going in a group. Maybe safety in numbers, they're thinking.
That or maybe we were talking about bouncing data off each other. The best way to get information is with your only around people of your liked equipment, I guess you can say, as far as chassis goes. Maybe they're trying some different things here as a last-minute test. As we got one turned around, heading into turn 9 right now. There's a good shot at a turn 1 going down this backstretch, though. Beautiful backdrop here at the Rio in Las Vegas. Here it is it is a pretty day outside. The sun is out, a little bit of clouds as far as temperature goes. A little bit more chilly than I think most of us were anticipating here this afternoon and this day in total. But that is only going to add to the level of excitement we're going to have here this afternoon as we continue to watch for the morning warm-up of these juniors making the way around. And as you're talking about those RPGs along up in that group, Caleb Gaffera, I believe, is leading that pack of RPGs. He had a good day so far when it came time for the X30 Juniors, trying to see if he can't carry that momentum over into he had a good morning at the KA Junior, trying to carry that over in the X30 Junior.
Definitely got momentum on his side. Never mind the fact that, again, he qualified perfect. So, big hit, 756, not a good spot for him. Hopefully all these drivers can get back through.
Yeah, that's Leonardo Scorpione.
And Scorpione, one of the
barriers.
One of the players so far this weekend, Scorpione.
So he's going to try to find a gap and see if he can't pull out and get back on track. It looks like he may be okay. I think he just hit with the bodywork. His wheels appear to be straight. He is keeping the engine rolling. He's just trying to find a gap, and there he goes.
Nope.
Oh, he's got a bent axle.
Yep. Bent axle foot and bent enough to lose it. So now we're going to have I wonder if he knows that he lost it.
I don't think he does because he's still heading way down into the pits. I don't think I've ever seen that before. He made it into the pit lane, so
wow.
I don't think his mechanics aren't complaining, but he is losing a wheel stuck in turn 1.
So Scorpione makes it about 2 laps here in warm-up, ends up in the fence, bends an axle, ends up shedding off that left rear tire, but still makes it in. Good news for him. He'll have a jump on getting it fixed.
Absolutely. His mechanics probably going to like the fact that they can immediately get up on the stand and take it back. He does have some time. We still have the rest of the warm-ups here for the other set of juniors and then master, followed by the shifter category of shifter senior. Then we go back through all the way through. So they will have some time to get that back underway before we get going with our heat races. But as we've seen from this morning, heat race is going to go a little bit quick here, only being 10 laps long.
No, exactly. It does not take very long with these afternoon versus AM splits. Right, you're not waiting all day for your sessions. It's not 2 hours or so in between. It goes quick.
So we continue to watch here, coming across the start-finish straight. There's some of the juniors making the way through. We're currently about 4 minutes in so far into the warm-up session. They've done about four laps. It is Chris Adkins, the fastest out in front so far, with Caleb Gaffera, like you said, almost had a perfect weekend all the way through. Finds himself in P2. Stephen Miller up in the third spot, Sebastian Will in P4, Cooper Shippen rounding out your top 5, Teddy Masella in 6th, and I say that, here comes Jesus Vanquist Jr. up in the mix. He goes up into P2.
Driver's doing a pretty good job here. Again, Scorpione has that deal into the wall, but the rest of the juniors are doing a pretty good job of keeping it clean here through their warm-up. All the juniors in one run group. Then we'll have our X30 Masters to follow. Again, they'll all be in their same run group for a pair of Pro Shifter warm-ups. And then we will get into our heat races, starting with Mini at 2:20 Pacific, 5:20 Eastern. We're only about a half hour or so before we see racing happen again.
Yes, we are coming down to it. Again, these warm-ups and the heat race is going to go by fairly quickly here as we are looking at just over 5 minutes in. So expect another 2, possibly 3 laps before we're going to get the checkered flag here, ending this one. And like you said, sending out the X30 Master Division. Following that is the 2 groups of shifters. and then we're right into it, back into it. Again, what's awesome about SKUSA SuperNats is you get, if you're a spectator, you get 4 heat races every day you're out here in different categories all the way through, leading up to the day everyone is anticipating a Super Sunday. But can't forget about the excitement as well of Situation Saturday.
Yeah, and hopefully your situation is a positive one. You're towards the sharp end, setting up yourself for staying out of the LCQ. And that's one of the things about Situation Saturday. It caps things off with the biggest situation of all, getting into the show, the LCQs.
Yeah, and sometimes the situations and the races that come out of them on that Saturday, sometimes maybe even more exciting than it is during the actual race on Sunday, because they not only when you race on Sunday, yeah, you got the prestige and the win of the race, but if you're on Saturday, you're just trying to bid for a chance to get into the show. Yeah. So sometimes they go even more aggressive on that Saturday afternoon LCQ before they can try to transfer in the race on Sunday. Good shots all the way happening all the way through the track now. Here's a rundown from turns 6 to 7. Get a beautiful day here in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the parking lot of the Rio Hotel as we continue to watch these kiddos making their way around. We saw a couple of the, you were talking about all the RPG Cosmics going out at once in the back of the field. They're now starting to get themselves dispersed all the way through. And look on the timesheet right now as we're getting real close here to 7 minutes. Sebastian Weldon finds himself the fastest out in front. Nestor Rivera P2 and Max Garcia rounding out their top 3. So 3 different teams and chassis manufacturers up in the top 3 so far.
It just kind of goes to show that there's not just one way to skin a cat, right? You can definitely be at the sharp end with all of these during the Supernats here, regardless of what manufacturer you have, what package you have, what team you're on, because it comes down to everybody working together and learning quickly. If you know your package, you can get the most out of it. It's about the driver and the tuner coming together for the best result.
Yeah, Sebastian Weldon's on a Lando Norris kart, Nestor Rivera on a Cosmic, and then you have Max Garcia on a Kart Republic. So the top 2 are both under the OTK brand, but again, there's a slight differences between them all the way through. And then Max Garcia on the Kart Republic finding himself in the 3rd spot. The checker flag coming out now, and I believe it is still going to be Sebastian Weldon holding on to the fastest time. Teddy Musella cracks the top 5 and goes up into P5, bumping Cameron Brinkman down into P6. And that is going to be it here for our X30 Jr warm-up. On track next is going to be our X30 Masters after this commercial break. We got about 3 more warm-ups to go before we get going here with heat races here on the afternoon of Friday.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back. You join us online here. You are watching warm-up sessions for the afternoon groups here at SKUSA SuperNationals 25. On track right now, X30 Masters. We've got X30 Masters followed by a pair of Pro Shifter groups before we get into our next set of heat races. All drivers getting 3 total heat races on the weekend. 2 today, 1 tomorrow before LCQs happen, which sets the grid for the finals on Sunday.
And as we said before, that is not a place that people want to find themselves in. If you're in the LCQ, there's that large possibility that you will not have a chance to go to the main events on Sunday. And with sold-out classes almost all the way through, I think it's going to be crunch time for more people than not when it comes time for the 2 heat races today, followed by the 1 tomorrow. And that 1 heat race tomorrow could be the make or break for a lot of people.
Yeah, that final heat race, you really know what you need to do. You can start doing some math and start figuring out what you need to do. If we're talking about the double groups and you're trying to stay out of the LCQ, you can kind of go, I need to get at least blank number of spots or else I'm going to be in trouble. For the drivers that are in the single groups, now it's about where am I going to start, right? So you obviously want to go up as far as possible, but you don't have to worry about those LCQs like our Masters drivers here. No LCQ here. They're all going to make that final event on Sunday.
Just looking down on the running order, we're 2 laps in so far. Again, 7 minutes in total is how long they're going to get here for the warm-up. They're approximately about 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. Looks like we have another one on the bear in the exit of 10. Looks like that is another bent axle and possibly a thrown chain. So another one's going to join the bent axle club here this afternoon as Chris Wareheim goes to the top of the board here. And a little bit of shuffling all the way through. Ben Cooper up in the mix as well. And that one on the bear was a 527. Oh, we got one that actually hit him. And,
all right, now it's starting to get hectic here. We got 2 karts in very bad spots. Aaron Likens doing everything he can to warn these guys, and they are not doing the best on the slowing down program.
Yeah, the 522 ended up running into him as we are going to go to full course caution.
The 522 is Pelosi. Pelosi, who already has a hurt right foot and has been using a hand throttle. Bad to worse for Pelosi. Vivian, the other driver in the 527. Hopefully Pelosi did not aggravate that prior injury. Again, that 527 car was just in a bad spot. Pelosi came around, and I think the drivers in front of him got it out of the way. He didn't know that cart was there and had nowhere to go.
Yes, the team is already on it, trying to get the track cleared right now of all the debris. They're also checking out to see how his leg is doing right now, and hopefully everyone's okay and able to get everything fixed to get back underway here before we get to the heat races. But full course caution going all the way through. Everyone's slowing it back down.
Aaron Likens going to give him the green again. Man, oh man, you hate to see that at all, but with Pelosi having that prior injury, having to throttle with his hand, is pretty impressive doing it what he was doing. Saw him kind of hopping away. We hope that's just because of that boot that he's got there. Hopefully Pelosi's A-okay.
So we're currently 5 laps in. Again, 2 laps was ran under full course yellow. Chris Wareham is still P1 right now overall with Thomas Grassi running in P2. Ben Cooper up into the 3rd spot. We'll talk about a lot of talent there from Ben Cooper. He went out, ran the Masters category at Miami Grands East, almost walked away from the field in every single session, and he used that as he called it his preparation here for the SKUSA SuperNats. Obviously being a multi-time champion in himself, finds himself well inside the top 5. And they're still going back and forth. Now they're getting into some clean laps. Again, first couple laps are probably just getting the tires up to temp. Had 2 laps under full course yellow, so now these times are going to be close to accurate to what they're doing when they're actually pushing it to as hard as they want to.
You're watching along at home and you're curious about the number of issues seen out of this final corner. I think one of the reasons why we're starting to see more of this is the grip is starting to come up and the drivers are able to push it a little bit harder, and they're getting on the gas sooner and sooner here for this final corner, trying to push it. And again, these are our faster drivers. These are the 125s. They got faster packages underneath them, so they're able to carry more speed, and they got the higher grip tire. So they're living closer to the barrier out here on the exit of turn 10. unfortunately, sometimes a bit too close.
Look on the order, too. Will Power actually went inside the top 5. He finds himself up into P3, and that's one of the biggest movers right now. It is Yater David, currently the fastest on the board right now, as he actually is going to get overtaken by Thomas Gracie, who goes up into P1 right now. Ben Cooper inside the top 10 in P6. Martin Stone able to go inside the top 10. He finds himself in the 10th spot as of now, so that is going to do it here with the checker flag coming out for the rest of the field for our X30 Masters. We're about to get underway here with one of the highlight events. The shifter category is coming up here shortly after this commercial break. When we come back, we got 2 more warm-ups before we get going here with our heat races.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Here we are, welcome back. Final cleanup happening here on that Masters X30 warm-up session. We've got a pair of pro shifter warm-ups to go. It's been, I already said it once, a tumultuous warm-up program so far here in the afternoon. Several drivers going back on the truck. They're having issues. One driver was able to make it through nearly all of the issues, and there was a lot of them in the heat races. My good buddy, and back up here, the voice of the SuperNationals, Rob Howden. Rob?
Good day today.
Yeah, well, the racing has been phenomenal.
That's awesome.
It's been really, really good, and saw the video you posted on your Facebook page of the start of your first heat. Holy shnikes.
Yeah, when you come down into turn number one, you punch off, everybody's getting ready to go, and all of a sudden you see the sides of carts. It's not good, and they're rolling around backwards, and I was somehow able to thread my way through, as many of us did. Not everybody, but some of us were able to thread our way through, and I was I had a big smile on my face when I come out of turn number 1, knowing I was able to get clear there. The grip levels are low. Like for me, an issue is obviously trying to figure out a way to warm these tires up in the opening lap. You only get that kind of lap and a half, right, to get the tires, the heat built into the tires. So the opening couple of corners are a bit sketchy, and we're seeing that in this warm-up as well. Drivers here really kind of pushing hard, and again, let's reiterate, it's a warm-up, right? It's a warm-up. I know everybody's want to push it hard. They're trying to find a little bit extra, but clear out the cobwebs. Get out there, get comfortable, get yourself back into the groove, because obviously when we roll into heat racing, it's going to start getting way more important than this warm-up session.
Well, I was talking about, me personally, when I do the warm-up sessions, I always try to just get an idea of what I've got underneath me, if we made any changes or like that. And then if it's the morning warm-up, like I slept last night, like those few body shots kind of get me woke up. You had your warm-up this morning, went unscathed. What's your approach, and what were you trying to get out of it? Because you didn't get the qualifying that you wanted, so what were you doing in warm-up?
And again, I think that's it, right? Everybody has a different approach and a different story coming into the day. I had an incident at the second lap of the 12-minute extended practice session, so I missed a lot of laps, and that, of course, then kind of stumbled over on into the qualifying session where I was at the tail of the qualifying group. I didn't get any clear laps there, so for me, it was all about trying to get back to the pace I had in practice number 5, because I felt kind of lost in qualifying. I just wasn't able to continue that momentum that I had. So I think that's the same for a lot of people. For me, I'm still pushing my braking zones. I'm still learning on the racetrack. But for a driver like yourself, or the guys at the front end of the grid, they made that maybe minor adjustment, whatever it may have been, right? Even tire pressure, whatever it may be, a different bar, whatever it is. You want to feel what that's going to do. And that's when you get the chance to do it in the warm-up. But it doesn't happen over the first 3 laps either. It's going to be those last 3, 4, 5 laps where the tires are up to temperature, then you get the feel for it. So, again, just be smart over the first couple of laps. Not everybody doing that, and that's why you've had a lot of accidents.
Yeah, and that's where you feel for the mechanics.
I felt so bad when I rolled back to our grid with number 1, the bent axle. Number 2, we had to swap the tires over, right, because we're going right into qualifying at that point, so we only have one set of wheels, so I'm flipping stuff. We have 2, but flipping back and forth. So, yeah, for the mechanics, gives them a lot of extra work, and as we know, there is not a lot of time between these sessions. You really can't get a ton done. If you have a major issue where you got to get the thing on the frame table, man, you're missing a session for sure.
Yeah, you talk about not a lot of time. Just for instance, we're going to start our heat races at 2:20 with Mini Swift, and it says 2 hours to the next one. It feels about 30 minutes long.
Yeah, the heat race is obviously longer than yesterday when we were doing those shorter runs for qualifying and the practice sessions. It does feel like it's. Remember, you're going to lose at least 10 minutes standing in the grid, getting yourself back up. There is enough time for the heat races. So, and indeed, the bottom line is get yourself dialed in, figure out if the changes you made were good, and then get ready to get to work in the heat race. These heats are so crucial.
Well, and the heats have been a lot of fun to call so far, as Andrew and I have been treated to a lot of really, really good racing. And in all of our KA groups, as well as the micro this afternoon. Again, we kick things off with our quicker of the 2 cadet packages, the Mini Swift, followed by Master Shifter, X30 Sr, a pair of X30 Sr groups, X30 Masters, it's going to be X30 Jr, then X30 Masters. And on track right now for the first of 2 groups, warm-up for Pro Shifter. These guys are going to be running one during the day, but the other one at night.
I love the fact that the way the schedule rolls out, it's much different conditions for the drivers here in Pro Shifter. Man, you got $15,000 on the line when it's all said and done. Let's challenge these guys the most we can, right? Let's pressure them to be able to conquer all the different challenges you have at an event like this. This is the 25th running of the Superkart USA SuperNationals. There's really not an event like it in the world. There's the FIA CIK World Championships. This is just something completely different. And the sheer size of it, the history we've already had in this program, now into its 25th edition, that's what just makes this race just so special.
I remember when I came here for the first time, it was 2009, and Michael Schumacher is here, and you could just kind of get that vibe. It was my very first experience, not as a driver, just as a spectator. Well, you did the machismo.
You did the machismo.
With the 12-hour, but but my first time as a racer at the SuperNats in 2019, and it's just different. It's just that vibe. Like, I've been to some other bigger events, and you come here, and it just permeates you. As soon as you walk down the Rio, you come down here, you can just feel this is a big deal.
So here's the Schumacher story right now, because it's probably not going to come up on Super Sunday. We'll be too busy doing it. One of the coolest things that's ever happened here at the SuperNationals, obviously, is having Michael Schumacher here, but we all knew he was coming. When was he going to arrive? When was he going to, make his first appearance? He was in the trailer. I talked to him at one point. He and I sat down and talked about how much access I could have to him. Anytime he was down in the bottom part of the racetrack, coming down into the grid, whatever, 100% whenever you need me. It was awesome. But nobody'd seen him yet. So we're in the middle of a practice session, and it was a different kind of a layout where there was kind of a big bus stop in the middle. So out walks this driver in this gleaming white suit. We're all standing there. He hops up on top of one of the water barriers, then up on top of one of the generators that was powering the lights, puts his hands on his hips, and just surveys the landscape. And literally, it was like there was trumpets went off, and Michael Schumacher has arrived. And I remember there was one driver sitting. I can't remember exactly the driver off the top of my head right now, was sitting on the generator and literally looked up to see Michael Schumacher standing over his shoulder. It was fantastic. That is something I will never forget. I was actually, I think, standing with Tom Kutcher at the time, and I think it was Tom that said, "Look, Schumacher's arrived." Man. And it was so fantastic. Like, literally just like standing up on top, like, ba-ba-da-da. And then the rest of the weekend was fantastic, as we know.
Oh, that person sitting on the generator looks up like, "Are you an angel?" That's crazy.
Indeed, right? Indeed. I'll have to remember which driver it was. I want to say it might have been Michael Self, who's obviously a top racer. It might have been Michael that was standing there, looked up, and that was his. He looked up and looked back down like, "What is happening right now?" So I actually talked to the guy P1 right now, Davide Fore. He's been coming over for many years, right? In the U.S., they say David, Spanish David, Italian Davide. And I go, what do you want me to say? It's up to you. He goes, let's go with Davide. So we'll go with
Davide Fore.
Davide Fore. So we'll give him more of the Italian.
That rolls.
It does.
It's a Davide Fore.
Yeah, Davide Fore.
I like it.
Davide Fore is the guy up front right now, 41.900. We're 5 minutes in to this morning warm-up session. Cooper Becklin runs in second in the PSL karting Burrell Art Machine. Michael Stevens in third. Talon Yokel in fourth. And Nick Leduc now rounding out the top five. Again, a warm-up to set up for what will be some, I think, very intensive heat races this afternoon.
And you were talking about Davide there. I actually think we haven't made a huge deal out of it, but he's one of those guys doing double duty.
Dude, crazy.
So getting a chance to, he can do it, right? But he's the guy right now in Master Shifter, and he's able to, he just got done with his warm-up, take some of that information, plug it into this one. I'd be curious where he's trying to rank here in the Pro Shifter ranks.
So what is the balance of being able to run two categories and being 48 years of age? That's the other thing. I want to say 48 years of age, running against the young punks in the Pro Shifter category. So the balance of doing double duty, which is obviously exhausting on the body, but learning both times back and forth. Right? He wasn't happy with when I talked to him last night. We did an EK interview with him. He wasn't super happy with the way his pace was in qualifying. Would like to have had a little bit more, but I think when we start going racing, there's the racecraft, right? The experience will come to play.
No, and he's got a little bit of that experience.
Right?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, no kidding. So Foray up top once again in the 295, running for the Italian Motors team, the ITAL Kart, and a three-time winner at the helm of that program. Michael Valiente running the ITAL Kart program. They're down on the outside of turn number one. Had a good walk down to chat with them. Michael Valiente, of course, one of the stars of the early years of the SuperKarts USA program for sure. And again, Italian Motors was there with David Yurka as well, Jordi Vorath, a lot of great drivers coming through that program. Rainbow City, as we said. Tyler Dewick, who is here. Adam Isman.
Wow.
Yeah, Colby Jen. You just go through all these guys that ran for Italian Motors back in the day. So, indeed, now we've got the practice starts happening on the back straightaway.
Checkers out on the session, and when you see all the carts stop on the back straightaway, it's exactly what they're doing here in Shift. They're trying to get some practice starts in to figure out how do I get the best launch. We're talking about how the starts are and all the single speed stuff. We start talking about hole shots and what you get an opportunity, how many spots maybe can you grab, or if there's any mistakes that happen. You might have a good qualifying session. you make that slight mistake on the clutch, and you could be going the wrong way.
It's so bad, right? It's so bad when you've done well and you've done everything you need to do in the heat race. Let's say we go to Super Sunday. You've done everything you need to do, and you've got yourself in a great starting spot, and everybody just goes streaming on by. The worst feeling in the world, and, of course, hopefully nobody drives over top of you as well. That can happen sometimes. So 4A ends up as the quickest driver in the Pro Shifter warm-up Q2. Michael Stevens jumping over Cooper Becklin in the final lap. He'll go P2. Becklin in third. Nick LeDuc fourth, and Talon Yokel fifth. Loic Vindice in the number 265, sixth spot there, but 4A quick in Q2, but he'll have to step things up, of course, when we go racing here this afternoon. 3:50 and 4:05 scheduled start time for those Pro Shifter heat races. It'll be A versus D and B versus C. And the simple fact that we're going to have an LCQ for Pro Shifter makes me really, really happy.
Puts a smile on your face, doesn't
it? Does. Situation Saturday is going to be so good for that one. My racing will be done, so I'll have that put away, which is great. But, man, a last chance qualifier in Shifter to see who goes to the show, man, that's going to be a lot of fun.
You couldn't ask for much more.
No.
25th SuperNationals, and we've got the number of drivers that we have, the amount of talent that we have with drivers from outside of the U.S. able to get back in here. It's all the right people. It's all the right talent, teams, everything.
The sheer amount of drivers from Australia. Let's give a shout out to those down under, right? We know how much they love their karting down there. I've got a couple messages from guys that have said, hey, we're so super happy to be back. A massive contingent of Aussies here. Listen, they've done well. Let's just be real. They've left here with a lot of hardware over the years. And, again, great to have so many Australians as part of the action for the 25th anniversary. It wouldn't be the same without the Australians here, because really their acknowledgement of the event and then massive attendance, kind of growing attendance, really is what helped make this thing even a bigger race than it possibly would. If it was just a domestic race, there's a certain size you're going to be, but to be able to have 100 and something plus Australians here is just, I think, magical.
I mean, there it is, international.
Yeah.
Right? It is not just the biggest race in the States. It's the biggest race in the world when we're talking about karts right here.
Yeah, indeed. And the most unique for sure here in the shadow of the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino, the Las Vegas Strip, the backdrop, which will, of course, light up the night once we go dark racing later on today. Drivers rolling through turn number one, getting the karts down there, rotated, back on the throttle through the very close and tight 2 and 3. That really, I think, Mike, has been probably the fire point of the track here right now, 2 and 3, especially on the starts. It just funnels down to being so narrow, and it's that combination of the drivers who have the patience and want to get through and the ones that really believe that it's an opportunity to overtake. We've seen a lot of guys in the barriers on the outside there. It's I think it's a low risk, low percentage move, high risk, low percentage move to try to get too aggressive in there, because chances are you're going to come out on the low end of the stick there.
Well, not only that, you got a better shot at it in turn 6 or even 7.
Yep.
I mean, you have more. It's not like it's the final complex. Like going back the other direction. When we were going the other direction, the S's were the final complex before the long run down the straight. But now you got the rest of the lap. I remember when I was driving on Tuesday, I came around there and I'm like, well, that's the spot.
Right.
Like, 2-3 is going to be Calamity Corner. And honestly, kudos to everybody. 8 and 9 so far has not been that way, and I thought maybe it would be. And it's actually been, it got widened a little bit on the exit. Neil Strickland, event director there for SKUSA, made that adjustment to the track on, Wednesday afternoon, I think it was. So that's gotten to be pretty good. And the amount of racing and passing you see in the final corner, you just don't need to do any of those crazy moves because you have multiple opportunities.
That's it. Exactly that. Especially in the heat races. Be smart. You got to get through to the end. A DNF, especially in a category as large as Pro Shifter or X30 Sr or any of the really the double class categories, man, you cannot handle a DNF. It drops you so far back in terms of points, just simply does not work. Danny Formal on the Rawlison Performance Group Cosmic P1 right now, a 42.167 for Formal. Jake French running in second, AJ Myers third. There's essentially the top drivers of American shifter kart racing for the last many years up front. Formal, French, and Myers. Rasmuth Lind, who will run for HMD Motorsports in the Indy Next Series in 2023, was sitting there in the P4 spot. Marcus Kajic now up into the P1 spot. Formal takes it back. Kayak running for Ryan Perry Motorsports. Quick throughout the entire week thus far in the 209 Tony Kart machine. Matteo Vajano moving his way up, as does Fabian Federer. So now drivers starting to lay the laps down here, lap 4, lap 5. We're seeing some of the other names we saw near the top of the charts yesterday working their way back up top.
Billy Musgrave, another one of those drivers getting up there in the top 5. Matteo Vajano in there. Jake French. It's there's a reason why this is called pro. Not seeing a lot of issues out of these guys. They're just cutting laps, learning what they need to learn.
And everybody else in the paddock can learn a little bit from them, guys. So when you make mistakes and you get into the barriers, you're driving over your head, that's when you make mistakes. So those are the mistakes you're not able to make here. When you try to roll too much speed into a corner on cold tires, then you loop around, you've made a mistake. You've lost laps. You may make contact. You may damage your race car. Don't do that. Don't drive over your head. Work hard. Push the limits a bit. But you got to make sure, especially early in the laps when your tires are cold, you're taking care of the machinery.
No, exactly that. Even if you don't wreck anything, like if you have a loop out, if you're stalled out for some reason, you're losing time on track, and losing time on track means losing information. And
that's
information is power out here for sure. You get more and more data you can use.
I feel so far behind missing that long 12-minute session that I did. I can't imagine any of the drivers in some of the really super tight classes like an X30 Sr or a Pro Shifter. It just puts you behind a session, and that is something it's hard to make up with through over the rest of the weekend. Because the funny thing is, we go progressively down in track time essentially as the weekend goes on, right? 4 practice sessions on Wednesday, 2 plus qualifying on Thursday, just warm up at 2 heat races on Friday. Just warm up on a race on Saturday. Like you literally are going down until we got 1 race on Sunday. So you're losing the track time to be able to make it back up as you get closer and closer to Super Sunday.
And that's what makes those early days so important.
Yeah.
You've got to get the most out of them that you possibly can.
Danny Formal remains on top in the RPG Cosmic number 287, 41.411, about 300s quicker than Billy Musgrave on the American-made factory kart. He's been able to go to P2. Christian Bertuca now up into 3rd. A.J. Myers 4th. Ricardo Longhi sits P5. Marcus Kayak in 6th. Matteo Vajano in 7th. Marian Kremers in 8th. Pedro Hiltbrand 9th. And David Lewinsky currently rounding out the top 10. That top 10, Mike, just separated by less than 4.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, and everybody on a different program right now, right? These aren't their race tires, so who knows who's got what. You would assume pretty good skins on there, but everyone's trying a little something different. Talk about, Pedro Hiltbrand. Obviously, he's had a good start at things, and trying to get the most out of things. What's he trying versus somebody further back? We keep talking about all the different storylines, the different areas that you have and different approaches.
I'm thinking about PSL karting with the lineup of drivers that they have. Who's trying what? Who's trying something different? A little bit of a different gear, different tire pressure. Hey, I went for a different front bar, whatever it may be. When you're talking about having so many great drivers under that tent, whether it's Vajana, whether it's Longhi, whether it's Hiltbrand, whether it's Kremers, who is it that's going to be playing? Put Jake French in there as well, a veteran of this racetrack. He understands how to get around this parking lot circuit, this very unique and odd racing surface that we run on. It's just different for everybody.
Check her out on the session. That's going to do it for our afternoon warm-up sessions. We're going to take a little bit of a break here so we get a chance to get things set up because we're going heat races up next.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
Here we are back. Engines fired up here for our first of the afternoon heat races. SKUSA SuperNationals 25. Our mini Swift driver is going to be up first. They've been anticipating this for a while, right? They've been watching other drivers. They get a chance to go out there and play, go back and forth, but now it's time to go wheel to wheel with our minis.
Yeah, a lot of them were able to watch a lot of their younger compatriots that were down in the micro Swift class go out and do battle in the morning sessions here. So we'll take you through the starting lineup for your mini Swift first heat race here for the entire grid. Michael McGoy in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart will lead your field off. Turner Brown on the Speed Concepts Racing CRG will join him on the outside of row number 1, Rob.
Keep an eye on Isaac Malkit starting on the inside of row number 2 in the 175. Alessandro Truchot will be on the outside in that number 117.
Moving on back to row number 3, Gage Bailey, the Texan, on the Team Penick number 103 will start to the inside. Ashton Woon in the number 195 Nitro Kart to his outside.
Tyler Roberts in the number 199 going to start in that 7th position inside of row number 4. David Ybarra on the outside in the 106.
Moving on back beyond Ibarra, you go to the edge of the top 10. Gian Matteo Russo to the inside. Max Christia in the Motorsport Kart Republic to round off your top 10.
Definitely a driver who can win here this weekend. Lucas Palacio in the 102 starting 11th. Gabriel Balog on the outside, in the 118.
Tristan Murphy and Bronston Kustas will rank up row number 7, 13th and 14th.
Yeah, put Ty Fisher alongside Nico Sarfati on row number 8.
And rounding off your top 20, we have Nixon Ellsworth, Asher Oxtein, Gabby Gadera, Felipe Jesus Benito. Rob, we missed you all morning. It's time for you to finally lead us off as the field makes its way around turn number 11.
Thank you so much, Sander. It's been a great day thus far. Let's have a look at it, folks. Coming on the front straightaway, Michael McGoy, Turner Brown. They'll work themselves into the tram lines, the first heat race of the afternoon. Drivers into position, getting ready to rock and roll. They'll work their way in here, and we are green, green, green. Drivers racing their way down into turn number 1. Couple of drivers to the outside. You got to get through cleanly here. 3-4 wide on the exit. It funnels right down. Looks like a couple of drivers off to the left side of the racetrack into the barriers. The outside at turn number 1. Everybody fighting their way through turns number 2, 3, 4, 5. Now Xander through turn number 6.
Here they go into turn number 7 for the very first time. Side by side for second. McGoy got shuffled out of the lead. He gets through on Isaac Malkut, who gets shuffled back to third. Malkut had a nice move down the inside in turn number 1 to get the top spot. It's already been ripped away from him out of the turn number 9 complex over to turn 10. We give it to Turner Brown in the 136 Speed Concepts Racing CRG. He'll lead lap number 1, Rob.
Opening lap chaos is settled in now, so all the drivers are just kind of work their way into position. A little bit more further back. You got 2x2 coming through turn number 11. A little more argy-bargy deeper in the field. But right now, the front drivers have lined up now to see if they start to go to work. That's the number 117 of Alessandro Truchot. Looked like he lost a couple of spots, but Xander, we may have about a 4 or 5 kart lead pack starting to break away.
Big chaos there at the exit of turn 1, but like you said, Rob, 4-driver breakaway here at the front of the field, headed back to turn number 7. We'll pick them up as they go side by side for the lead. Give it back to pole sitter Michael McGoy. He gets through as they're side by side behind back in turn number 7. We'll put 2 laps in the books here, Mike, and we talked about the pack racing, what we expected in the morning. Didn't have a whole lot of it. However, we've got a big pack of minis coming to complete lap number 2. Michael McGoy, your leader. Turner Brown, Isaac Malkut, and Gage Bailey, the top 4.
And we have not seen a lot of this pack racing these first couple of laps because all they're doing is trying to dice for position in almost every single corner. Going back to the very start, an update for one of our front-running drivers. You might have seen him spin off stage left. That was Ashton Woon. Ashton Woon now just caught the back of the field. He's going to do a lot of work. He had started in the top 10.
Good to see Michael McGoy go back out front. When you're a pole sitter like that, you lose the position. Nice to be able to flex your muscles a little bit and go back to the front. Say, hey, listen, I belong up here. You made the move on me. There goes another look to the inside there. Turner Brown thinking about it, can't quite make it work. But McGoy, Xander, back to P1. They said flexing the muscles, saying, hey, listen, I earned this spot. You guys can chase me around for the first couple of laps.
And they continue to battle behind him. Turner Brown now all the way down to 5th. It's Isaac Malcutt in 2nd. Bailey 3rd. Tyler Roberts on the move. And a little tap of the wall for Gage Bailey. Fellow Texan Tyler Roberts down the inside. He'll take over 3rd. Side by side for 4th. All the while gives a nice little lead to Michael McGoy down to turn 1, Mike.
Tyler Roberts, the guy on the move. One of the few drivers I've seen already make that move over there in turn 9. Trying to play a little Rob Howden action there on the inside. I love it.
That is the class I think we're going to see throughout the weekend. Again, we talked about how important turn 9 and turn 10 are going to be coming to the line. There's going to be moves to the inside of 10. There's going to be moves to the inside of 9. I think it's good for some of these drivers to try those moves here during the heat races and not wait until Super Sunday.
It's a test session in all kinds of ways, right? Obviously, you want to test a couple things set up in the safe zone so that we don't go too far back speed-wise, but you test all those battle moves, and then kind of once it works, put it in your pocket, don't let anybody see it, move on to Sunday. Speaking of making some moves, Lucas Palacio already up to 4th from outside the top 10. The TKG Kart Republic's rolling, and they have battled a ton here for 2nd, Rob. It's over a 2nd lead for Michael McGoy down to turn 1, and here they go again. Down the inside on Turner Brown, Gage Bailey to the inside for 2nd. Palacio follows him for 3rd, trying to get it out the outside of the corner, and they bang wheels.
Wow, Palacio having to pull out of that one as he was on the inside going in to the turn number 2-3 complex. You almost want to say that Brown might have backed out of that one because he was a driver on the outside, but Palacio had worked outside the top 10, probably said, hey, I'm looking pretty good here right now. I got a chance potentially to run here top 4, top 3. Let's just settle back in. But I'll tell you what this has done. You look out front here. Michael McGoy's got a pretty good lead right now, 1.2 seconds last time by.
Yeah, and it really happened back on that 3rd or 4th lap when they went side by side, turn 2, turn 3 for 2nd, and it shuffled everybody around. Now they're kind of sorted again. We're at the halfway mark, though. Already 5 in, 5 to go. Granted that they finally got single file, and Bailey got a pass done. They were able to make up some headway last lap. Here's Palacio, nearly a double set down the inside. I think he got it a little bit too much for what he bargained for, and now he's going to pay for it. Loses a spot in net as Malcutt gets by him.
Yeah, I tried to go the inside there, an over-under for Turner Brown, was able to tuck back to the inside, and Isaac Malcutt stayed way wide, got a really good run of the 1. He tucked himself back in, and listen, that's the back and forth of it. There goes Palacio back through again. These guys are really going at it, and we talked about this, Mike, before, Xander, about I want to see what happens when guys start racing. When you start running defensive lines and making those big moves to the inside where you kind of sacrifice some exit speed, how many drivers is that going to bring back into the fight? We had a top, front running four or five drivers. Now everybody from 7th back to probably 15th have closed back up.
And the battle's just kind of worked its way through that pack, Rob. I mean, the top 2 have gotten, or top 2nd through 4th have gotten away a little bit. Well, they were. Now they're 3 wide back behind them. Trudeau on the bottom. Max Christia trying to make up some ground. He went nearly into the wall in front of us over out of turn number 10. There is action everywhere inside the top 10 and 11. And finally, it's kind of sorted itself out for the front runners here. That's why our camera is a little bit further back. The leader, Michael McGoy, safe. Gage Bailey, 2nd, is safe. Turner Brown, 3rd, safe. Then from there on, Palacio, Malcutt on back, sorting itself out a little bit. But the big question mark, Mike, can Gage Bailey and Turner Brown make up that gap? It stayed stagnant for a couple laps. They got to get rolling here as Bailey runs it wide out of turn 10. And behind him here, this battle continues. That's one of the TKG entries side by side with an RPM. And all the way through, here's your leaders back up the road towards turn 1.
I was just going to say, Gage Bailey and Turner Brown playing nice, 49.1s out of them. Best on the track right now, Lucas Palacio, 49.0. But our leader is down 3/10 to the guys chasing. Laps are running down.
It's no wonder that the parents of the Mini Swift drivers start to get prematurely gray. This has been tough to watch. These guys dicing inside, outside. Parents, of course, on pins and needles throughout the entire session. But again, Michael McGoy out front nicely, 49.4 last time by, as Mike said. About 3/10 slower as both Gage Bailey and Turner Brown slowly reeling him in right now just based on outright pace. We'll see if McGoy has some more in the tank. He obviously has the open racetrack and has the cushion to work with. We'll put lap number 8 in the books this time by. 2 laps remaining. The gap now about 0.6 of a second. Another 0.3, though. That could put Gage Bailey, Xander, right on the rear bumper of McGoy for the final circuit.
And it helps that Turner Brown is playing nice with him. He's following him through, but a mistake there from Bailey. He ran wide in turn 1. Luckily, didn't lose too much time net to the leader as Brown got through easily. So They're on the cusp, Rob. They're on the cusp of getting into that toe. Michael McGoy obviously hoping they continue to fight, hoping Turner Brown doesn't have the pace to run with him, but at the moment, again, they've been lopping off massive amounts.
And another purple lap for Lucas Palacio as well. He's the fastest driver on the racetrack. He's reeling his way up here on Gage Bailey as they'll work their way into turn number 9, back over to turn number 10. In fact, Palacio looking to the inside, deep move, late move, over-under coming. Palacio going to try to get the run out of the corner. White flag flying. Palacio will take the spot, pinching it down to the apex of turn number 11. But it's McGoy, Brown, 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, and that's why the battle here is just going to be for third. Malkin around the outside, Bailey on the inside, Palacio blocked, still side by side, gets himself back clear, and Michael McGoy looking good out in front of the field as they head through the chicane here. Mike, final time.
Turner Brown actually made huge inroads there through the S's. He's now within just a couple of kart lengths. I don't know if he's going to have enough, but if he gets through turn 9 and 8, he might have one last shot at it in turn number 10.
Not done yet either for the second or the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh spots. They're still to be waged. In fact, yeah, we'll go 2 wide, 3 wide coming into that corner. Right, here comes the late move. Turner Brown to the inside, coming through turn number 10. They're going to make contact and coming across the line. Whoa, that was close. Turner Brown will get the win. Almost pinched McGoy. He did pinch him into the wall coming out of the corner. 27 thousandths of a second. Separating first and second. Mike, that was close.
You know what I liked about it, though, immediately? Hand up from Brown.
Yeah.
You know, it's immediately like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. That was a bit much. And you see the wall actually does start to come back at you a little bit right here. I think maybe he thought he'd given enough room. Not quite enough. Awesome finish.
Yeah, Brown went to the inside. He wanted that victory, was able to get it with a nice move into turn number 10. Michael McGoy holding on for second. Isaac Malkit third. Lucas Palacio up 7 positions. Started 11th. A solid fourth-place run. A great recovery for Palacio from starting from the outside. Nicely done to work to P4. Gage Bailey held station, started 5th, finished 5th. Tyler Roberts up a spot for 6th. Alessandro Truchot 7th. David Ibarra in 8th. Max Christie up 1 spot in 9th. And Tristan Murphy-Zander rounding out the top 10. 3-position improvement for that driver.
And you look back through the field as it'll cycle on through. You see Ashton Woon at least got back up to 27th. Not what he wanted out of that opening heat race on the weekend. Not a great points day. Better than a DNF all the way down in the 40s, though, as you can see a lot more drivers further back. You saw Max Weiland, unfortunately, DNF down in 45th. So, I mean, that's nearly a 20-point swing of sticking with it, hanging on, getting after it, and going a little more as we go all the way down to 49 in total. So, a little track cleanup to go, but hey, good race to the line, and like you said, Mike, good sportsmanship from Turner Brown and Michael McGoy. That wraps up the minis. Now we continue to move on forward here as we'll be right back from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, live from Las Vegas. It's SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25 with a Kart Chaser live stream presented by Porsche.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back here to SuperNationals 25 as the minis have all wrapped up. The class presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Awesome race to the finish for Turner Brown and Michael McGoy. And again, McGoy, I'm sure that's probably going to burn a little bit that he wasn't able to get the win in it. But hey, he was able to still have a solid result. P2 at this point, again, Rob, you qualify pole. You're going to get to start pole in those next 2 heat races as well. That's solid. You take that point, you say, hey, I know it bites to lose it by just a couple hundredths, but it was still a much better finish than 46.
Yeah, in the end, do you need to start pole for Super Sunday? No, as long as you're in the first couple of rows, you're able to get through cleanly, you're going to be in that group that's going to battle it out for the race win. Yeah, wins are big, right? But a second, he raced them hard here and potentially had an incident not being able to get to the line. You end up finishing 40th. You change your entire weekend outlook. This way, strong run, got that pass done, gave him just enough room. Again, Tyler Brown with the win, Michael McGoy, both those drivers putting exactly the points down that you want.
Absolutely. Well, the Master Shifters are getting ready to roll, and the crowd is starting to fill up over here in the grandstands as we get set to go. So here we are for Master Shifter, the 30 and over gearbox class, and for the first time here this week, we'll get to see one of the coolest spectacles in all of karting. It'll be the full gearbox package, a standing start of 40 plus, and again, the crowd, you can see AJ Myers there taking in the action, watching some of his Magic Kart teammates, I'd imagine, here, and this is over in the outfield of turn number 1, showing everybody that's getting their seats here, and those seats are going to be a hot commodity by the time we get to those X30 Sr Pro Shifter Heats, and they'll be a hot commodity for every single class on Super Sunday, Rob.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We'll have all the grandstands jam-packed. SuperKarts USA adding a bunch of different grandstands here. Of course, the VIP section and what is essentially the Coliseum section of the racetrack here, coming through turn number 9, turn number 10. We expect the excitement of last lap passes for race wins coming down here in the turn number 10 area. But again, grandstands will be packed throughout the weekend, especially the pro guys get rolling out here. The fences will be lined. SuperNationals is here, and again, just a couple of days away from Super Sunday. Cleanup continuing, but engines now firing down on pit lane. They'll get these engines underway, and again, we're going to be going racing here with Master Shifter. Mike and I were talking about the sheer cool factor of Davide Fore running both Master Shifter and Pro Shifter. I think that's just fantastic.
I think it's cool, right? I mean, and the thing with David Fore, right, it's not cherry picking. He's not 31. This guy's been at it for a while, and he is still a beast behind the wheel.
I think it's 48.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
He will be a factor come Pro Shifter when we get later on into that show tonight. And it's cool for the Master Shifter guys, right? I mean, for those guys to kind of have a leg back up on some of the young guns in Pro Shifter saying, you're just Masters or whatever. No, we got a guy from your class that can run up front, and
that's right.
we're close. We're right there with him. We'll see where they all stack up to him. But, hey, man, David Fore with the Kart Italian Motors USA camp is going to be the one to watch here in this one, and we'll see if anyone can really bring something for him for this stacked field of Master Shifters, and we're going to get set to bring you through the starting lineup. Again, David Fore on the point here. Brian Keck will join him on the outside of the front row.
Yeah, we talk about having world champions here in Davide Fore. You got Brian Keck, you got Alan Shudo starting on the inside of row number 2, and former Formula One driver Antonio Pizzonia Jr. on the outside starting P4.
And then you go back to a regular Shifter Master driver in Scott Presti, a returning Pro Shifter driver into Shifter Masters for the first time at SuperNats, AJ Nowd, who was impressive at the Summer Nats at Newcastle.
Yeah, Jonathan Vitolo in the 634 will start 7th on the outside. Victor Jimenez.
Going back to row number 5, the Crow Show, John Crow, who had a bit of an issue at the end of qualifying, or one of the practices, I believe, still was able to put himself on the inside of row 5. He starts to the inside of Kevin Woods.
Solid opening warm-up here today for Skitchy Barnes, the Bermuda driver, starting 11th alongside Joe Rook.
Luis Gautier will make up the inside of row number 7 alongside one half of the Kelly duo. Justin Kelly will roll off in P14.
Row number 8, we'll see Luis Quiones on the inside and Patrick Otto Madsen out of Florida for Ansa Motorsports on the outside.
Ben Schermerhorn, a name that has been synonymous with Master Shifter Racing, who starts to the inside of row number 9 alongside former AMA Superbike Pro rider Larry Pegram rolling off in 18th.
Veteran John Baldassare starting in the 19th position. Michael Gouache on the outside, starting P20.
And they'll start to form into the lines here again. It's one of the coolest sights you'll ever see when you get a full field here in Vegas. Tonight we get them under the lights as well as tomorrow, which is super awesome. And we'll see it, of course, in the Pro Shifters later on. But our first standing start here, Rob, for Master Shifter coming together. You can see the SKUSA officials making sure everybody gets in their box. The leaders got to hang on for a while because it's a deep grid. These guys and girls have to get lined up here on the start lines.
And that's exactly it. Of course, the water pump's running off the rear axle here, so you want to get it done quickly. The guys up front, their engine's starting to creep up in terms of temperature. These guys are going to grab that clutch, jam on that throttle, let her rip, and start grabbing gears heading down into turn number 1. We'll see how it plays out. We ran a very similar layout like this in turn 1 back in 2002 and 2003 when we came from out of the desert here into the Rio. I'm really excited to see how this all plays out throughout the weekend. Master shifter drivers get themselves set.
They'll head on into the final couple boxes here, the last bit of the row getting set to go, the last few still filing on in, and then it'll be time to head to the start and get set to drop the hammer here. It looks like the officials are good. They'll go to the back of the grid, give them the all clear. One driver stalled there in the middle, and we'll see. They'll give him one shot, and then we've got a couple stalled at the back, unfortunately. Another one stalled in the middle, and so here's where they may ultimately wave off that start because they can't let him wave too much. And, yeah, at that point, false start. So, again, here goes the shifter protocol, right, Rob? If you cause a false start, you have to go all the way to the tail. We had one driver up there somewhere around probably the first 10 rows. He's going to have to go all the way outside the top 40.
Yeah, it's the driver's responsibility to keep the engine running while they've got into their start box position. You got to keep that clutch in. Sometimes they'll want to knock it into neutral to maybe get the hand off the clutch a bit. Oftentimes it might jump forward. They didn't get it into neutral. And, again, that's why we're seeing some drivers have issues. I think there was probably at least 3, maybe 4 drivers that had their hands in the air. As you said, they'll have to fall to the tail of the field. The remainder of the drivers back around the racetrack, that water pump being driven off the rear axle. Got to get that water circulating back through the cooling system, through that radiator. Get these things cooled back down. And Davide Fore bringing them down here into turn number 10. Everyone working their way around. He's trying to go as slow as he can right now because he does not want to be sitting, as you said, Xander, on that front of that grid for too long. He'll want to roll guys in here cleanly and get them underway.
You see as he comes around turn number 10, immediately looks across. How far back are they? How slow can I go to make sure I'm not sitting there for eternity?
Yeah, that's all he's trying to do. And, you know, again, we talked about how awesome it is to see this many master shifters here. You go around the country all year long and around even outside the country. This kind of a field for a lot of these drivers is new territory. So, you know, for those at the back, even for the probably driver that started in those first 10 rows that stalled, he probably would have been fine in a standard 15, 20, 25 driver grid.
And one of those people that is going to be really having to do some work, the 616 of Jordan Musser, did not have the qualifying he wanted. Remember that flat tire that took him out of the program back in 29th. So you talk about, new territory for some of these drivers. How many times do you have to pass 28 people to get to the front?
Not a lot, and he's going to have to do that 3 times if he wants to start anywhere good for Super Sunday. So Jordan Musser, a lot of work to do. You can see there was the mechanic stand for a moment. All eyes onto the start. So critical here, Rob. And again, that grandstand down at turn number 1 also filled up as well with plenty of people wanting to see all the action because it just gets so crazy down there in that 180 corner.
And this is Master Shifter. Wait to see what it looks like when the Pro Shifters roll out. Final couple of rows are rolling in. Another driver having trouble there.
And they're going to wave it off again, so we'll have another one that'll have to go to the rear.
Drivers having some trouble keeping those engines fired. And, again, we'll come back around again. This is one of the things that does wreak havoc with the schedule a little bit. And, indeed, we'll see those drivers work back around. Foray getting quick there, trying to get some air rolling through the radiator. I like to talk about Jordan Musser. He's going to be a guy to watch coming from 29th position. That issue yesterday, ran over something on the racetrack, flat tire. He will be on the move in a big way. How much can he get done? I think, Mike, it'll be interesting. He'll see how much he can get done at the start. Are we actually racing right now?
I think we are, boys.
Wow, they actually might have dropped the hammer and raced. That kind of caught us off guard. I think we're racing, folks. We thought they were coming back around.
I watched Foray and look over his shoulder. I'm like, he wouldn't do it like that unless we were racing.
Okay.
We are underway.
So we didn't have the tail of the field, I think, right into position, but they decided to roll. Green flag went. At least the first, I'm going to say at least, 15 rows I think we're able to get off cleanly. The last 5 or so, I think we're kind of wondering what was going on. But we are indeed racing. Davide Fore has gone to the lead. P1 driver on the Italian Motors ITAL kart machine. Brian Keck slotting there into the second spot in the GFC. Keck right with him. Little bit of a gap, though, back to Pizzonia Jr., who's jumped up into the third spot in the Orslin Racing entry.
Yeah, so now as the field will go, we've got one little pass that went behind the top couple, but this is where it'll start to string out, right? All that passing, all that crazy battling with how much easier it is to pass in the single-speed classes. That won't be the case here. These guys are going to be able to defend a whole lot easier. You'll see those passes mean a whole lot more, and they will fight that pass a whole lot more, right, Mike?
Yeah, exactly, and I think Rob was just looking at the same thing I was looking at. Who all got to move up? Musser already up 3 spots.
Yeah, 3 spots for Jordan Musser up into the 26th position. That's a solid job there. If you can get a couple of positions per lap, at least one a lap even moves him up from 29th to 19th. But I think he's going to be looking to something inside the top 15, maybe even top 10 if he gets a bit of attrition. We'll keep an eye on Jordan Musser. We know what kind of pace he has. He'll be on the throttle. He'll be making moves very quickly to try to find a way by. Foray, Keck, Pizzonia, Alan Shudo, and Scott Presti. Top 5 drivers.
One of the things that you can see here with the shifters, a bit of an accordion. They spread out in the fast bits, and they all get real close in the tight bits with the downshifting and the hard front brakes.
Well, while the master shifters are underway here, we'll continue to keep an eye on Jordan Musser and everything going on. Meanwhile, the first of the 2 X30 Sr Heats are getting set to go. We'll send it down trackside. Kendall Head just caught up with our 4th place overall qualifier, Justin Adaconis. He's got a small penalty that he was trying to get reversed. He'll be down trackside. Kendall?
Down here with Justin Adaconis. Justin, you're on the front row. What's going through your head as we head into this first heat race?
I mean, I'm obviously a little bit nervous for the start. I don't know how it's going to play out. It's definitely on the outside, so it'll be a little tricky. I think just got to get a good start, got to go launch and fall somewhere between in the top 3. I think if we do that or somewhere in the top 3, I think race our way, keep it up front, and then race to the front.
What are your expectations race-wise for everybody through this first heat?
I mean, I think it's going to be crazy. You know, you definitely got people that I've never raced against before, people that haven't raced against me, and then, yeah, people that, like, first time on the parking lot race, first time barrier track. So it's gonna be crazy. It's definitely gonna be a big learning experience for everyone. And I think I'm interested to see how it's gonna play out. I don't know how it's gonna go.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Over 1,000 people already watching online between YouTube and Facebook, and they're all getting set here as the pro classes will get set to roll. The first of the 2 of them coming up next, but meanwhile on the racetrack here, here's your update. David Foray continues to lead. Brian Keck keeping him honest, about a half second away, and then we'll keep a tab on where Jordan Musser and his update is. There's Antonio Pizzonia Jr. This is the fight for 3rd. He's under a little bit of pressure. Your update on Jordan Musser, 24th, picked off a couple more as here's the fight for P3 headed into turn number 9.
Yeah, Alan Shudo, the driver, starting to get aggressive right now as he's trying to work his way up on that Tony kart of Pizzonia Jr. and Shudo looking pretty good. A late entry into the Masters category. Maybe even more importantly, a big gap from Shudo back to Scott Presti. 2.5 seconds now from 4th back to P5.
Oh no! David Foray, the leaders have come together. Foray and Brian Keck battling for the lead. Keck tried a dive bomb. Wow!
Turn number 1. The leaders have gotten together. That is Foray and Keck, and they are going to fall to the tail of the field. Davide Foray cannot believe it, walking away from the race cart. Keck able to continue. But, man, I don't think he has the nose on that. I think the front bumper gone on that machine. So that's it will be it likely for Keck. Look at there is the stricken number 695 right now for Davide Foray. How about changing everything right now here in this category? The 2 primary guys out in the opening heat race.
Now your race leader, Alan Shudo.
Wow, Shudo able to get by Pizzonia.
More problems. Turn 8.
Yeah,
Turn 8's got a problem as well.
That's one of the Maranello drivers. That's a 621. Not quite sure who that is, but that's one of the Maranello drivers here who's gone off there. So a lot of stuff happening here.
And David Foray, you can see the frustration. He just walked away from the cart there. He was absolutely disgusted with the way that went down. We got yellow flags rolling on the front stretch here. Big time crash coming around. So your leaders are coming to the 2 to go signal as well as a local yellow. They'll miss the 2 to go, but the yellow flags wave here as they come on the front straightaway. There is a stranded cart here at the exit at turn number 11. They're side by side trying to get through. The yellow flags waving here as the seas part for the field. My goodness, Rob.
Man, you just want to see the guys lift up a little bit off the throttle coming through these couple of corners, man. There's carts in the middle of the racetrack, and these guys are still gripping and ripping.
I'm surprised we haven't gone full course yellow. I appreciate the officials trying to let them race to the end, but at the end of the day, they got to get that track cleared. I don't know if they're going to have the time to do it. The field is so spread out. There's only 2 corners back from the leaders to the lappers. So, here we go. Coming around. White and yellow flags coming. The officials should clear it here in just a moment. They've almost got them cleared.
They got it. You can see it there, getting cleared. White flag flying. Aaron Likens throwing the white and the checker. Final circuit here for Alan Shudo. Pizzonia Jr. runs 2nd. Rook 3rd. Presti 4th. Now 5th, Barnes 6th, Crow, Vitolo, Jimenez and Woods rounding out the top 10. This is the kind of crazy action that only happens at the Super Nats. when you got a couple drivers running 1-2 who get together over in turn number 1. Brian Keck just drop it off on the patience. They were 1-2. Tried to make the move to the inside. Foray didn't let it work, didn't let it happen. And here comes Alan Shudo looking good.
Alan Shudo through the final corner. I don't know that he thought he was going to be in that position after the first few laps. So Shudo takes down Heat 1.
That's big for Alan Shudo.
That's huge, right? I mean, you think of the point swing for him. I mean, David Foray's all but locked out of probably the first 5 rows at this point. He could dominate Heat 2 and Heat 3, and then you look back, where's our Jordan Muster update in the matter of attrition? P15. Great run forward for Jordan Muster.
That's what I said. If he can get to the top 15, and you think about it, that's not just 15th. That's 15th with Foray and Keck at the tail. That's going to be worth a ton. Those guys are going to have big numbers for heat race number 1. Even if they come back and go 1-2 in the next 2 races, they're still going to have big points heading into when they merge to find out where they're going to start. This is big for Jordan Muster, able to come up to 15th, but obviously huge for Alan Shudo up front.
Yeah, so there's your results here coming all the way through. It'll cycle back through one more time. Shuto, Pizzonia Jr., Joe Rutch, AJ Nowd, Scott Presti, the top 5, Skitchy Barnes, John Crow, Jonathan Patolo, Victor Jimenez, Kevin Woods, and yeah, we got some kart cleanup to do here after that one. My goodness.
Real quick about those points, if you think about it, those guys are back there with the 40 points attached to their name, right? So even if they get a 0 for the next one, and let's say Muster does another 15, he's still ahead by 10 points.
That's it. That's the whole thing right now, is the simple fact that you have to do that whole body of work, the 3 races like we've talked about. Only, one DNF is going to change everything you've got going on. And you can see that, David Foray, we see him just off the screen here. Here he is, just can't believe what happened. Leading, they had a lot of room away, and instead of getting a win or even a second, he ends up at the tail of the field in the final results. Tough one there for David Foray for sure.
No doubt about that here. David Foray, unfortunately, will have to ride the recovery vehicle into the scale line. Coming up next, X30 Sr Groups A versus D, the overall pole award winner, the 2022 Miami World's X30 champion, Evan Giltaire, Justin Ataconis, live from Las Vegas. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of SuperNationals 25, presented by Porsche.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the US Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the mid and coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here to SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25, live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. There's a look at your outside row for the starting grid for Heat 1, Groups A versus D. You've got multiple world champions in this X30 Sr field. You have multiple SuperNationals champions in the field. You also have a ton of rookies. Evan Giltaire, 15 years old in his second season, on the verge of turning 16, from France. Put it on the pole. We talked to him last night. Not his first ever street race. They do have a street race over in France he's competed in, so he likes the parking lot races, but it's his first time stateside, first time over here to Las Vegas, and he's loving it. He says it's the coolest thing he's been a part of so far. The Trinity Karting Group people have helped him get up to speed, get what he needs out of the entire show, and he feels really, really confident. Then, of course, to his outside, Justin Ataconis, the American rookie, has had a standout 2022 season, and he caps it off with a fourth-place result in qualifying for the division. He rolls off on the outside of row number 1, and then Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarskak Racing, Lando Norris Kart. Go back to row number 2 here for Groups A versus D. Your 5th overall qualifier, Alessandro DiTullio, the Paralympic USA pilot, got a win at the SKUSA Winter Series, then was competing this year in the USF Juniors campaign, so he took the karting side off and focused on the car side to make sure he was healthy. But he was back here in Vegas, and now he's set to try and contend for a SuperNationals win. It would be his first and only his second X30 Sr Season. To his outside, we've got a wily veteran now linked up for the first time here with Nash Motorsports aboard an EOS kart. I'd say sophomore, mixed him up with his teammate Blake Nash in the 394. What a standout season he's had as well in the rookie ranks, and a great qualifying effort. Benefits as well. One of the many drivers doing double duty here, running in the morning to get himself both KA and X30 Sr experience. You go back, you talk about experience, you can't forget this guy, Oliver Hodgson, former IME world champion. Rolls off to the inside there in P5 on the J3 competition comp kart. A solid qualifying effort for him. We saw him this morning as well. Got some experience. Feels pretty good about the racetrack. To his outside to continue onto row number 3. You will find Laurent Legault, one of the many Rollison Performance Group Cosmics that have been rolling this week. His teammate Ryan Norberg in the next heat race. Going to be watching his teammate Laurent try and see what he can do here from the 3rd row on the grid. You go back to row number 4 here as the engines start to come to life, and they will get set to get going. You've got Marian Kremers in the number 336 PSL Karting Bureau Art doing a different kind of double duty, similar to his teammate in Pedro Hiltbrand in X30 Sr and Pro Shifter. Could you imagine, Rob, if someone walked away with $30,000 sweeping the both of the headline classes? Biggest payday, I think, in at least the modern era for sure, but in a long, long time I can think of in the sprint karting world.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We don't normally get people running double duty, and that's the opportunity to put some big money in the books for sure. We've seen some big, who was it? Formal on the 20th, $20,000. I don't know that we've ever given away $30,000 before here at the SuperNationals. Big money for sure. And again, it would be interesting to see if Kremers is able to get that done. Although the drivers up front, Giltaire has really impressed me so far here. First time to the SuperNationals and looking really strong here, running with that TKG Williamson Motorsports team.
Yeah, it is a very youthful front row here for Groups A versus D between Justin Ataconis and Evan Giltaire. We had one driver go around towards the back of the field on the PSL Karting Bureau Art, spun to the outside of Marian Kremers to make up row number 4. NASCAR ARCA West Series champion Jake Drew returns after putting it on the pole in X30 Sr last year with the GFC Karting Group. Back with a decent qualifying effort here. He looked really, really strong on Wednesday practice, trying to find that form again. He rolls off on the outside of the 4th row, and we go back to row number 5. It's a couple of international drivers. Ariel Elkin in the TB kart camp to the inside, and Diego Ramos on that PSL Karting Bureau Art, living in Orlando, Florida, hailing from Brazil.
Look at these guys working the heat into the tires right now. That's what you've got to do here on the opening lap and a half before we line them back up. As soon as they come to the end of this straightaway, that's essentially the commitment cone. You got to get yourself lined up at that point. You cannot be scrubbing those tires. You can see how aggressive they were coming out of turn number 7 over to turn number 8. The marbles building up on the outside of turn number 8 once again here as they did last night. Now we're starting to line them up 2 by 2 out of the final corner here, turn 11. They'll line their way up and get into the staging lanes. We're getting set to go for 2 heat races, Group A versus D here for X30 X30 Sr. These heat races, so crucial. 3 of them, you need to get 3 solid results. A DNF, absolutely catastrophic. One driver all the way out of the staging lane there from the back. Drivers lining up, getting set to go. Green, green, green. Guiltaire to the bottom of the racetrack. Out to the outside goes Atacanis. He's going to lose at least 2, 3, maybe 4 spots. Everybody funneling down through 2 and 3.
Not a good start for Atacanis on the outside lane. He'll fall all the way outside the top 5 as the inside gets to go. So it's Guiltaire to the lead. Oliver Hodgson gets a great start. He goes to second, gets by DeTulio for third. Then we go back. Marion Kremers, great start to fourth. Blake Nash fifth. Ariel Elkin sixth. 7th for Justin Atacanis from P2 on the grid. And here they come for the very first time to turn number 9 and 10. We'll put 1 lap in the books. The Frenchman, Evan Guiltaire, 15 years old, leads them out of the final corner for 1 lap in the books, Mike.
And how about the start from Oliver Hodgson? Oliver Hodgson already up to second place, and he's going to take a look right now for the lead. Hodgson to the inside for turn number 1.
Here we go. Oliver Hodgson, new leader, turn 1, like you called it there, Mike. He gets by Evan Guiltaire, swallows him up, and the wily veteran takes him over to turn number 4 and 5 through the chicane. Now does Guiltaire go right back on him, Rob? We'll find out.
Massive start there for Hodgson, really aggressive on the cold tires. Great job for the driver on the comp car for J3 competition. He'll hold it through turn number 7. We'll stack up maybe 5, 6, maybe 7 carts before we have the first little gap back. Rolling through turn number 8, keeping the pinch to the inside. A lot of exit there, so drivers running a little tighter on the inside. Here comes Guiltaire. Book it to the inside, but calling an over-under, and it'll be Hodgson back to P number 1 in turn 11.
Taking the new kid on the block to school. Oliver Hodgson back to the point, and now Guiltaire's got to worry about pressure from DeTulio. Here he comes on the inside. DeTulio will follow, and Hodgson's going to lose 2, nearly 3 as Marion Kremers gets through on the inside in the chicane. Here comes Blake Nash in 5th.
How many times have we seen that double pass happen there in turn number 1, down into the inside, and then the second person able to go through? You're not just going to lose 1, you're going to lose 2.
Yeah, it's been elbows up here right now, especially as well over here in turn number 7. The end of that shootout of the very quick turn 6. You run down into turn 7, open it up to get through that corner, but it puts the big wide open run down the inside. Back through 9, over to 10. And at this point now, Hodgson trying to reel back up here on Guiltaire. Pretty good run as well for Marion Kremers, as Xander had mentioned. Leveraging the opening corner, he'll go to P3. Hodgson back to 4th. Ariel Elkin to 5th. Here's a big move as well. Coming to the inside. Hodgson back to take over P3.
Nice move by Oliver Hodgson to retake the spot. And now Alessandro DeTulio goes to work on Evan Guiltaire. A couple of young guns there. Guiltaire and DeTulio, sophomore seniors, lead the way over Hodgson and Kremers. And then Ariel Elkin, who last year, what a turnaround for this TB car driver, had to come out of the LCQ. This year, much better qualifying effort in the top 5 in his heat, and he's putting pressure to the former KZ world champion Marion Kremers as they head towards turn 10. This time by, it'll be 4 down, 6 to go. These heat races, mad dashes to the finish, and the top 5 have gotten away. Big crash over in turn number 10. Laurent Legault is out. Laurent Legault, heavy contact with the wall there, and the camera froze for a moment, but now we're side by side for 4th. Elkin to the inside on Marion Kremers.
I was just going to talk about Elkin before that crash happened. Very, very fast during the practice day. He's been coming. Just make the move for P4.
Alessandro DeTulio, very impressive this year in the USF Juniors category, running with VRD Racing, a race winner on the season, challenge for the championship. Good to see him back behind the wheel of his kart here this weekend. Again, running now in that P2 position. Aggressive to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll try to find a way by Guiltaire. Thinking about it in turn number 10 to the bottom. Hikes the inside rear tire, and we have a new leader. It's Alessandro DeTulio.
And talk about the brand diversity. You've got Paralyn, Kart Republic, Comp Kart, TB Kart, Viral Art. You have to go back to 6 to find an OTK. DeTulio now blocks the inside. Guiltaire to the outside. Hodgson's through. Elkin's through. Big crash back behind us. It is one of the Technokart entries at the outside of turn number 10. He's in an awkward spot. More drivers coming around. There goes Laurent Legault and more by. And up front here as we've got more coming.
Cohen Day, the driver going off the racetrack at a turn number 10. Got into the barrier on the outside of the Techno machine. He'll fall to the tail of the field. Otherwise, up front, this feels like a Super Sunday main event right now. These drivers absolutely, Xander, going at it, dropping the gloves back and forth. Hodgson goes back to the lead. DeTulio second. A little bit of a gap right now, though, from second to third.
Yeah, it looked like Evan Guiltaire started to block. He got a little bit worried about fighting backwards momentum, and Ariel Elkin crossed him up, got to the inside. Guiltaire had a little fade at him, but unfortunately couldn't keep him back behind. So now it's Elkin, Kremers, Guiltaire, 3, 4, 5, and it's finally spread out finally, as we say towards the end of the stages here, towards the front of the field. So they'll head through 3 laps to go. There's the third group right there, led up by Justin Ataconis, Blake Nash, and Louis Westover, who's picked up a couple spots. Quickest driver on the racetrack's not even in the top 7. Patrick Woods-Toth went purple last time on that Prime Power Team Bureau Art. He's, again, just edge of the top 10 ahead of Alex Stanfield. But up front, Oliver Hodgson starting to walk away a little bit. Alessandro DiTullio second, 4 car lengths back, 3 to go, Rob.
Yeah, Mike and I were really watching the way these drivers kind of picked up throughout the practice session, the session yesterday, Mike. We were seeing how, that long extended run, how good would they be when they got to that 7, 8, 9, 10 lap. Hodgson looking really good now, really picking things up. Personal best time, 44.384. Not quite as quick as a 3.14 for Patrick Woods-Toth, but right now it's really consistent for Hodgson. And I think, Mike, no pressure from behind makes so much difference. You're not worried. You're not seeing that big dive bomb move or the over-under. He's just able to run his race line right now, and that's why he has probably about an 8 kart length lead over DiTullio coming to see the 2-to-go sign.
We've seen how much time you can lose just by being a little bit offline, especially if you try to do something defensive. The biggest difference, turn 1. If you can just go into turn 1 full tilt and not have to worry about the attack, that's really going to benefit you, especially as you start carrying the rest of your speed through the S's. The driver right now we need to be watching, though, Elkin. Very fast on practice day, especially at the end of the sessions. There's only a couple laps to go.
So Ariel Elkin up in third here with a lap and a half remaining, hunting down Alessandro DiTullio. Just a moment ago, Justin Ataconis was able to get around Evan Giltaire for fifth. Giltaire continuing to struggle a little bit back in that 6th spot. So your front row, P5, P6, they're going to get to start again front row for the next 2 heats. But you talk about a bit of a point swing here. Oliver Hodgson looking to score a nice and healthy 0. 1 lap away, white flag, 1 to go as they head down the back straightaway. Everybody spread up front by about 2 or 3 car lengths.
Yeah, final circuit right now for Oliver Hodgson. This is mission accomplished thus far. He's got to bring it back. Started in the 5th position, has worked his way to P1. That's exactly what you want to do. Any movement forward is crucial in these heat races. And really, I think, Mike, he's done a good job here right now. Had to fight for a while. They were kind of going back and forth. The elbows were up. Things settling out, as Andrew had said, the second half of the race. Right now, Hodgson getting clean and green through turn number 7.
You got to make the most out of those good starts. He had an awesome start and was actually the leader for just a second. Now on screen, side by side there for a moment. Through the S's. I can't believe they actually, the last couple of corners.
This is Kremers versus Ataconis. Final turn. Contact as Oliver Hodgson gets the win. They're 3 wide. Giltaire over-unders them both. And that right there, that's a statement. Justin Ataconis, the rookie, saying, Marion, you can't chop me twice. Chop me once, I cut you a break. Tried to chop him again in that last turn, and Marion paid the ultimate price, 2 spots lost.
To your point there, that chop, that trying to close the door. If they're already in there, mate, you're already in there. Let it go. Try across.
Well, a lot of stories right there, right? Obviously, Marion Kremers, maybe a little frustration there. Wants to be farther forward. He was P3 at a time. Fell back a couple of spots. Made a really aggressive run trying to chop on Ataconis. He came right back on the inside, but how about a really, really heads-up play there by Giltaire to say, okay, you guys are going at it. Big wide entry, turned it early, got it out of the corner. He was by them by the time they got to the exit point of the corner.
Exactly that. Instead of Kremers holding on to the spot he had, he lost 2.
Yeah, so Marion Kremers ends up 7th here. Evan Giltaire ends up getting both of them to get into the top 5 there at the end. But Oliver Hodgson, talk about a turnaround here of events, right? He's only run a handful of events in 2022 and 2021, and in all cases, for the case of a standard IAME world champion and the level that he's at, him and the J3 competition crew, it just seemed like they were just missing that last little bit. And then right here, kicks off Vegas with a heat race win. That's got to feel awesome for them. Maybe a little bit of redemption in a way to get that product back at the front. And speaking of product at the front, getting set for heat number 1, B, and C. And product at the front, Mr. 7-time national number 1 reigning series champ Ryan Norberg will be starting on pole for 2 of his heat races, both of them today. And then tomorrow, he'll have to start on the outside lane, but he gets 2 easy ones down on the inside. He rolls off on that Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic to the inside of the front row. To his outside, the man that qualified 3rd here overall, Connor Zilish. The rookie standout in 2021 returns to Vegas. Honestly, I think he might have had one of the fastest go-karts here in that X30 main event last year but being a rookie, got kind of shuffled around a little bit. Ultimately ended up just off the podium, but a great run for him, and a second ever weekend with the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic crew. He makes up the front row for this next heat race. You go back to row number 2. Let's take it to the inside here, starting third. Thomas Stolzermanis. What a job he's had this week in that energy kart that has not seen a whole lot of North American X30 competition, but Thomas Stolzermanis will start to the inside of row 2 in third in the Nash Motorsports entry. To his outside, another young gun here, Jack Jeffers, moved up to X30 Sr at the end of 2021, and the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver will complete row number 2. You go back to row number 3. Let's go down to the inside once again, and that'll be the 393 SKUSA Winter Series Round 1 winner Eduardo Villa in the TB Kart Camp. Just watch his teammate Ariel Elkin show a lot of speed, and the difference here for Villa, he rolls off on the inside lane here, P5. He could be one to watch to come through the field with how quick those guys have been, especially in the night sessions. To his outside on row number 3 aboard the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, Paulie Massimino will make up the third row. Right behind him, that's Zach Clement DeMello there in the REM Cosmic, but Paulie Massimino starting 6th here for heat number 1, B, and C. You go on back now to row number 4, and who do we got down on the inside there? Well, it is none other than the AM Racing Team 2022 OK Senior World Champion Mateus Morgado aboard the Kart Republic with his longtime friend and team owner this week and engine builder Ariel Castro helping get him in those black, orange, and white colors. To his outside to complete row number 4, it is ZCD 2019 SuperKarts USA SuperNationals champion and X30 Senior, back again with that same team that he won back in that year, the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic Camp. He's got his teammate Connor Zillish just up the road, both of them in the same flights of heats, P8 for ZCD in the 351. We go on back now to row number 5, starting in the 9th spot. Down on the inside there as it gets a little bit tougher to look even further and further down the grid. And I believe for that one of the Rollison Performance Group entries, I have to check a close look there. It's one of our international drivers that'll be rolling off on the inside. And we continue to get set here for more action. X30 Senior, B versus C, getting set to go green. We'll be right back with the next heat race for X30 Senior. Live from Las Vegas, you're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of SKUSA SuperNationals 25, powered by Porsche.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back here as the engines have come to life at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas for SKUSA SuperNationals 25 with Kart Chaser's coverage presented by Porsche. My name's Xander Clements up here in the booth. Alongside me, our lead for this weekend, the voice of all 25 SuperNationals, Mr. eKartingNews.com. Rob Howden was out on the racetrack this morning with the booth, or in the booth with us here tonight, and as well, our full-time Kart Chaser commentator, as well, and a returning EKN commentator from 2021, Mike Smith. So, Rob, we're set, we're ready. We've seen one heat race. Thoughts so far?
Yeah, for me, it's finally the head-to-head action, right? You see what these guys can do. Wednesday was all about practice. Yeah, we're throwing fast laps down. Who's going to be quick? Then we qualify. But now it's time to go wheel to wheel. How much speed do you have that you can translate into actually being really racy as well? This is what we've seen, of course, out of a guy like Ryan Norberg. He'll be first, he'll be fifth. Always showing the racecraft to be where he needs to be when it's all said and done. He's got the SuperNationals win in the pocket from last year, coming in to try to get that second, defend the crown from last year. But man, you went through the top 10. It is stacked. You got world champions, you got young guns, you got veterans, we got top Italian drivers. There is a fantastic field of drivers, and this is just the first of 2 X30 Senior Heat races that we'll see here in this first run through.
I have to apologize there to Donovan Bonilla. I didn't recognize him. I think it's no, same helmet there. I just should have known better. Donovan Bonilla, who's run the entire SKUSA Pro Tour in the 380. The RPG Cosmic driver was so fast at Newcastle, put it up front all weekend long at the USPKS finale. Got roughed up a little bit, but the rookie should be good here this week. To his outside, another rookie, really almost sophomore because he ran here last year, Frankie Mossman, and they're on the power. Here we go. Heat number 1, B versus C. Look at Thomas Stolzermanis. Ryan Norberg's in the middle, and now Eduardo Villa to the lead out of turn number 1. Wild stuff there, 2 and 3 wide. Braden Eves on the low side. Villa trying to go, and Ryan Norberg, the national number 1, eaten alive by the field right off the bat.
Stolzermanis has already shown us how good he is at racecraft, right? Going around the outside and the KA stuff. For him to get there now is awesome.
Well, Stolzermanis, and how about Villa? All of a sudden he comes out of the corner like, You got to be kidding me. I got nothing but open racetrack. How'd this happen? He ends up going to P1 on that TB kart machine. So Eduardo Villa, who we saw victorious at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series earlier this year, now leads the opening lap. Stolzermanis slotting into the second position. Mateus Morgado up to P3.
Great start for Morgado, but now he's got company. Here comes Ryan Norberg looking for third. Down the inside to turn number 1. He is through. Morgado back to 4th. Connor Zilish rebounding. He's back up to 5th. Donovan Bonilla was up a good ways. Got shuffled back coming in the final corner. So this battle here, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Headed through turn 6. Eduardo Villa already trying to get away. Thomas Stolzermanis in the Nash Motorsports Energy Kart trying to hang on. 3 karts back, and Ryan Norberg's got his work cut out for him once again. 8 to go this time by 2 in the books.
Villa already up 4 spots, leading now, and it's not a huge surprise that he's able to do that. We saw how much speed he had, how much raw speed he had in the practice sessions. Little adjustment on the radiator there as things start to heat up, and he's rolling.
Check out the driving stance of Villa, too. It's so much different than a lot of the drivers. Really stands up, really leans way back, gets those arms out, really using those arms to push through each one of the corners, really get that, really a torsion. He's trying to lock down the wheel back to the back of the seat strut there, get that inside rear up in the air, something I've been struggling with, but he has got it handled out front, looking very good for Villa. Stolzermanis as well. Then you got that gap back to Ryan Norberg, who just went purple, and Connor Zilish going to work to see if he can't get his way back up on Morgado.
Yeah, he got by him, then Morgado freight trained him with Zachary Clayman to Mello, and then it all kind of went haywire. Let's go side by side here for a moment. 3 laps complete, 7 to go, and let's talk to our Heat 1 winner in X30 Senior. Mr. Oliver Hodgson is down with Kendall Hedge.
Down here with Oliver Hodgson. You started P5 and finished P1 in the first heat race. Walk us through those first couple of laps to get you in that position.
Yeah, so it's obviously been a little bit of back and forwards, and then I was quite confident my car towards the end of the race, once I settled in, would be good. A little bit of just trying to stay as relaxed as I could, back and forwards, and then once I got in the lead, I was, a pleasure to drive my bit of equipment, and it's to stretch a comfortable gap.
Any changes that need to be made going into the next heat today?
No, not yet. The kart's really good, so that kart, my X30 kart's been fantastic all week, so it's just a pleasure to drive at the moment.
Well, it sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
I'll tell you one thing, Xander, you have a look out here at this track right now. As they come through turn number 10, they've really worked the barriers out here. They're giving more and more and more room to be able to come out here. Just a tap of the barrier here, tap, tap, tap. All of a sudden, it's an extra foot of runoff coming out of turn number 10.
And it's something you don't see until you get there, right? Until you go through it one time. And if the guy in front of you overshot the corner, but then he gets a little bit of luck with it kind of opening up, he opens his hands, he pulls a little more. Talking about a guy pulling a little more. Well, Jack Jeffers was quickest overall last time by, but Ryan Norberg is hunting down Thomas Stolzer-Manis and Eduardo Villa. 5 in, 5 to go. The champ did not let the start swallow him up as they battle behind. Morgado, Zilish, ZCD just got by Jack Jeffers. That's for 6th. The Jeffers down in 7th. Pedro Hiltbrand on the move. Up into the top 10. Goes purple that time. And Jeffers and DeMello going to switch as Morgado and Zilish try to do the same. Morgado hangs on.
Yeah, we got a lot of back and forth action. It was a good move for Clayman DeMello down here in turn 10. But Jack Jeffers, the Speeds Concepts machine, right back by to the inside of turn number 1. So very focused on trying to make sure he can work his way up front. Look at this fight further back. We got 3 drivers up the road, Xander, but 5th, 6th, 7th, on back to probably 12th or 13th. How about 2 wide through turn number 8?
This is a madhouse here. Pedro Hiltbrand ran Jack Jeffers wide to get himself clear and then ultimately lost a spot to Donovan Bonilla in that RPG Cosmic. There's Braden Eves going by. So poor Jack Jeffers just getting beaten up by all these guys. And that's been, again, one crucial point talking to the Speed Concepts camp. They've been trying to work on him, get his elbows out, and he's just got to learn when to do it, when not to, and how to kind of play the fiddle as Eves, late move on Frankie Mossman. He gets through. Jeffers trying to get through. He does back on Eves as well. While up front, Ryan Norberg has worked his way around Thomas Stolzer-Manis for 2nd. He sets his sights on Eduardo Villa, the number 1, getting his way back towards the lead. He's going to have a short amount of time to do it, though, Mike. 3 to go this time by.
Indeed, and all 3 of the top drivers are running almost identical lap times. Now that Norberg has got a bit of a clean air here, he had 1/10 on Villa. Can he find a little bit more here? Again, only about 3 or so laps to go.
Is it just me? I know you guys called all the races earlier today. It seems like this particular layout, you really got to get your elbows up. There's a lot of guys really diving down to the inside, really working the apex, coming through the chicanes. We had the 2 chicanes, middle of the racetrack. Some of these guys getting super aggressive diving down the bottom. I don't know if it was that aggressive last year. I think the way the track runs in the other direction, you have to be so open on a lot of the corners that the dive move down the inside is not as aggressive, I think. This year, man, these guys are really working it.
I think part of that could just be the lack of grip. If there's not a lot of grip, you can't do that undercut and try to counterattack.
True. We got to remember, right, we are, probably 10 to 20 degrees colder than we were last year, especially at night. So everyone's been complaining about grip on the racetrack. It's not been too much rubber deal. That was Ryan Norberg in the post-race show, what he talked about. He said he knew this part of the week is where we struggle. We need this track to rubber up. That's when our equipment works the best. And so he's hoping and banking on it for it to get there by Super Sunday during the day. You'd imagine it'll be really good, but he needs a little bit more right now here. Now, with 2 laps to go, let's see if he can get to Eduardo Villa. Thomas Stolzer-Manis is faded back. Ryan Norberg hunting down Eduardo Villa in that TB card here, Rob.
I think really big for Villa to potentially able to get out of this opening heat race with a win. You really do change your mindset for Heat 2 and Heat number 3 when you get that first 0 point, on the docket. So he's having a really strong run. Needs to dig in deep because Norberg's coming on strong. Went purple last time by. White flag flying this time by. Very similar lap time, Xander. 4/10 of a second the gap. We'll see if potentially Norberg able to close up here. He does definitely eat in at least a length, maybe a length and a half into 2-3 now.
He's looking really good through the chicanes here, Rob, as they go through, only 2 car lengths away. He might be able to force Villa to go on the defensive and then try to do something in the final 2 corners, hunting his way back there, making up for that start. Ultimately, still, it's just a 2-point deal for Norberg. That's a safe heat result. How bad does he want it? Into the final couple corners. Villa to the inside, blocks it. Norberg follows. Villa will defend one more time. Norberg opens up, tries for a crossover move. It will not be enough. It might be at the line. Wow! Norberg, my goodness, 6/1000th of a second.
You know what that was right there? That was our first opportunity to potentially see a $15,000 move. Yep. That's what you're going to get at the end of the weekend come Super Sunday. It's going to be that kind of a deal, a block to the inside, an over-under, and he was it. That start-finish line is far enough down the racetrack that you could potentially get an over-under having been blocked. The win there for Norberg, 6/1000ths of a second at the line. Villa 2nd, Stolzer-Manis 3rd, Zilic in 4th, Clayman DeMello 5th. That could be a precursor of what we see on Super Sunday.
I hope so. We have seen so many good moves, Rob. It's a treat to be here in the mornings here because we've seen around the outside passes, crossover moves, Good defensive driving on all fronts, but a very veteran move from Ryan Norberg. He knew Villa was going to park it in the center of the corner to try and prevent that crossover. Went a little bit wider, a little later even than expected for that late apex, and he was able to get the job done on him. Thomas Stolz-Sermanis, Zilish, DeMello picks up a lot of spots. Bonilla hangs on. Hate it for as the field went on back. A few more that struggled there. Jack Jeffers at least rebounded decently to get himself into the top 10. And just like that, we're already on from X30 Sr to X30 Jr.
Indeed, next field pulling out here. And you wonder how many people have watched that from the grandstand and said, man, we got some work to do, or we got to figure out, make sure we're ready to be able to handle that when that kind of a situation comes. I guarantee you, every driver who thinks he can potentially win the race here this weekend will go back and look at that piece of video, because they're going to want to see how that played out. What can I do to prevent it? If I'm running an inside line, what do I do? It's definitely going to be something that's going to be analyzed over the next couple of days.
And I'll tell you what, Xander's actually been talking about it a couple of different times. It's not just taking notes on how to get some speed. It's taking notes on battle testing. Where can I make some moves? How can I make some counter moves? Villa did a great job there. He just got beat.
A tiny bit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that can come down to literally a 16th of a turn on the needle for the carburation of not being lean enough to get the power down on the bottom end and to go, and then vice versa for Norberg. Norberg played that trick, got him a heat win. He's not going to be able to probably do that again to Villa, so now he's like, all right, that worked, but now I got to put that in my pocket for either someone else or try again. But let's go. Caleb Gaffaro on the front row, Ernesto Rivera, an RPG lockout here, next 30 Juniors. We come to the green.
Kai Burke, Sebastian Weldon, row 2. Max Garcia, Isaac Medillo, row 3. Fernando Luque and Teddy Masella, row 4. Brody Yendel and Anthony Martella on row number 5. There's your top 10 field lining up, getting ready to roll, and we're at it. Green, green, green into turn number 1. And Gaffaro will hold the spot, rolls the corner, and will be the first driver to tuck it into turn number 2 and 3, pulling out cleanly about 3 kart lengths, coming through 2 and 3 now, 4 and 5. A couple other drivers potentially together. Yeah, at least one driver off through the barriers of turn number 3. 2 more spinning on the exit of turn number 3 as well. So a little bit of chaos further back there, Mike, but a pretty good start for Caleb Gaffaro, although we do have a couple of drivers off and over. More contact coming out, big contact coming in to turn number 6 or 7. Seeing whether or not we go full course. There's at least 3 or 4 carts off. One is upside down coming into that corner. SKUSA officials do whatever they can to get the carts rolling right now. Yellows are flying. Drivers still in their carts, as we said. No, red flag. We've got red flag. There is a ton of debris, carnage over in the entry down into turn number 7. That run out of 6 down to 7. At least 4 or 5 drivers involved. A couple of them able to hop back in and get it refired. One cart was upside down. So quite a bit of chaos coming down into turn number 7, Mike. That was, you watch it, you grabbed me quickly there when it happened as I was calling through what was happening up front here. But indeed, an incident down into turn number 7.
Yeah, and I can tell you that the car that is upside down, that driver did get over to the side, but they are right now on the sidelines getting attended to by the officials. That was a tough one. It looked like it was a lot of people going for the same piece of real estate. They're about 4 or 5 wide, and then once you get one tire, there's nowhere to go. You're in the pack.
Yeah, and again, you're hoping that the opening laps, drivers are able to settle in. But again, that opening circuit, the big run through turn number 6, taking that run down now into turn number 7. Things can get a little chaotic. Looks like this one's going to be a little bit of time to clean up, folks. So those of you tuning in here on Kart Chaser, don't go anywhere. We'll come back. We'll get this thing back fired up again. We'll make sure all our drivers are okay. Lots more racing to come here on Kart Chaser.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and RK chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Still under red flag conditions as we are back here at the SuperNats. We do have an interview, though. Going to get down to Kendall right now to catch up with Ryan Norberg.
Down here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, you were sitting second there for a while. Talk about what was going on through your head going to the last lap.
Well, yeah, we had a strong kart. It was just a matter of trying to find where we could make passes. I felt like the kart was strong in areas that, wasn't super beneficial. We were catching them in weird spots of the racetrack, and it was kind of difficult to make a pass. But once I passed for second, it was just a matter of running down the leader. And then, I caught him, and with 1 to go, I kind of fell back on him. And so I was like, if I'm going to make a shot at this, force him to block a little bit, I gotta get back on his bumper. And so the first 2 corners, caught up to his bumper, and then at that point it was just kind of wait for a spot. Luckily, he kind of overslowed on the block coming out of the last corner, and I was able to get by him. But you can't take those moves lightly. I mean, those don't come that often. So I'm not going to be able to do that one again. So got to try and figure out a spot that I can be faster and make some better passes out there.
With that, are there going to be any changes being made from this heat race to the next one?
Yeah, there always are. I mean, this racetrack's constantly changing, and we have to adapt to it every single session. But I mean, if we can figure out, try and change where our balance is and where, we're stronger on the racetrack, I think that's, the area we need to start going.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Great insight there from Ryan Norberg on how you kind of have to set things up throughout a race weekend. The drivers have a quick chat with our race control. We'll get them back over to the car here momentarily. In the meantime, Competition Motorsport is your #1 Alpine Stars dealer located near the SKUSA registration tent with multiple hundred Alpine Stars gloves, suits, and shoes on site. Let Competition Motorsport supply all your kart racing safety needs. Look for Competition Motorsport's Alpine Stars banners at Alpine Stars van near the SKUSA registration tent. And Mike, there you go. Drivers kind of having a chit-chat there. Maybe they're saying, hey, that was a little hectic for the first couple of laps. Maybe we should settle in. Or not.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to see drivers not able to continue there and having the red flag thing happen. But yeah, certainly these drivers are going to have to hit a bit of a reset button here. It's heat 1, it's lap 1. We got a long way to go.
That's it. And again, that run coming out of turn number 6, a lot of times you hope they're kind of maybe lined up a little more coming through 2 and 3 and through 4 and 5. We got a more into single line. To go that wide as we had coming down into turn number 7 and then have drivers making the contact like they did, that's the kind of carnage you don't want. And again, it's that mindset of that the first and foremost, I know you want to get good results, but first and foremost, finish these heat races. When you don't finish a heat race, you put yourself so far back, especially when you don't finish the opening heat race, because then immediately a second DNF is going to be a struggle. It changes your mindset. You may get maybe too aggressive at one point. If you're just able to get through these heat races, getting a couple passes here and there, much wiser than potentially trying to dive bomb on an early lap run and then find yourself in the wall.
Well, and some of it just comes down to how each driver decides they want to go about things. I mean, everyone's got a little bit of a different thought process. You know, we talk about some drivers that are trying to be coached up to be a little more elbows out, while other ones, like, that's the natural stance, right?
Yeah.
These early part of laps, you got some people who are going to be more on the right foot in these scenarios. You see an incident happen in front of them, they're going to be a little bit more, how can I take advantage of this versus how can I make it through this? And just that mindset difference, you start to see there's a pros and cons, there's a risk and reward.
Indeed, and sometimes you come on the good side, the positive side of those kind of high-risk moves. Sometimes, maybe not. Maybe it's the other way around, and you find yourself with a DNF. There's a number of drivers who have their carts lifted over top of the other side of the barrier, meaning they're not going to be back at it again. Young man, you better watch out, my friend. You are on camera right now trying to fix your pushback bumper. That is not a good look. Not a good look.
You tell them the number.
Yeah, the video's there. Oh, there it is right there.
Yep. Come on, buddy.
Yep. You're not allowed to work on your cart there, bud, on a red flag.
Guy's pulling a Dale Earnhardt right now at Daytona trying to fix the fender.
No,
that was Sterling Marlin.
Sterling Marlin.
Oh, man.
Kart Chaser, part-time race direction.
And officials? Ay.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
I'll tell you what's going to cut through the air better.
Wow. All right. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
It could be a complete. David Cole here saying it could be a complete restart. Maybe that is something that's allowed right now. But
I don't think they finished a lap, did they? They didn't even get to the start-finish line. So
that'll be interesting. I don't know what the rule is on that, to be honest with you. But going to work on the machine. Could be a complete restart. We'll potentially get some insight from Bo Barfield, the race director here, who, those of you who don't know Bo Barfield, he has a deep resume of working in open-wheel Formula cars, IndyCar, IMSA, a number of different organizations that he has been able to, or has been positioned as race director or race steward. So we have a lot of experience lined up for our whole race direction program.
I like that right there, though. He's like, hey, come here. I can't snap this. You close it for me. See, I didn't fix it. My competitor fixed it for me. It's not me. Get a second opinion on that thing. Jokes and jokes and jokes.
Caleb Gaffera was able to get out to the initial lead on the opening circuit there, was able to clean through turn number 1, and then, of course, the first driver to 2 and 3. Had probably 3 or 4 cart lengths heading out of turn number 6 down to turn number 7, but as we said, a stoppage in play here for the drivers in our X30 Jr category. Mike, give me your overview. I obviously didn't get a chance kind of to see the morning sessions that we saw. You know, the KA100 Sr drivers, the juniors and masters, and of course micro as well. Give me your thoughts on how things went in the morning. It was significantly colder, but the temperature falling down now. Overall, how was the racing?
Awesome.
It was good.
It was really, really good. I said it last night. It was speculation, right? That and we will get a chance to see some more shifter stuff. But the speculation was that it's tough to make a track good on both single speed and shifters, right? With the different way the two disciplines are out, how they attack the track.
Indeed.
And it's just you've been seeing passing all over the place. And not only that, not just being passed, but counterattacking, like the ability to see the move and then counteract the move, and just because you got passed doesn't mean you're done.
Well, the low grip nature of the racetrack as well, when you make that deep move down the inside, there could be let's say a higher percentage of overcooking it into the corner, which sets up for the over-under.
We've
right?
seen that a lot in turn 1.
Yeah, if you're holding that, oh my God, little wide, back to the over-under again. And then with the fact that the next turn is actually a right-hander, not a left-hander, if the guy's even along the inside, you kind of got to give that up. You don't want to be the guy on the outside trying to hold it if he's pounding up over the curb at turn number 2. If he's short and cutting over to 3, you're the one that's going to come out on the bottom end of that.
Yeah, and I think the mixture of, you've got 3 different types of corner. Right? You got the hairpins, you got the fast sweepy stuff, but then you got the S's. And all 3 of those types of corners take a different type of approach. And we're seeing drivers and machines better in different parts of the circuit. We were watching some of the drivers. They were really, really good in the higher speed stuff where we have less wheel into it. But as soon as you had to put more wheel into it, a little bit of a bind would start to happen. You start to lose a little bit. So, yeah, the track is changing. The teams and the drivers are getting their handle on how things are getting grippier as it goes. Grippier in quotations. It's still not. We're not going to see a bunch of black on the ground.
No, we're not. 100%. So obviously SuperKarts USA doing the best they can right now to get these karts back into position. I'll take another quick break here as we're just kind of biding some time. We'll do another quick break. Come on back. We'll go green flag racing once again with the drivers in X30 Jr.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back to live coverage of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals here in Las Vegas. A red flag in the X30 Jr category after an opening lap incident blocked the track. A couple drivers were up and over. So just to bring everybody up to speed, all drivers are fine. Got that call from Tom Kutcher, which is obviously fantastic to hear. All the drivers are good. Also getting told by Neil Strickland, the race control, letting us know that it will be a complete restart. And with the restart rules, they're able to reset their pushback bumpers, but mechanics not allowed on the racetrack. So the young driver that we saw working on the kart actually doing so legally, getting that pushback bumper back to where it needed to be. So indeed, all good right now. It'll be a complete restart as we get these drivers lined up. And before we do so, let's head down to Kendall Hedge, who stands by right now with Talon Yokel.
Down here with Talon Yokel. Talon, give us a rundown on how your weekend's going so far.
Yesterday it went pretty rough. I had a mechanical failure that caused me to go into the wall for qualifying. Luckily, I wasn't injured, and the kart was pretty bad in the morning, but thankfully, actually, thank you to Sean Bailiff for giving me his welder to weld up my chassis this morning. Big help. But yeah, I had to weld up my chassis, get it all together, make sure it was straight. It was straight in the warm-up. I'm pretty happy now, and I'm ready to make up some spots.
Well, to make up some spots, what are your expectations going into these few heat races?
My expectations, hopefully pick off a few spots off the start because I'm starting in the back. Hopefully a few people get together, I don't get caught up in it, keep it clean, basically it.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Talon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Lots of work to be done for Talon Yokel starting that far back, man. But he's got a good mindset, right? Trying to get a couple spots early, stay out of some of the trouble. So a good job coming up for him to see what he can do, see how you hold on to everything. Man, it's tough. I'm in there already, so he'll be pretty aggressive. Hopefully, for him at least, it'd be nice to have a cleaner start so he can go to work. He knows he's got a specific set of speed that he'll be able to attack. He knows he's not supposed to be at the tail of the field. Put his head down, start working forward.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. You have to have the right mindset going into it. And some drivers are making an air pressure adjustment or maybe this or that. He's making a welding adjustment, putting the thing back together. But he said he felt good after the morning or his warm-up session. He'll be able to get after it in the heat race.
Looking to go green flag once again. We've got the drivers working back up here. As we said, it will be Caleb Gaffera on the pole position. Starting alongside his teammate Ernesto Rivera, Kai Burke and Sebastian Weldon on row 2, Max Garcia and Isaac McNeil on row 3, Fernando Luque and Teddy Masella on row 4, Brody Yendel and Anthony Martella on row number 5. A little further back, row 6, Enzo Vidmontien and Leonardo Scorpioni. Row 7, Cameron Brinkman and Diego Giat. Row number 8, Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Hudson Schwartz. Big field set to go here, Mike. 48 drivers ready to come roll and take the green flag for the opening heat race.
48 drivers, and you can feel it. Look at these guys. They want to get after it again. Now, this is an interesting deal. They get all fired up, and then they had the red flag. They got to hit the reset button and try it again. We're about ready to do it.
Number of drivers, as we know, out of the race after the incident down into turn number 7, so not quite the full field. Coming back for the restart now. Drivers in the tram line, smoky up down there into turn number 1. We're on it. Green, green, green. And again, Gaffera gets a good jump. Taking all of the exit, gets a good run out of turn number 1. Then they'll climb back through turn number 2 and 3. Big gap there for Gaffera. First driver coming through that corner, obviously be able to make the move. Here's the run out of turn number 6. A driver, big slide. There's going to be a bunch of drivers going to make contact here indeed, yeah. Right in the middle of the apex. There's not much you can do there. It looks to me like probably 8 helmets involved in that one as they all come crashing together. One driver got sideways. Looks to me like one driver that got tapped or had over-rotated the cart into the apex.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how it started, but as you say, he was over-rotated regardless how he got there, and everybody else is kind of a sit and duck. Although there was a few of them that came in pretty late. You got to have those eyes up. You can avoid some of that kind of stuff by just going around the outside, but we are done and dusted here. The start of this thing, Caleb Gaffera, as you had mentioned, huge start for him. He's already a good 10 kart lengths in front.
Yeah, everybody able to continue from that incident. Let's say that. No, we saw that on the screen. Everyone able to get kind of unhooked and refired and underway. So everybody else rolling again at this point here, working their way down now into turn number 7, turn number 8 for Caleb Gaffera.
Indeed, Caleb Gaffera, he's going into turn number 9 right now, and he's got a huge gap. Max Garcia hanging out in second, and actually both these drivers well out in front. The fight is right now third on back. The 775 of Fernando Leak, he is the one leading the train as they go down the straightaway once again.
1.3 seconds to gap for Caleb Gaffera. Everybody else rolling down that straightaway there. Trying to keep the cart to the left side of the racetrack. Good scrap up front right now. Fernando Luque, Cameron Brinkman makes a move to the inside in that LN cart. The Lando Norris machine. Brinkman now into third position. Luque in fourth. Fifth now is Teddy Musella. So the action's continuing here as we're back underway in the X30 Jr category. Right now, let's have a look. We got a driver down on pit lane that we're going to have a quick chat with. It's the number 709 of James Agonistidis.
Here with James Anoxiatis, who was involved in that red flag incident. First off, are you okay?
Yeah, thanks.
What happened out there?
Not too sure. I think I went up the inside of someone and then got squeezed, and I was just up in the air, and then next minute I was lying on the track.
So going forward, what's next for the next heat race?
Just make as much positions as I can again and just get good finishes the rest of the weekend.
All right, well, sounds good, and I hope you heal okay and have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kendall. Obviously good to see James able to come back and have a quick chat with Kendall down on pit lane. Tough incident for him, of course, and again, you got to bounce back, Mike. You know, we've both been in incidents on the racetrack before, and mindset is such a crucial thing, especially when you find yourself out of the go-kart line in the middle of the racetrack. You've got to compartmentalize that, get it away, pack it away, refocus, and get back out on track for that next heat race.
Yeah, what's tough about that, too, it's not like it's the next day. He's got a heat race coming up this afternoon, right, where he's got to do it again. You've got to hit the reset button during your outlap. That's when you got to do it. So getting back on the horse, you're going back on the horse at full speed.
Caleb Gaffera, Max Garcia, Cameron Brinkman, Leonardo Scorpioni, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. top 5. What a run, though, for both of Scorpioni and Vasquez Jr. Scorpioni up 8 spots. Vasquez from 15th up to P5. What a great run for him now, and trying to push himself even a little bit more forward here at the halfway mark.
Huge moves there for Vasquez Jr., as you say, up 10 spots already, but also a shout out to Scorpioni, who was in the wall during the warm-up session. So he's hit the reset button, and now obviously it's not cost him too much as we go down into turn number 1 on the screen. Everybody single file, just trying to cut fast laps before they start making moves.
Sun just starting to work its way behind the Rio Hotel right now. As you can see, so much of this racetrack now in the shade. Really the only sun left out on the straightaway, probably just down the tail end. and down onto the water barriers there, so we are almost fully in shade. The lights will get fired up here momentarily for the remainder of the day. Our X30 Masters drivers getting set to roll on track next for their first of 2 heat races today. Watching the scrap further back. Good little battle here between a Scorpione and Cameron Brinkman. Scorpione with a move to the inside. He'll take the spot, move him up to P3. Started 12th, up to 3rd. That's about all you can ask for, starting outside the top 10.
Yeah, exactly that. He's doing that reset button again. Like I said, putting the fence there in the warm-up. Hasn't phased him at all. Up to 3rd and now rolling. Had fast lap before Vasquez Jr. took it back from it, so there's a lot of speed in this group here. They're all single file. And again, the fight is for 3rd. Scorpione leads the group. Brinkman and then Vasquez, 3, 4, 5 as the top 2 drivers. Gafara, we haven't talked about him. Garcia, we haven't talked about him. There's nothing to talk about. They're just killing it.
Yeah, they're well out front. Of course, Gafara out by 2.1 seconds. Scorpione, you can see the gap when we come back around as we pick him up, come on the straightaway. Just a little bit up the road here from this shot is Max Garcia. That's the gap back to Max Garcia. Another 2 seconds there. And then you got a Scorpione, Brickman, Musella right there as well. Fernando Luque. 2/10 back to Vasquez, to Hudson Schwartz. That point there, more of a gap. Top 2 drivers, though, nice cushions front and back.
Exactly, and you had Vasquez actually just lost 2 spots right here in front of us out of the final corner before the stripe, and it was a move by Brinkman, and then Luque just went right through as well. Vasquez had to bail and stayed right in the game here, but now has to find a little bit more to get back into the fight.
Yeah, Caleb Gafara looking to put down a race win here in the opening heat race for X30 Jr. He's the reigning SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion in the category and looking good here right now as well. Got it to a solid lead. Nice clean run through turn number 1. Capitalized on that with a big lead coming out of turn number 4 and 5 and has really just stretched that away. Top 5 drivers, Mike, all turning their personal best times here on lap number 8.
And that's even with a pass from Luque. Luque made it past Musella there to move up to P5. You still have 2x2 there with a few of them. It is 3 and 4 of Scorpione and Brinkman, then Luque, Musella, and a whole bunch under behind him.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 all together. Luque, Musella, Vasquez, Schwartz, and Martella. Gafara's going to come around to see the white flag. The gap pretty big here. There's that next group coming, as we talked about, led by the 775 of Luque. Right behind him, the 710 of Teddy Musella. Let's see if Musella has anything. A big run down the straightaway. Does Musella? Oh, yeah, look at Luque's going to move to the inside of the racetrack. Around to the outside, Musella. Musella trying to go over-under, coming through the corner. Musella tries to beat him over to turn number 2 and 3. Book it. That was a nice move with, I believe, the move for Luque to try to block, but an over-under coming out of turn number 1 for Musella.
You saw the cross-up there. He almost did it too much, and that slowed him up too much to the apex. The roll speed was not in his favor. Loses the spot. Now the fight continues there. We got pretty much locked in for the front 4. Speaking of locked in, Caleb Gafara, another heat win on the books for the day.
Yeah, checker flag for Gafara, the RPG Motorsports, Rawlins Performance Group Cosmic Machine. The gap, 2.2 seconds. Kind of held that once he got to it, Mike. Held on to that spot. Both he and Garcia turning their best laps on the final circuit. Both those drivers 2 seconds ahead of each other and the guys behind.
He pretty much Vetteled it. You know, back in the day when the DRS first came out and Vettel would always get out to his second so you couldn't use the DRS. He just, right out of the gate, had that lead, stayed the whole time.
We saw that a lot with Gary Carlton as well in his top years in the SKUSA Pro Tour when he would be able to get out and hold on to a lead. He was so good on cold tires, would jump out to 2 seconds and never bothered stretching the lead. That 2 seconds was enough. And that's really what Gafara did there. Garcia strong, though, into second. Good points for him, up 3 spots. Scorpione up 9 positions, 12th up into 3rd. Brinkman up a 9 as well, 13th to 4th. So both those drivers really advancing quickly. Teddy Musella 5th. Fernando Luque in 6th. Vasquez Jr. ends up at 7th. He's up 8 spots, as was Hudson Schwartz. Anthony Martella in 9th, and Enzo Vidmontien rounding out the top 10. Jumping right back into it with our next category, X30 Master rolling out on the racetrack. And Mike, let's have a look at the grid really quickly. Starting up front, the driver who has been really dominant here all week long, Renato Jader in the Orslon Racing number 525. He's going to start in the pole position as one driver has gone around here. I don't know if he's going to get that thing wheeled.
So that's Pelosi.
Oh, that's Diego Pelosi.
And Pelosi was the one who was involved in the issue that we had during the warm-up where he ended up coming back around and got hit.
And Diego's got a boot on the right foot. He's actually got the throttle on his finger.
Yeah.
On the steering wheel. He's using the throttle there because he actually broke his leg last week. So let's have a quick look here. Renato Jader on the pole. Will Power starting on the outside of the front row.
Followed by Ben Cooper and Kip Foster, third and fourth.
What a stack.
Come on.
Top 2 rows. Chris Wareheim looking to attack from P5. He'll start on the inside of row 3. Jace Lindstrom quick as well. He'll start 6th.
David Serra in 7th, and Ignacio Vivian. Actually, Ignacio, one of the other drivers involved in that same situation with Pelosi.
Martin Pierce and Thomas Grice side by side on row number 5.
Matt Johnson in 11th and Dylan Albiani in 12th.
Let's have a look at the remainder of the top 20. Mario Barrio starting 13th. Martin Stone in 14th. Danilo Ramalho alongside Takahiro Nakamori on row number 8. Scott Kopp and Bonner Moulton, his 25th edition of the SuperNationals. He'll start 18th. Darren Marcus and Lee Nikadulu on road number 10. Drivers working their way out of turn number 10 right now, and again, it'll be Renato Jader on the inside in the 525. Will Power on the outside, your reigning NTT IndyCar Series champion and an Indy 500 race winner as well. He'll be on the outside of row number 1. Ben Cooper and Kip Foster. Kip Foster, a 4-time winner of the SuperNats. Ben Cooper winning an X30 Sr just a couple of years ago. The absolute star power in the front 2 rows here. Drivers into their staging lanes, ready to go racing, and we are, I believe, underway. Green, green, green. It's ugly from the outside. Will Power trying to hold on. Where does he go? He slots into position. He'll go to P2. Behind them, though, a little aggressive. We may have a couple of drivers. We've got yellow flags flying. Big a collision, big pileup into turn number 2 and 3. A number of drivers involved in the entry to 2 and 3. At least 7-8 drivers there. A couple of drivers from Rollison Performance Group. A couple, got an Illuminos driver in there as well.
Ian Kunches from Forward Direction.
Yep, indeed. Tough for a couple of drivers there early. Man, just tough to see that happen on the opening circuit, but we're underway. Drivers coming across the line. Ben Cooper has gone to P1.
Well, he's gone to P1 right out of the gate. Jotter did not seem to get rolling, and right to the inside, Cooper was able to attack. Foster able to go with him right out of turn number 1.
Indeed, Cooper, Power, Foster, Jotter, and Lindstrom, top 5. First time by. 10 laps the duration. Another driver off over here in turn number 8. As the attrition early here in X30 Master.
I'm not sure where exactly that happened in the field, but 2 drivers I know are fairly close to the front. Both Laurento Mardan and Mario Barrios were both involved in that turn 2 issue.
Wow, those are 2 drivers we expected to potentially run for podiums here in this particular category. Not going to see it happen here, at least in the opening heat race. Ben Cooper running really strongly right now here out front. Kip Foster into 2nd. Will Power 3rd. Renato Jader 4th. Lindstrom 5th. You got to go down to Martin Pierce in P9 for the fast lap so far here on lap number 2. Pierce holding station in his position. Biggest mover right now in the top 10, Thomas Grice, up 3 spots.
Up 3 spots. You got to wonder if as some of these drivers that were starting a little bit further back went a little higher on tire pressure because they knew they had to do work right away, and then they got a gift, and they were able to move up a few more spots a little bit easier, see if these tires stay good all the way to the end.
Right now, the gap here up front for Ben Cooper, probably about 6 or 7 kart lengths. You see him rolled out of turn number 9, back over to turn number 10. And the Rollison Performance Group driver looking good right now out front, really able to capitalize with the chaos of the opening lap. And really, as Mike said, maybe not the best jump for Renato Jader. He falls back into the 4th position right now, and Jader will go to work, see if he can't get his way back closer to the front of the field.
Front 12 drivers have gotten away from. There's a bit of a gap back after that, as there's a big fight from 13 on back that had Matt Johnson and Martin Stone involved. But up at the front, the drivers in the top 12, it's really Foster, Cooper, a little bit of a gap back to Foster, and then the rest of the world, they're back to 12th.
So again, drivers settling in right here for a good battle. Still a number of laps to go, 3 laps down, 7 laps remaining on the racetrack now. Cooper, Foster, Power, Jotter David, and Lindstrom. Well, we got this right now. We got a big race coming up here, folks. We got a couple of races in Pro Shifter. Let's send it down now to Kendall Head. She stands by with Track Magic driver Kyle Wick.
Down here with Kyle Wick, who is rolling off P5 for heat number 1. Where's your head at going into this first race of the weekend?
Now's our chance to study the guys that out-qualified us and keep it clean and see what we need to improve on.
How do you think the rest of the field is going to stack up for this race?
I think the field's very tight, and we'll see how the track races. It might be pretty easy to defend. We just don't know yet, so
How are you going to get up to the front and stay there?
Just need to be smart and not get a bumper penalty and keep it clean.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Mike, we hear that a lot, don't we? Keep it clean. Got to keep it clean. You wonder, I wonder a little bit, all of a sudden starting to come down now for some of these shifter kart teams. Do you go back and get some of the information you might have had from one of your master shifter drivers who's already been on the racetrack? What's the grip level feel like? I don't know how much you're going to be able to learn different, of course, times of the day. But a guy like Kyle Wick potentially going back to GFC and saying, what are we hearing from our Masters drivers?
Yeah, I mean, what have they done? What changes have they made? I mean, it's a little bit down the road, right, with the sun going completely down. Maybe they can go back to some of their notes from yesterday when they were out under these kind of conditions. But keep it clean. Well, the best laid plans, right, and see how it goes when the green falls.
Well, you know, the cool part for a guy like Kyle Wick, right, is, you know, they've got two guys at the front in Shifter Masters. So they've got someone only about 30 minutes up the road from when they're running that can give them live info. They've obviously got data from Alan Shudo, who won his heat race. And then, of course, Brian Keck was up there as well before the crash with 4A. So they've got data on both of the shifter fronts. One of those classes coming before Pro Shifter here. With 3 laps to go, though, back to X30 Master, of course. Ben Cooper continues to lead over Kip Foster. Will Power, it's, of course, Great Britain, the United Kingdom there. Then a couple of Aussies. Then you get back to Brazil with Renato Yater David. And then I believe it's Aussie for Jace Lindstrom, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I'll tell you right now, the Kipper is pushing hard. Kip Foster is digging in deep right now to see if he can't reel in Cooper. Ben had a little look over his shoulder. Will Power just turned his fastest lap, a 44.748, a full 10th quicker than Cooper. Only 7/10 separate first, second, and third. And Kip Foster rolling up here on the leader, Ben Cooper. And the interesting thing, Foster has been marching his way forward throughout the weekend, getting better and better, finding more speed. Now he's up to P2. Will it be a 5th career Super Nationals for Kip Foster come Sunday? Right now he is going to be battling it out here, potentially with Will Power first, and then maybe with the leader, Ben Cooper.
Is there going to be any working together amongst the Aussies? Are they going to go straight up and get after it? Power now within a couple of kart lengths. They are close enough for a little bit of a tow. Let's see how close they get. 2 to go down at turn number 1.
Ben Cooper going to go block the inside early here. Foster to the outside. Power gives him a little shot, and there they go. They'll tag team him. Foster to the lead, Power to second, Cooper back to third.
With 2 laps to go, that kind of surprised me with the big move to the inside there for Ben Cooper. I'm surprised he threw the big block down the bottom that late in the race. That'll he may second guess himself on that one, or does it put himself now in a place where maybe he can go to work? Let's see what Will Power does here, as he's right there on Kip Foster.
Go. I was going to say, if Power decides to actually attack him right here at the end of the straightaway, enter Ben Cooper right now.
Ben Cooper definitely not out of it yet. Here comes the run down the straightaway. Will Power tucking to the inside already. Side by side. The Aussie's there. No. Foster going to hold the spot. Big slide job. Nice rotation for Kip Foster coming down to the Burrell Art machine. They'll work their way out here at turn number 3 to 4 and 5. Good final lap here, Xander.
Great final lap. I'm surprised Will Power didn't pull the trigger in turn 1. Didn't do it in turn number 6 either. He's close enough, and Foster's just kind of fading late into the corner, but he's leaving it there. So whether it's Willie P's job to try and run second and he'll just take the points, or is he going to go for it? We're going to find out right here. Turn 9. Foster on the inside. Power's got a gap back. He can open up. Foster tries to open as well. He's got to be careful about the blocking penalty. But for now, Kip Foster holds on at the line over Power.
Yeah, Will Power gave him a little thumbs up coming across the line, so I don't know the Will is too overly unhappy with a second place finish. Always good to be able to get a result there and get out of it with a good finish, knowing you can come back again and do it later today. The big thing for me was Ben Cooper. I don't know why he would have defended so aggressively just going into that penultimate lap.
Well, and as you say, aggressively. That was a good third off the wall. I mean, he was in that inside lane. Even if he just done a half track, it might have been enough. And to your point, Xander, about Will Power, it almost looked like he didn't have the gear, because he started pulling out and then I don't have enough. He looked back over his shoulder, ducked back in line.
Yeah, hard to tell, right? And then in Ben Cooper, I think it's probably a mindset thing. In X30 Sr, I think that blocks makes absolute sense. in X30 Master, these guys, there are some aggressive guys in the class, no doubt, as we see the top 10 here. Foster, Power, Cooper, Thomas Grice there fourth, Renato Yater David fifth, gets himself up ahead of Jace Lindstrom, and then it goes down, of course, with Ignacio Vivi and Danilo Romalo. Picks up 7 spots into the top 10 and 8th. Martin Pierce 9th. Chris Wareheim falls back from his initial starting spot of 5th to 10th, but I think Ben Cooper's move there, turn 1, I think that makes a lot of sense for what we saw out of those X30 Senior Heat races. Those look like sprints. Those look like 8, 10 lap, maybe even 5 lap dashes. The Masters field, for the most part, what it's known for is a little more thought and a little less aggression, because these guys all know roughly, right? And it helps, of course, that there's no LCQ. It's all the field together, so you're not battling one position for 2. You're doing 1-to-1. Yeah, so that's another thing, too. But I think ultimately it's just Ben Cooper, first time in X30 Master, you don't got to go that crazy, because they aren't that crazy. But I mean, they're wild, but, they're not that crazy, right?
Yeah, and one of the people I think might be scratching their head right now, Renato Jader. Starts on pole, did not have that start he wanted, was immediately back to 3rd, and actually never saw a resurgence there. So I think Jader David is going to be going back and looking at things.
Yeah, Thomas Grice was able to get by him as well. So Renato Jader, who started up front, going to have to go to work here in the second race. Rolling right now, although right into it with the first of our 2 pro shifter categories, Group A versus Group C. Group A versus Group D. And Xander, this is what we're looking forward to. Lights are on, sun's starting to go down. We're going to get the darkness here pretty soon. We got a great looking field getting set to go. Pedro Hiltbrand going to start at the pole position on all PSL. Burrell Art front row. Jake French starting on the outside of that front row.
And that PSL karting Burrell Art dominance goes back to row number 2. Marian Kremers, the reigning SKUSA Pro Tour Pro Shifter champion, rolls off to the inside of 4-time SuperNationals winner, Mr. Factory Kart USA, Billy Musgrave.
Kendall had a chance to talk to Kyle Wick. He said he's going to go to work, see what those guys up front do, maybe learn a little bit here right now. The Track Magic driver will start P5. On the outside, Ricardo Longhi in the number 244.
That puts it 4 Burrells inside the top 6 here for this opening heat race, and of course they're split 2 and 2 along the lines. You go back to row number 4, it's Keon Tandon in the number 228 GFC entry. He starts to the inside of Christian Domenico Bertuca to put another PSL karting Burrell Art inside the top 10.
Giorgio Carrera and Andrew Bedozo on row number 5.
Vincente Salas with a decent qualifying effort here for, I believe, the second-year pro shifter driver and NASCAR esports driver as well. In 11th to his outside, Mr. Phoenix Kart Racing Association Club President Micah Hendricks aboard the Croc Promotion USA 273.
David Trefaloff and Hunter Pickett on row number 7. Elliot Cleary and Philip Niemkowitz on row number 8.
Hannah Greenemeyer, the rookie and SKUSA Pro Tour X30 Senior Champion of 2021, rolls off on the inside of row 9 alongside Cooper Becklin. Then you go back to Stefan Rosinski and Mario Gild around your top 20.
One of the other drivers of that Catalyst Racing group, Scott Hargrove, starting 21st alongside Axel Bankston. Then we'll have Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Vincenzo Saraceno on row 12.
The king of the spin with a lot of work to do there in row number 12 for Vincenzo Saraceno. If it's off, number of views, over hundreds of thousands of views for him already this week. Hopefully he can get that VTM Racing Engines Privateer Magic Kart rolling, and Matt Jaskell, Supernat Specialist, rolls off 25th. And here we are. Stands are full. Fences are lined for the first heat race of the weekend for Pro Shifter. Rob, you got goosebumps? Because I know I do.
Yeah, I just started getting a little tingle up my spine there. I love seeing this, and then especially with the lights on, it's time to go shifter race. You talk about Matt Jaskell, a winner in the ADC Junior category, the Supernats, back in 1998. Great to have him still here. Field set, green, 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 racing. Down into turn number 1, and the Burrells will go 1, 2, 3. Great start for them, but Kyle Wick diving up the inside. He'll go to P4.
Almost there. Musgrave slammed the door shut on him, and Marian Kremmer slots into 6. Ricky Longhi, Longhi side by side with, I believe, Christian Bertuca. The teammates there back and forth for 6th and 7th, but all the while, Pedro Hiltbrand was talking with him earlier this week. He was so excited. Only got to run shifter here one time in S1 a couple of years ago back when he was a CRG factory driver. Now with Burrell Art Factory, they gave him the option. They said, Pedro, it's a lot of driving in a short amount of time to do X30 Senior and Pro Shifter. He said, I want to do it. Put me in. I'm there. Marian can do it. I can too. And right now, he leads the way down the back straightaway here. Big time move for Hiltbrand, and Jake French under fire. Billy Musgrave
Musgrave has been phenomenal on starts, Rob. We go back to the SKUSA Pro Tour. He's got a whole shot from 4th on his record this year.
You got to think about the Musgrave name. They've been around motorcycle racing, motocross racing for decades, and he knows how to get off the line, knows how to really modulate that throttle, really roll on that clutch, and he was able to get out the line quickly and came from the outside and really dove into the middle of that Burrell Art group to go to P3. And it's an American-made in Southern California factory Kart chassis now running P3.
And Kyle Wick, able to get up to 4th there, Mike, and Marian Kremers up into 5th. So a little shuffle there for them as Wick was able to just hang on to that spot, but he's got a hungry group of Burrells behind him between Kremers, Bertuca, and Musgrave's around. Big contact. He'll pile drive the outside barriers in turn number 1. Billy Musgrave spins it backwards. That was obviously there a mechanical issue, I'd have to imagine, the way that he spun with the brakes there, Rob.
Yeah, I wonder, Mike. I had a good look at it. It looked to me like he may have tried to back it in, just trying to really roll that throttle of the brake, wait, late. And I think it might, Mike, what you were looking right at, it looks to me like he might have just lost the rear.
Well, what I was going to say just a little bit before that was actually the lines that Jake French is taking. They're a lot tighter, and I think Billy was trying to figure out a way to get around him. He wanted to roll that exit speed, so he carried to the outside. You saw him kind of back it in the way Kip Foster was doing the X30 Masters, but he backed it in just a little bit too much, grabbed that left rear bumper into the barriers, spun him around.
And they're on the ragged edge here, right? Christian Bertuca there nearly tagged the wall out of turn number 11 and what's a flat-out right-hand 90. So here we are back in this battle for P3, P4 now with Musgrave gone and tagged into the wall. Terrible result for him. We might have to see Billy Musgrave in the LCQ. Hopefully not. He should have 2 more good heats with a good starting spot that'll save him from that, but you never know.
Let's give you the top 10, folks. 3 laps in. Pedro Hiltbrand leading by 0.6 of a second over Jake French. Marian Kremers runs 3rd. Kyle Wick and Ricardo Longhi cap your top 5. Christian Bertuca runs in 6th. Andrew Bodozo up a couple of spots into 7th. Keon Tandon, Hunter Pickett, and Giorgio Carrera complete the top 10.
And Marian Kremers, as you look at the leaderboard there, just went purple. Fastest driver on the racetrack, the reigning number 1. Here comes Longhi looking on the inside of American Kyle Wick, and Bodozo gets the job done on Christian Bertuca. Move Andrew Bodozo up. He's now up 4 spots. One of the biggest movers so far here in Pro Shifter is Andrew Bodozo on the Magic Kart to P6 here with Bertuca behind him.
Yeah, I like the aggression here from the driver we're watching coming in that Magic Kart, Bodozo, but should we expect anything less out of Bodozo?
Oh, no.
You know, there's never going to be another guy you're ever going to question whether or not he's going to be aggressive enough to make a move. We do have one driver off on the outside here of turn number 10. You'll see that there coming out of on the screen as the drivers work their way across start-finish. Driver off on the outside at turn number 10, but Bodozo up on the wheel in a big way. Same went for Wick. Wick has had that big pressure from behind from Ricardo Longhi, but Xander keeps coming across the bow coming into turn number 1.
Yeah, just kind of keeps keeping it there so that way he can hold on to the spot. Kyle Wick said he just wanted to go to school. Well, now he's trying to keep back the Burrell factory team manager and the guy who was able to run up front all year last year inside the top 5. And you see behind him there that battle for Bodozo versus Bertuca. The top 3 have kind of started to close together as well as the yellow flag waves in the final corner. Oh, man, it was hairy behind us here, but we'll go back up to the lead here in just a moment because it is starting to tighten up for the top 3 now with 4 laps to go. Pedro Hiltbrand has lost a little bit of the margin over Jake French, and Marian Kremers continues to go purple, hunting down the leaders, and Ricky Longhi just got by for 4th on Kyle Wick.
The driver who was involved in that incident went off over in turn number 10 was Giorgio Carrera. Driver has worked his way through F4, did some starts at FIA F3, ran this year in the USF Juniors program as well with International Motorsports, was top 10. An issue, he's off the racetrack, and very much like Billy Musgrave, now you got to think about what's going to happen in heat race number 2.
Yeah, you have to worry about that, right? Again, you know, because it's not like the case for those shifter master guys or any of the other 44 driver classes. I mean, you are going up against 88 guys. At this point, obviously, he probably knows his Super Sunday hopes are just about gone. But beyond that, he's got to hope he makes it to Super Sunday alone to get on the grid as we see Bertuca back around Bodozo. I think Bodozo's got a problem. Andrew Bodozo either missed a gear or I think he missed a gear. That's what it was here, as he lost that spot. Meanwhile, Marian Kremers back up for 2nd. We're coming to 2 to go, and a battle coming for P2 here, Mike.
I was just going to look at, see what the difference is. And you talk about some drivers, when they have the radios, they can respond. They give you the gap to the drivers behind you. No radios here in karting, but sometimes you get a little bit of a sense that you need to respond to the pressure. Well, we talk about French had fast lap, and then Kremers had fast lap. Pedro Hiltbrand didn't get fast lap, but he went personal best, eked out the gap one more time.
I'll tell you, if you're Ronnie Salo, the owner of Burrell Art, you're standing up on top of the box here, smiling right now. All's going well. P1, P2, P3, P4. Top 4 spots, all Burrell ART chassis.
Oh!
And
look
indeed,
at the move.
look at this scrap here. They're going at it. No team orders, Xander, at PSL.
No, they're letting them get after it there. And you talk about no radios. Jake French took a look back on that long back straightaway. He saw Kremers right on his tail, instantly went to block it in turn 1, left the door open in 6. Now he's going to low line it here. This will bring Ricky Long and Kyle Wick into the mix. And look at the crossover from the reigning champ. Marian Kremers takes over second.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this right now, very wise move for Jake French. There's a veteran driver right there. He's not trying to pinch him down. He 100% opened up, let themselves go back to work. Kyle Wick could be the guy to come in here and play with us here.
I was just going to say, that could turn that smile into a smirk, into a frown really, really fast. Kyle Wick has got the pressure on. We got Burrell on Burrell crime right here. Here comes Kyle Wick.
Wick with a big run coming out of turn number 6, trying to go down to the bottom in turn number 7. Not quite there yet. Again, out front clean right now is Pedro Hiltbrand, but this scrap right now for second and third. Little slide job there for Jake French, and turn there. Wick's going to try to come around as well. That's a 244 Alongi. Wick's on the outside. He may lose a spot. He does not allow the next driver to come through. That was a wild finish. I'll tell you, 1, 2, 3, 4 Burrell at one point looking really good. They end up finishing like that. But it was a lot more exciting than I think they would expected that to be.
Yeah, I mean, you said earlier you thought Ronnie Salo would be smiling. I think right now he might have been sweating bullets there in those last couple laps.
Yeah.
Guys, come on. Please do not crash. Do not throw this away. It's a heat race. It's Friday. I need all of you in the front 5 rows, 10 rows come Super Sunday. And, hey, it worked out. He can take a breath now. Christian Bertuca ends up in 6th there. Kyle Wick, of course, rounds the top 5. Pedro Hiltbrand, your opening winner from the pole. And it looked like there might have been a chink in the armor towards the end, but he had such a good short run speed in terms of the start that he built that gap up, and then once they battle for second, then it's game over.
Yeah, for PSL Karting and Burrell Art, man, they are going to be very happy there. That's job well done, mission accomplished. Out of the gate, opening heat race, top 4 drivers. Good run there as well for Kyle Wick on that GFC Track Magic. He ends up in 5th. Christian Bertuca 6th, David Treffeloff in 7th. Andrew Berdozo was up as high as 5th at one point. He ends up finishing in the 8th spot. Micah Hendricks up 3 spots for 9th. And Cooper Becklin, another one of the PSL Burrell drivers, from 18th up into the top 10.
Great drive forward for Cooper Becklin there. So that wraps up the first half. Here comes the second half. Pro Shifter, B versus C, following all the big man. Danny Formal will lead them off after the break as we're at sunset hour here at the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas for SKUSA SuperNationals 25 on Kart Chaser, presented by Porsche. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKA100 Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back to live coverage of SuperKart USA SuperNationals 25 here from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. We're about set to wrap up the first round of heats for the afternoon categories. Pro Shifter back on track again. Group B versus Group C. And Mike, it looks fantastic here. Danny Formal getting ready to start on the pole position alongside Marcus Kayak, Remo Rossetti, and Fabian Federer on row number 2.
AJ Myers and Matteo Vajano, 5th and 6th, and you got James Golding, again, I talked about him, big Supercars guy, and Oliver Askew in 8th.
Rasmus Lind starting 9th alongside Josh Conker, and it'll be David Lewinsky and Davide Foray on row number 6, and we're back in Xander Clemens. Dude, this is a stacked field.
Yeah, this is a tough heat. It's funny that this is the guys that were 2nd and 3rd in qualifying. Right. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, right? We had over half of the SuperNationals podium from SuperNats 24 in that first heat, but this one is really, really deep. You go back from Davide Foray, Jacob Gulick on that GFC Karting GFC's 13th. Loic Vindice is 14th. Then it'll be Sam Dicker and Macy Williams in her Pro Shifter debut on that CB Motorsports OTK 16th.
2002 SuperNationals winner Ron White starting 17th alongside Reese Ushijima. And then it'll be Michael Stevens and Mitchell McKay capping off your top 20.
Alan Isambard, Jay Irwin, Nick LeDuc, Sam Clays, Nicholas Taylor, the top 25. The list goes on for a lot of big guys here who will be looking to go forward. And then again, you know, we had Musgrave with a great start, but ultimately whole shot to the pole. That's always kind of a topic of conversation when it comes to Pro Shifter, that while it is the inside lane, it's the dirty part of the racetrack. But it did not seem to affect Pedro, so we'll see if it affects Danny Formal and his RPG Cosmic.
And just to add to that, for those people who are watching at home, you see all the drivers lining up far left-hand side, and then right at the last second, move over to the right because they're trying to stay as clean as possible on those tires. You want the best hole shot, and running through the marbles beforehand, you're going to do it.
We saw a bunch of Burrell Red Army drivers in that opening heat race. We got a big lineup of different chassis this time. A lot of OTK product out there. Italian Motors. We got Magic Kart as well. We got the GFC Track Magics out there. A lot of different categories, different chassis rather. Oh, one driver trying to get refired, and someone has had some issues. We are green and underway, and a whole bunch of kart for Kayak coming through turn number 1.
Marcus Kayak looked like he nearly threw that whole shot away from the outside lane there for the 3rd overall qualifier. He hangs on to the lead. Danny Formal 2nd under heavy fire from Fabian Federer right there. Then it's Remo Ruscetti. Then you go back to AJ Myers, who was all over the rear bumper and a little love tap. It looked like to Matteo Vajano, last year's winner.
Wow, that was a pretty aggressive run down into turn number 1. Hayek did a good job, and it was like left, right, left, almost a tank slapper to get it pointed the direction he wanted to go. The RPM driver now out front cleanly. Danny Formal sliding into second spot, getting all that weight over the outside of the race car, working his way through turn number 11. And Mike, down into turn number 1, you can still see that hijack really jacking that car around, trying to come into the corner.
During the outlap, these drivers were scrubbing it so hard to try to get heat in the tires. You had talked about it before last night. Getting heat in the rear, not too hard. Getting it in the front, that's the challenge. You saw how hard it was through those first 3 corners.
Indeed, the drivers working their way through turn number 7 right now. Quick rundown. Hayek with the lead. Formal 2nd. Federer, Rossetti, and AJ Myers, your top 5. Myers closing up a little bit, coming into turn number 9 and 10. A little further back, the other 227 of Matteo Vajano. Then right behind him, Oliver Askew. Pretty good opening couple of laps here, Xander.
Yeah, pretty good so far. Now we're finally getting them to see where the pace looks like. For a minute, it looked like Fabian Federer was going to come under pressure from Remo Ruscetti. Now he's applying pressure to Danny Formal and his teammate AJ Myers on probably the same setup, same strategy, or similar on a Magic Kart in 5th. Well, he just went purple last time by. He is all over that Italian Motors USA entry of Remo Ruscetti for 4th into turn 7. Ruscetti closes the door. Matteo Vajano still looking on back in 6th.
I talked to Remo Ruscetti a little bit afterwards last night after kind of a little argy-bargy he had with Danny Formal, and he said, yeah, we were just kind of going at each other a little bit. I backed off at the end. Ramo's got pretty good speed in the Italian Motors machine. He's got lots of experience here at the SuperNationals. Looking good here running with that Catalyst group. Otherwise, for him, sitting here top 5, I think that's a pretty good way to start the day.
And I got to think that AJ Myers right now is going to get a little bit impatient. He's been right on the back bumper of the driver immediately in front of him, Rossetti, as he got into the back of him coming out of the final corner and again almost had a look. He wants to make the move.
He wants to get by. Kind of got bottlenecked out of one, like you said. He's on it, and Danny Formal is on it, who went purple last time by. Hard to watch all the action because you don't know when that pass is going to come. It could go for the lead here in a moment. It could go for fourth. We're trying to get everything on everybody. It's all over the place. 4 laps in, 6 to go. Marcus Kayak hanging on.
Danny Formal is so fun to watch coming through turn number 8. He gets the upper body, rolls it in, climbs up over top of the barrier, or the curbing, throws it down to the inside. This guy is working everything, climbing the curb, coming through turn number 2, pounding it out there. I love it. I just love watching Danny Formal drive a shifter.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got his work cut out for him because Kayak is showing how to get it done under the brakes. It looked like Formal had a shot, and then Kayak just goes even deeper than you think he can, rotates through the corner, still has the power coming off.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Formal here, coming through turn number 8. He'll be up on the curb there, rolling it in, trying to get down to the bottom. But, yeah, Kayak looks pretty good, although he does park it a little bit at the apex of turn number 9.
Yeah, right there, and he parked it in turn number 10 last time, which is what bottlenecked Formal, forced Formal to block from Federer. So now he didn't do that in 10. Let's see if Formal's got the power to challenge in 1. He thought about it. Oh, yellow flags in the zone, so cannot pass turn 1 that time. So Formal has to stay behind.
I'll say this. We've, I think, seen the development of the balance of the car for Hayek. He's not having to really work it coming down into 1. A lot more planted, a lot more stable, able to come into that corner. The thing's not going back and forth on him. He's getting it to rotate, and that's allowing him to come out of that corner. Maybe even defend a little more from Formal into that corner.
Exactly, and now right now you have Formal closing right to the back bumper. He had a shot a couple of laps ago with the big defense at the Kayak. Defense again. Here comes the roll speed. This could be it. This time by, let's see if Formal's got anything going down to turn number 1.
He's got a big run on him here. 1 car length back. Look in. Kayak going to block down the inside. Formal trying to cross over maybe. Kayak blocks it, parks it there, puts it in first gear, but Formal's still right there here through the chicanes, Rob.
And Federer had to check up there as well. He had to really get off it because he was trying to roll the center as well, and it's been really interesting to see Hayek. A lot of different lanes, a lot of different moves. I think he's stacking them up in 9 just to make sure he's not getting passed down in 10.
One, enter Remo Rossetti now in the conversation. 4 drivers now, nose to tail as they come out of turn number 9 into 10 to finish another lap.
And Rossetti's got some room behind him. It's not like he's getting pressured right now by A.J. Myers. It's almost a full second back to Myers has lost another spot.
He just lost another one.
David Lewinsky got through as well, so it's literally Myers and Vajano now 6 and 7.
And I think he's about to lose another. Matteo Vajano got by him there for 6th as well, down in turn number 1, just at the edge of the camera. So move Matteo Vajano into 6th, Myers back to 7th. Meanwhile, again, Danny Formal, one other thing you mentioned on the post-race presser last night, the pushback bumpers on the Pro Shifter guys. A lot of the major guys at the front have been asking to see if they could get those removed for just them because it makes it so easy to do exactly what Marcus Kayak is doing. He's backing Formal up, and Formal is so afraid with how slow he goes that he doesn't want to knock his bumper in. He can't run him as close as he wants, and it's really making it tricky for him to get around him.
I agree with that. I'm not a big fan of having the pushbacks on the shifter carts. I think you drive them differently. I don't think you need them, actually. So I'm all on board with that. I hate the fact that a driver can stack someone up in a corner and really make them kind of have to get off the gas.
Well, it's the only category that comes to a bloody stop and still can get off the corner like that.
Yeah, it's just different, right? And so the force isn't really meant for it. But, hey, Marcus Kayak is using the tools that he's got in his toolbox to be able to hang on to the lead. Might not be the fastest guy, but he's backed up Formal now to Federer again. Yeah. Formal's got to go a little bit on the defense mode, and that's going to allow Marcus Kayak to try and open that gap back up. So white flag coming, 1 lap to go here in Pro Shifter Heat 1, B versus C. Marcus Kayak continues to show the way.
And we talked about all the Burrells that we had essentially in the top 5, top 6 there in the opening heat race. This particular heat race, you've got, look at the guys you got in front, Tony Kart, Cosmic, Magic, and a couple ITEL karts as well. There's not a Burrell to be seen here in the top 5.
No, Matteo Vajano the closest on that Charles Leclerc kart there for PSL Karting. Last year's winner, still P6. Working P5 of David Lewinsky a little bit, forcing Lewinsky to try and defend there, as you can see into turn number 7. Federer working Formal. Final time through turn number 8, turn number 9. They'll back up. Marcus Kayak will cruise to the win here in Heat 1 for B versus C. Do we have any chaos at the end here? Side by side for 3rd. Bruschetti will not get it done, and it will hold for Fabian Federer right there in 3rd. Lewinsky rounds the top 5 off, and then Vajano, Myers, Askew, Gulick, and David Foray in the top 10.
Did you guys see there in that turn 7, it looked like either, again, you're talking about the toolbox, did Formal hang for a second there, or did he miss a shift or miss something because That was a big run that just got evaporated there from Federer.
It looked to me like Federer was thinking about trying to get the run out to maybe to the inside for him. Out kind of jinked over a little bit, but all in all, just a bunch of real aggressive racing out of them. I think Hayek's making a statement being out front. The car was not good over the first couple of laps, but you could see it come in. He looked very strong over the second half of that. Danny Vermeil flexing the muscle still, too. He's ready to fight for it. Federer, we've had a couple people say, don't sleep on him. He's going to be a guy to watch here this weekend. If I'm A.J. Myers, I'm wondering what's going on here right now back in P7. Just didn't have the pace. And Xander maybe even looked like he fell back a little bit midway through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was mistakes or the cart kind of went away from him, right? There were definitely a couple times that they rubber banded up at the front, and it seemed like A.J. kind of was at the last one of the accordion, so he gets burned the most. But, you know, ultimately, again, A.J. Myers, P7's not where he wants to be. And then you got some other big names that got out in that one. Not sure what happened to the Leading Edge Motorsports LEM kart of Brent Cruz, but he's going to get credited with a 34th result on the timing monitor. We didn't have him up in the top 10. He could have just had a transponder issue as well. We'll get an ID on that shortly. But, hey, it's already rolling on now. We've got the minis onto the racetrack here to kick off the second and final round of heat races for the night. Michael McGoy and Turner Brown, what an awesome finish they had in Heat 1. Let's see them do it again.
And this is what I like about it. Now we go back and do it again. Everybody's got a kind of a feel for who races with who. Some of these guys have never raced together before. We got Australians coming in. We got guys coming in from Europe, whatever it may be. A number of drivers have spun here on cold tires on the opening lap. At least 4 drivers are backwards. They're going to try to get themselves back around. But really liked what we saw in the opening race of the heat races here for the drivers in Mini. Xander mentioned Michael McGoy, Turner Brown, both those drivers really getting at it in that opening heat race. We'll see if they're able to play it again here. But as I said, some issues here with drivers spinning on cold tires. And again, temperatures are falling here. The sun, of course, all the way down. Not totally dark yet, so there's a little sunset going on. But as the time ticks away, the temperature will fall as well. And the grip level, we're going to see it kind of fade away too. Drivers working their way again up turn number 7 over to turn number 8 as we're about set to go here. All right. Going to get insight to potentially a withdrawal from the weekend for Brent Cruz. I don't think he's going to run the KC category. We'll get a better update on that for you, but a shame to hear that Brent Cruz not going to be potentially racing here this weekend. Nonetheless, we do have racing here for drivers in Mini Swift, rather. As I said, we're restarting. We're getting back at this thing again. Michael McGoy, Turner Brown starting on the front row. Isaac Malkiet alongside Alessandro Tullio on row 2. Gage Bailey, who was able to work his way up into the top 3, starting 5th alongside Ashton Woom. Then we'll have Tyler Roberts and David Ybarra rounding out the top 8. Then Gianmatteo Rousseau and Max Christia. Field getting set. There's your top 10. And they will work their way into the staging lanes, the tram lines for the 40-plus drivers here in Mini Swift. Time to get things underway. Their second 10-lap heat race is now green. Underway. Green, green, green. And McGoy going to drive him all the way down to the bottom. Isaac Malkiet trying to get a run. And it's Turner Brown. Turner Brown has gone around into turn number 1. Contact coming into the corner. He tried to rotate through. Light contact behind. He goes around. And Lucas Palacio involved as well. Palacio in the 102 involved. They'll try to get him pulled out. He'll refire. And there was a driver, I'll tell you, Mike, with intentions on podium, potentially a win. This is going to hurt Lucas Palacio and Turner Brown.
It looked to me like Turner Brown was trying to get into the corner and was getting pushed from behind because the entire group was going hot into the corner. And I think it was Gage Bailey who actually got pushed as well. We're going to know better as they come across the line here. A lot of drivers getting stacked up. As they start coming across the line, we'll see who's falling down the order. I'll say one driver real quick. Remember, he was spun lap 1, corner 1, Ashton Woon. Ashton Woon in 5th place. He was able to get through all of that.
Great recovery for him. McGoy, Malkiet, Roberts, Rousseau, and Woon, your top 5. Ellsworth 6, Gadara 7th. Calderon up 17 spots. Mateo Calderon up 17 spots to 8th. Tristan Murphy 9th. McLaren Carroll up 19th to 10th. And Keegan Ellsworth up 17th into 11th. The chaos in turn number 1 has turned out to be big-time positive for a number of drivers deep in the field.
Turner Brown back in there. Gage Bailey back in there. Devin Walls back in there. All these drivers. Lucas Palacio, as you said.
Ty Fisher. Yeah.
All of those drivers are towards the sharp end now, having to come from the back. McGoy leading now. He's got a little bit of a gap. The front 3 start to pull away. Things starting to spread out a little bit at the front, but man, oh man, what a start. Several front runners having a hard time. Looks like we've got another interview. We're going to kick it down to Kendall right now.
Down here with Marcus Kayak. Marcus, you had several carts knocking at your door trying to get around you. What did you do to keep them behind you?
Yeah, I just blocked the inside sometimes if I needed to, and yeah, that's it.
Are there any major changes that need to be made going into this final heat race of tonight?
Yeah, for sure. In the evening, the sun goes away and it gets really cold, so we need to make some setup changes and yeah, see what happens.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt Marcus Kayak showing his pace there, showing his strength against Danny Formal. We'll see how it all plays out here when it's all said and done. Right now, things shaking out here. Isaac Malkit has gone to P1, but he'll lose that spot as Michael McGoy going back down. They'll do an over-under. Coming through that corner. Whoa, that was a big outside move. Malkit holding them back. And indeed, Tyler Roberts jumping in there, taking advantage of the fact that McGoy had to get out of it coming into turn number 3.
You know, what was going on, too, is all three of those drivers had a pretty good lead. I mean, last time by, it was 3/10 from the front, too, and then second back. Well, guess what? Bring on Giammatteo Rousseau. He's in the conversation just a few kart lengths back.
Yeah, indeed. The battle up front could allow the drivers there in 4th, 5th, and 6th. You see just coming into the screen to close back in. But Isaac Malkit has had such a great second half of the season. Great to have him here this weekend as well. Malkit on the Kart Republic. Strong coming down that back straightaway. Second heat race on what is a chilly but beautiful Friday evening here in Las Vegas, Nevada. First 2 rounds of heat race today. Situation Saturday coming tomorrow. Final heat race, last chance qualifiers, all leading into the biggest day in American karting, North American karting, Super Sunday. Malkit leads, Robert second, McGoy in third. What do they got? Maybe half a second, a little over a half a second. Back right now to Giammatteo Rousseau, who is slowly, Michael, as you said, reeling him in.
Well, the fight continues there for P2. McGoy actually had lost it for a second, just took it right back. 199 of Tyler Roberts had it for just a moment, but now McGoy, remember, he was out front at first, and now he's reeling it back in. I think McGoy wants to lead. Let's see if he pushes or if he goes to the inside for turn number 1.
Watch them come into the position right now. Very good run here now for Tyler Roberts. He's sitting there in that second. Got a little bit of curve there coming through. And I can tell you, bounces a KA100 Master around. I'm sure it does a lot more for the drivers in the Mini. That curve not working that well there. Kind of upset the apple cart a little bit. But he's been able to get back with that forward momentum. He'll try to reel back in on Malkit. We're past the halfway point. 6 laps down with 4 to go next time by as they roll their way out of turn number 7 down to turn number 8. Malkit with Tyler Roberts right behind him, 2 of the top young drivers in the sport right now.
Yeah, actually you got McGoy there, P2.
Indeed.
McGoy looking to try to make that move, but doesn't get out of the final corner quite as well as Malkit. So Malkit has the advantage, but as they go on to the straightaway, look at how much the closing rate is there. McGoy definitely doesn't get out of the final corner, but has the juice going down the straightaway. Does not make the move, though. A little bit of patience out of the young driver.
Yeah, McGoy staying right with him. He said it didn't look like he got as well through turn number 10, but the exit speed was there because he was able to close right back up in turn number 11. So the front 2 drivers potentially trying to pull away from Tyler Roberts, who may have Giammatteo Rousseau closing. Rousseau about a 10th quicker than Roberts on that last circuit. Gabby de Gadera runs in 5th. Ashton Woon 6th. Max Christia in 7th. Tristan Murphy 8th. McLaren Carroll 9th. And Nixon Ellsworth rounding out the top 10.
Once again, right on the back bumper is McGoy, and being very, very patient. Had another opportunity in turn 7. It's going to be turn 10. Did not take it, and just pushing down the straightaway. This is something we haven't seen from a lot of the Mini drivers.
And anybody this weekend.
Well, they fair, yeah. And actually, we're seeing these kids drive beyond their years, or at least McGoy is. He knows he's got the speed, right? He's been out front. He's going to be out front the entire time. He's been able to be right with him. Maybe he's just biding his time.
Let's see how things play out. We always talk about, being able to recover from incidents you've had. Turner Brown right now, despite that spin, has got himself back up into 19th position. He had turned the fast lap of the race just a little while ago. The fast lap now belonging to Max Christie from 7th, but Turner Brown working his way closer and closer to try to get back at least into the top 15. He's thinking about the best starting position he can for Super Sunday.
Exactly, and the thing is that it says next to him down 17 spots, but you don't know the full story. Yeah. He's actually up about 20.
And he is working hard to fight his way back forward, and to be honest, probably has 6 more spots to get. Here comes the move to the inside. McGoy, book it. He'll take it. Michael McGoy back to the lead over Isaac Malkit. He showed a lot of patience there. 2 to go. Working their way through 4-5, back to 6. And this is going to potentially bring Tyler Roberts and Giammatteo Rousseau back in. Malkit looking to the bottom, and he's trying to go side by side. No, he's got the spot.
That's
So
some good,
Malkit,
clean racing there with those guys.
I was just going to say that. They're both giving each other enough room, and wisely for McGoy not trying to hold the outside and potentially getting into the barrier on the exit.
And now we got 6 drivers nose to tail and 1 lap to go. I'll tell you right now, there's zero patience because there's no reason to. It's time to make things happen. McGoy's already done it once. Down the back straightaway. He's already looking to the inside. The block is there. Here we go on screen. There's the inside, and it's tight. McGoy is going to get to the inside, curl around, crossover. Who's going to have it for the S's?
Not quite enough there for McGoy to be able to hold the spot. And indeed, it's Malkit back into P1. And again, all this racing I talked about, McGoy to the inside at 6. We haven't seen that pass at 6 yet. He goes to the bottom. Big defense to the bottom. Watch the over-under coming through. Malkit's going to get a better run out of the corner for sure. We'll go 3 wide coming down the straightaway. Malkit's got the spot. McGoy to the inside. Here comes Brown as well. They'll work their way to the bottom. Brown to the inside of McGoy. Little bit of contact coming out of the corner. Big fighting outside the top 3. McGoy looking for the big over-under. Who's it going to be at the line? I like this one. McGoy, I think, is going to get it. He does. Michael McGoy with the win by 38 thousandths of a second.
8 drivers within 1 second across the line there. Golly.
Oh, I got fired up for a heat race there. That was good. Michael McGoy really worked that one there. You see, way to the outside, really timed the crossover at the apex and got a good launch coming out of turn number 10. Michael McGoy, the run to the line. Malkit second, Tyler Roberts third, Giammatteo Rousseau fourth. Gabby Gadara able to jump in there, up 14 spots for Gadara. Christia in 6th, Woon 7th, Tyler Murphy 8th, McCarroll in 9th, Ellsworth 10th. Let's find out where Turner Brown and Lucas Palacio end up. Turner Brown up into 19th position, and Palacio, you got to keep scrolling down. Ooh, ouch, 38th for Palacio, as he, of course, was obviously in a pile up there. There's your unofficial results. McGoy, Malkit, Roberts, Rousseau, and Gadara top 5. Christia, Woon, Murphy, Carroll, and Ellsworth tapping off the top 10. Wow, that was a solid run there for the drivers in the mini Swift category. We're into the second run of heat races, folks. Master Shifter drivers up next. Don't go anywhere. When we get back, we will get back to racing here live, the SuperKart USA SuperNationals.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Welcome back to live coverage of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals Friday action here at the Rio. All live here on Kart Chaser. Rob Howden alongside Mike Smith. Of course, Xander Clemens will join us significantly throughout the weekend, handling everything in the morning as I've been doing some racing. It's been an amazing experience to be part of the actual driver lineup for the 2022 edition. I'm having a great time so far. Awesome to be back in where I belong, though. Obviously, in the booth of this event, it's been a privilege to be part of the first 24 of these events. And, of course, this one, the silver anniversary, 25th anniversary of the SuperNationals. Drivers doing an aggressive warming up here in the Master Shifter category. Mike, Davide Foray going to start on the pole position on the ITAL car alongside Brian Keck. GFC driver Alan Shuto and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. starting on row number 2. Foray, Keck. That was exciting in the opening round.
You think they had a little bit of a meeting of the minds?
Let's go further back. Scott Pressey and AJ Now will be on row number 3. Jonathan Vitolo and Victor Jimenez on row 4.
John Crow, Kevin Woods is row number 5, followed by Skitchy Barnes and Joe Ruck in the 6th row.
Yeah, Luis Gauthier and Justin Kelly be on row number 7. Luis Quiones alongside Patrick Otto Madsen on row number 8.
Ben Shammerhorn, Larry Pegram, the next row. And then you got John Baldassari and Michael Gouache.
Patrick O'Neill, top driver out of Sonoma, starting 21st alongside Robert Feige, your SKUSA Pro Tour champion, and Leo Kirschens and Antonio Aiello on row number 12.
Chris Jennings is going to be your 25th person on the grid. Morn Ventok, Jeff Mills, Stefan Deschaines, Jordan Musser, 29th, and then Brandon Simunik in 30th.
Yeah, watch out for Jordan Musser starting 29th. He was 15th in an opening heat race. Tiffany Kelly and Brad Danoff will be on row number 16. Ken Schilling and Daniel Paris on row 17. Dave Conyers and Alain Alazard on row 18. And Danelle Barcelona and Jean-Louis Chauvin on row number 19. And we'll cap things off with Bill Ryan, Will Lynn, Fabian Max Medrano, and Hector Ivan Martinez. 42 drivers, a massive field here in the Master Shifter category. Everyone sliding into position. Visors down. 10 laps of racing for Master Shifter. Their second heat race is green, green, green. Underway, and not surprising, a good hole shot there for 4. A couple drivers deeper in the field, though, all crossed up coming into the braking zone of turn number 1.
Keck right there into the second spot. They all make it through there clean. Now Keck is going to start putting his sights on Foray. Try to get back up there. Obviously, those two had to come in together in the first one. Shake it off, get after it. Those guys are veterans.
Yeah, I got to think Brian Keck, though, both he and Foray, but Keck even more starting from the outside of the front row. He's all about recovery mode right now. He needs a second-place finish. Hey, I'll see if I can reel in here, but my bottom line is I just got to finish second. I can't make a mistake and have another one because Brian Keck knows he can challenge for a race win here this weekend. If he gets into another one of these little melees and finds himself deep in the field, he is done in terms of trying to get to at least P1.
No, exactly. You have you have a bad situation in one of your first races. Now your second race is all about recovery, as you said. Yellow flag over there on the entry to turn number 1. I couldn't see as to why.
Couple drivers potentially together in turn number 1. Otherwise, leaders have worked their way cleanly out of turn number 6 over to turn number 7. There's that battle right there for the, I believe, 3rd and 4th positions. 3rd and 4th, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. and Alan Shuto. Shuto, the benefactor of the contact between Foray and Keck over in turn number 3 in the opening heat race. He gets the victory there, so really, he knows he's in the driver's seat right now. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, doesn't matter. That would be huge for Alan Shuto. If he can start on the front row, he's going to be tough to beat, especially with the top 2 drivers in qualifying, potentially somewhere mid-pack.
No, exactly, but he's not driving that way. He's actually driving like he wants to take that 3rd spot because he actually took a look going into turn number 1 and another one as it came off, but I think Shuto knows that this could whole thing go his way. If he can get in front of Pizzonia, he might be solid pole coming to the final.
Agreed, and Shuto put a lot of pressure on the former Formula 1 driver right now, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. You can see that he is really starting to get on him. Some different racing lines trying to get around. A little over-under here. Alan Shuto trying to go to work on Pizzonia as Foray leads, but again, I was just going to look down. I said to myself, looks like Brian Keck's a bit closer, and he is a lot closer. And this is a weird thing for Brian Keck. If he's faster than Foray, does he go for it? Does he pull the trigger? I want 0 points on this one. I want to be able to do a big recovery. But is second good enough, right? If you're not challenged from behind. That's going to be the mind of a racer there. You may want to make your statement and say, listen, I was making a move. We didn't see it. Was it an ill-timed low percentage move, or did he get chopped? We didn't see what happened. So only the drivers will know at this point here, and they're both going to approach this differently depending on where they are on the side of that discussion.
We're obviously talking about the top two with Foray and Keck, and then obviously it's really close there with Pizzonia and Shudo, but behind them the battle is on. Naud, Vitolo, and Rook with Crow right in there as well, not too far back.
Good racing outside the top four drivers, as Mike just detailed. Out front, it's still a lead for Davide Foray, the Italian former world champion, running both the Pro Shifter and Master Shifter category. Finished 10th in his Pro Shifter heat race, so pretty solid run for him. He'll need to do that again when we cap off the day here with the final races.
Things are really starting to finish up quick. Remember, these guys are cutting a 43-second lap time.
Yeah.
It's already halfway for this thing, and the fight right now is really for fourth. Things a little bit spread out here for our top four. They close things under the brakes, a bit of an accordion, but it is for fourth, fifth. It's going to be fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. That is the closest fight with Naud, Vitolo, Rook, and Crow. That's going to be the fight right now.
Brian Keck has been resetting the fast lap of the race last couple laps. Scroll down further to Jordan Musser, who is now to 20th. Musser just turned fast lap of the race, 15th in the first round. Where does he get to in the next one? It'll be really interesting what he's able to put together in terms of being able to challenge, potentially for a podium, maybe more. All depends on who wants to race, because we know the two fastest drivers are going to start deeper in the field. Both Foray and Keck had that trouble, that contact in the opening heat race. They're going to start somewhere mid-pack. They've got 40 points on the docket for them. This is going to be an interesting move. And here comes Shudo to the inside on Pizzonia, and he'll pinch him down, cover him off. Shudo goes to P3.
Shudo, we talked about, like, he looked a little bit like he had a little extra there in some of the spots. Just didn't quite get it done with a little bit of a different line coming out of Pizzonia. But what we did see from Shudo, you can see it right there. He's rolling the corner a little bit more, whereas Pizzonia's a little bit more point and shoot. The different line is definitely in the advanced column for Shudo.
See how it plays out. Shudo actually stretching away from Pizzonia. It'll be interesting now that he has some open laps. Does he have anything for Brian Keck? Both those drivers under the GFC camp. And again, did they learn anything from Oliver Askew in the first race, or Kyle Wick, right? These guys are going back and forth. The high level of both Shudo and Keck means that you're going to be able to go pretty good back and forth with all the data for both of those drivers, from Pro Shifter to Master Shifter as well. Maybe not quite as easily as Foray when you're actually running both categories yourself.
Exactly, and actually a little bit further back, we talked about that fight that was happening for fifth, and a little bit of a change there. Vitolo is now moved up. Jonathan Vitolo has taken over the fifth spot. Looks like John Crow is the next one to try to take the fight to Naud.
Wow, big run here for Jonathan Vitolo. We know the speed he's got. He's worked his way now up into the fifth position, actually, as we just said. Vitolo now to P6, we believe, coming around the line. Boom, and there it is. Vitolo to fifth, Naud 6th, Crow 7th, Joe Rook 8th, Skitchy Barnes up into 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Victor Jimenez. 2 to go.
2 to go, and the one that I think could be the next to try to take the fight is going to be Crow, although he looks a little bit wide as he comes out of the S's. Crow on our screen right now. He's trying to close up and be the next one to take the fight to AJ.
John Crow getting a pretty good run down there into turn number 7. There's a fight a little bit further back. In fact, they're going at it side by side. I think that's Joe Rook and Skitchy Barnes. Rook running the Maranello. Barnes, I believe, on the Magic Kart here this weekend. So those two drivers scrapping it out. White flag flying this time by. Rook and Barnes. That's kind of settled down a little bit here now. Davide Foray leading the way.
You know what he probably likes? We've said very little about him the entire time.
Yeah, don't talk about me. Let me run away. Discuss the battles behind me. Brian Keck, I think, may have the pace because he goes purple again. Keck has again gone purple. Almost like saying, hey, I can get the job done, but I'm good to go right now running here in second. I don't know whether Keck will push the issue here. Checker flag flying, and indeed, Foray and Keck finishing probably how they should have finished the opening heat race. But again, thankfully for us and the excitement of it all, it's going to make things really interesting when it all shakes down. But indeed, Foray with the win. Keck comes home second. Shudo third. Pizzonia Jr. fourth. Vitolo up to fifth. Naud 6th. Crow 7th. Rook 8th. Barnes 9th. Jimenez in 10th. As we'll scroll down to Jordan Musser, another top 15 result. So Musser goes from 29th to 14th this time. Those are two pretty good results. All he needs is somebody else within the top 10 to have a bad result, and it's going to potentially, he could start this thing from the top 10.
Oh, and he's absolutely in the conversation at that point.
He is. Exactly that. If he's top 10, he can get off the line. He's in the conversation for the race win again. So, again, there you go, the top 10. Davide Foray, the winner over Brian Keck. Alan Shudo comes home third after getting by Pizzonia. Here's the further field, 16th down to 30th. And again, Pizzonia 4th, Patolo 5th. I think a good run for Jonathan Patolo as well. Got himself right in the middle of the fight there for sure.
AJ now, John Crow, Joe Ruck, Barnes, and Jimenez following out the rest of your top 10.
David, did that happen in the first heat race? Yeah. So David Cole giving us some information. It sounds like maybe it wasn't contact between Keck. Foray may have stuck his engine in that first race. That's obviously unofficial, just getting some insight from one of our insiders. Potentially Foray in that first heat race sticking his engine, and maybe at that point Keck was nowhere to go. So this was not a contact. We had said we hadn't seen what happened between Foray and Keck. We weren't sure what happened there, whether it was contact, whatever it may have been. It sounds like Foray may have stuck Keck with nowhere to go. That's even worse for both those drivers. Rolling out here right now, folks, as we get right back at it, as Master Shifter is done. X30 Sr rolling out here, A versus C, about set to go. And again, the second round of heat races for the drivers in our X30 Sr class, one of the headline categories here at this year's SuperNationals. Xander Clemens back in the booth with us. Xander, we had a really good race there in Master Shifter. So let's dial things up another notch, because there's some different mindsets right now. Guys that may have had some issues in the first heat race, man, I got to come back here right now. Others maybe a little more consistent, they can be more conservative.
Well, one you think of, right, is our pole man, Evan Giltaire. Started pole for his opening heat, ended 5th, and really should have been 7th. So he knows ultimately not only does he need to, finish a little better than where he wants to if he wants to keep a front row or at least second row starting spot on Super Sunday, but more than that, it was off raw pace. He didn't get, shuffled out of the way, didn't get punted. He started good, led a little bit, and then faded till 7th, and then luckily picked up 2 spots in the final corner. Connor Zilish, kind of same deal for his case. Started on the outside lane, so he was kind of at a disadvantage already. And then from there, ultimately, he's going to start on the outside every single start because he's the head of Group D. So, he knows no matter what, he's going to lose spots. It's just minimizing damage. You go back row 2, DeTulio had some good speed, didn't get a win, got close. And then Oliver Hodgson is kind of the only one that really looks good out of everybody in this group so far that really made up a lot of spots. So I think he's the one that may be a little more conservative. Everybody else, it's all to play for. It's Vegas, baby. It's under the lights, Rob. Here we go.
Jack Jeffers, Paulie Massimino, Marian Kremers, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Ariel Elkin, Frankie Mossman, all in the top 10 of this one here. But as we said, it'll be Evan Giltaire and Connor Zilish on the front row. Off pole, tough place to be. Drivers in the tram lines. Let's go racing here. And we are green with A versus C diving their way into turn number 1. One driver potentially around. Wow. Almost all the way around at the apex. Otherwise, jumping out into the lead. Giltaire, I think, goes to P1, and Zilish up into 2nd.
Oh, and there's more carnage there at turns 2 and 3, a couple together. I think that's at least outside of the top 10, so everyone up front is safe so far. But the driver that got turned sideways, to me, that looked like DeTulio, and I think that's the case. He's all the way down outside the top 5. I think he's outside the top 10. Terrible start for Alessandro DeTulio. The last thing you want is to get turned sideways right in front of the field, and now Oliver Hodgson going to go by one more.
And you're rolling so much speed off the start. You're trying to get the thing to rotate. It's still on cold tires. All it takes is a little tap. He's almost lucky he didn't go all the way around. The big benefactor there was Zachary Clayman DeMello, 8th up to 3rd.
Heck of a start for ZCD there, into the top 5, and like you said, up to 3rd. Jack Jeffers, again, smooth start, came out okay in all that chaos, surprisingly enough for him. And then, of course, Oliver Hodgson hanging on to the top 5, still net neutral as he had to make a pass on Marian Kremers at the end of the lap.
Here's your first top 10. Evan Giltaire, your leader for Trinity Karting Group and the Kart Republic. Connor Zilish in 2nd. Zachary Clayman DeMello 3rd. Jack Jefferson, Oliver Hodgson slotting in 4th and 5th. Marian Kremers up 1 spot to 6th. Frankie Mossman up 3 to 7th. Louis Westover as well up 3 into the top 10. He'll go 8th. And Thomas Namu and Wes Dochak.
Thomas Neveau did not have a good heat race, didn't really make any noise. And an update on Alessandro DiTullio, down in 13th as he crosses the line here, 2 laps in. So a lot of work to be done for the kid that led laps in his first heat. Here's ZCD on his teammate, goes on by, and the 2019 SuperNationals winner takes over second. He'll be the one to take the fight, it looks like, to Evan Giltaire, because he was purple last time by, Mike.
You guys were talking about how Giltaire faded last time. Now is going to be the opportunity for him to cut clean laps, no blocking, just get after it, and the drivers behind to try to get in line, which is not what Oliver Hodgson wants to do. Moves up one more spot. Why doesn't he want to get in line? Hodgson is fast.
Yeah, indeed, Oliver Hodgson. We've seen him have good speed throughout this entire weekend. And again, working his way forward, putting a lot of pressure right now to try to get by that spot, get into position, get by Jeffers. They'll work their way, again, back on to the long back straightaway here, little curve at the end. You can see a nice little lead for Giltaire up front. Here comes Hodgson. He'll go to the bottom, and he'll make that pass stick on Jack Jeffers. And, man, getting hung out to dry on the outside is so tough on that corner, especially in this category, Xander. The field's so deep, everybody ready to capitalize on any opportunity.
Jeffers doing everything he can, and it just seems like, he goes left, should have went right, goes right, should have went left. I feel bad for him because, again, now he's lost 4 spots. Zilisch went by. Kremers had an awesome move to go wide and slip through on the exit, and then there Louis Westover caught him while he was, again, just trying to clean those tires off because he was off in the dirty part of the racetrack on the outside. So Jack Jeffers now outside the top 5. Big gaps up front. Giltaire, purple, looking a lot better here in heat number 2 under the lights when he got that pole in qualifying. So we're at that time yesterday where he was really, really good. Now he looks good again as there goes Marian Kremers down the inside on Connor Zilisch. He'll take the spot away here as we work 6 laps to go.
Yeah, Martin Kremers pushing forward. He started back in the 7th position, has worked his way now up into 4th. Kind of a methodical run, Mike, to kind of just grab a spot here, grab a spot there. He's kind of capitalized on other drivers' overtakes to be able to follow them through.
Yeah, and another driver doing the same thing in that blue machine, Westover, I believe it is, Louis Westover, moving forward with the Nash machine. Some of this stuff, they're putting a flag in the air. Jeffers, it all started back here in the final corner. He went a little bit defensive, and Hodgson was not having any of that. Right away, you go defensive this early, you're going to get attacked right away.
There comes Oliver Hodgson, big run on Zachary Clayman DeMello. He'll look to the bottom of the racetrack, sliding it there on the comp cart, cover him off in the corner. That was a really nice pass. Not only did he have to go to the inside, break a little bit earlier to get the pass done, but really able to get the car to rotate and pinch off that over-under.
There's nobody, I think, happier than with their own race pace than Oliver Hodgson here tonight because he just feels super comfortable. You heard him in his interview, not changing a single thing, happy with the go-kart, and that was at sunset hour. Now under the lights, fully dark here. He's still wicked quick, and we'll see in a lap or so if he's going to be even on pace to Evan Giltaire. At this point, the Frenchman, I think, is pretty long gone, as there goes DiTullio making up some lost ground. He gets by Thomas Neveau, and so Alessandro DiTullio up to 9th on the rebound charge. Next up in line is Ariel Elkin on the TV.
Yeah, 6 laps down, 4 to go. The gap between first and second, 1.8 seconds. You got to say at this level of competition, almost 2 seconds, pretty insurmountable in terms of just 4 laps remaining on what is really, a 45-second racetrack. It's not like it's a long track to be able to eat in some time. So Giltaire looks like he may have that race win that he's been hoping for. But I think you're right on Hodgson. He looks really good out there, able to run whatever line he wants, passing at will, able to get by, as we said, Zachary Clayman DeMello with a nice move down into 1. That kart looks really good, and it's going to be strong again tomorrow when we do it again in the next heat race.
And again, he doesn't need to beat Giltaire. Giltaire has a P5 result. Hodgson has a win. So a second-place result still has him at least potentially leading the points, depending on what Ryan Norberg does in his second heat. As there's a pass going down for ZCD and Marian Kremers. Kremers to 3rd. ZCD started good, fading now. Here comes Westover. Louis Westover, one of the few guys we've seen consistently make passes in turn number 6, but he has been phenomenal. I don't know if he's passed anyone in any other corner besides turn 6 in this heat race. Seems like every time I look over, someone in front of him makes a pass in 1 or the last hairpin. He gets there, gets a great run through those chicanes, and he gets by him in 6. He's looking better than he's looked all weekend long on that Nash Motorsports EOS card.
And listen, this battle a little bit further back here is absolutely hectic. That's back with Connor Zilisch and Thomas Nepu and Ariel Elkins, Aiden Ingrata, Frankie Mossman. That is literally from what, Mike? Probably 7th on back to 14th or 15th. They were too wide coming through 8 and turn number 9.
They just did it again as they came out of turn number 1.
Yeah, there it
I
is.
think we can go 3 wide through the S's. Let's go.
They're still too wide all the way to 4 and 5. Finally sorted themselves out. Now we'll pick back up Marian Kremers and Louis Westover. Westover here, I think, is going to be on the bumper of the Burrell R driver sooner rather than later. Jeffers following ZCD. Jack Jeffers rebounded now, and this time by the white flag will wave as all this battling goes on behind. Trinity Karting Group's Evan Giltaire continues to lead over Oliver Hodgson, Kremers, Westover, and there is ZCD hanging on by a thread over Jack Jeffers in this hardcore fight for 6th.
Hodgson chipping away, but of course too little too late. He's got it down to 1.6 seconds, and here's a move for Jeff. Oh, there's some contact there mid-corner. Jeffers able to get back by Zachary Clayman-DeMello. Clayman-DeMello looked like the guy early on, but he has faded a little bit now. You're going to see him fall back to, I believe, 6th position. He and Jeffers going at it. Nonetheless, out front, Evan Giltaire. Man, he's having a really strong drive. Put it on the pole position, man. This guy, good run here in the second heat race.
2022 Miami World's champ will lead them out of the final corner here and take the heat win as they battle back for 3rd. Crossover move at the line. Louis Westover gets it on Marian Kremers. So Westover gets 3rd at the end. Or, no, he didn't. I thought he did. They were waiting for timing to update. I think it may have just paused on us for a moment.
No, he got Kremers by a mile. That was an absolutely textbook over-under pass.
Yeah.
He just rolled it out, tucked it back to the bottom, and just there was zero contact. It was absolutely beautiful. The minute it happened, Mike and I are just looking at each other like, oh, that
and
was.
So here's the thing that sticks out to me the most here about this heat race as we go to the top 10 here now. The top 5, even all the way to the top 10, complete reversal besides Oliver Hodgson for most of these guys in that first heat race. So it's anyone's guess if you're finishing in the top 10 of what the top 10 starters will be for Super Sunday. Marian Kremers was 7th in that opening heat. He gets up there into 4th. Louis Westover, I don't even remember. I don't think he was in the top 10.
I don't think we talked about him.
We haven't mentioned him once. He started outside the top 10, but he was on the outside in his first heat. I think he was on the inside for this one. That helped him out a little bit. So Westover, big points day. And again, big points all there for Evan Giltaire. So he should be probably, depending on what we see here in this next heat, either 2nd or 3rd in the overall points with a heat win and a P5. So 5 points total for him, 2 points total for Oliver Hodgson. And now it's time for B and D to come your way. The 1-minute sign, I believe, is about to be shown. So here we are. Ryan Norberg, once again, will get to lead off on the pole. It'll be his last race on the inside lane tomorrow afternoon for the final heat race of the weekend. He'll have to start on the outside, so the RPG Cosmic driver down low. To his outside will be rookie standout Justin Anaconis, who's got the rip the top side all 3 heat races by qualifying 4th overall. Then you go back to Thomas Solsermanis, starting in 3rd. Super aggressive. He caught Norberg sleeping in that first heat race. I guarantee you will not see the Orlando, Florida native 7-time champ leave that inside lane open this time. Catch me once, shame on me. Catch me twice, shame on you, right? So let's see. Let's see if Norberg goes all the way down to the wall, because he only left a lane. That was all that Thomas Solsermanis needed.
The thing I saw about Norberg in the first heat race, Xander, was it was just classic Ryan, what he's got to, where he has got to in terms of his consistency and really his confidence in what he's able to do. Wasn't able to make the pass where he wanted, found it here, knows this will get blocked the next time. He's going to find it somewhere else on the racetrack. I just love where Ryan Norberg is right now. I didn't pick him to win. I figured that Morgado is going to be in there, and I still think it's not said and done yet for Super Sunday, but man, Ryan Norberg looks really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of upset picks here. I don't think, again, Oliver Hodgson, like I said, this weekend has finally been to the result that they have been searching for quite some time on the state side here. He's been a top 10, pushing top 5 guy for a lot of places. He's not been a race-winning contender on the 125 power plant. Been great in the 100cc stuff. So now to have that 125cc package ripping here in Vegas, they got to feel really good. Justin Anaconis, again, a lot of guys kind of pegged him. He's only really shown results in Mooresville, North Carolina at GoPro Motorplex. Awesome qualifying for him, and he survived the outside, drove back into the top 5 in that first heat race. He's got to do it again, but he's done it once, so he knows what to expect. And then, of course, Eduardo Villa. So much speed there in his first heat. Let's see what he does here this time around.
This could be a really good indication for Villas, what he's got in terms of trying to challenge for people here right now. If he's got the pace here to be able to work his way back up front, we may see another guy that you got to put in the big hat in terms of going for race wins. They'll work their way out of the final corner of the racetrack, turn number 11, into the tram lines as we get set to go with the second of 2 X30 Sr Heat races, a part of round number 2. We're underway. Green, green, green. Norberg down to the bottom of the racetrack, but a big outside run. Can you hold on to it? I like it for Anaconis. He's going to come out P3. That is a great run around the outside. Tried to pull the Ross Chastain around the outside. Well done. He goes to P3. Really salvaged something that an issue that he had in the first heat race. Great move here for heat race number 2.
That takes some guts right there. That takes some moxie to pull it off. Thomas Stolzermanis does it again. Don't know how this dude did it. Puts one over on the 7-time champ. Gets himself into the lead. So as they exit turn 9, it's Stolzermanis, Norberg, Ataconis under fire from Villa, and Morgado. Hello, Mateus Morgado, the 2022 CIKFIA World Champion, up to 4th. A much better start here to heat number 2 than heat number 1 for Morgado. And don't look now, Jake Drew is on the way, one of the fastest on Wednesday, as we see Norberg retake the lead.
Yeah, Ryan Norberg back to the lead with a nice run down the inside. Stolzermanis, though, with good pace, obviously making a statement that he's able to run up front. We know the big run there for Villa up into the 3rd spot. Morgado able to get up into
problems for Donovan Bonilla.
Yeah.
Man, a week that just cannot seem to really get too much worse for him. A DNF here in heat number 2.
Yeah, again, Villa, as I said, P3. And then, of course, Morgado running in 4th. We'll give you the top 10 rundown as they work their way out of turn number 10 right now. We'll line things up. Drivers working their way through. Nope, not lining up yet, of course. Live timing not there. We'll bring it to you when we possibly can. Give you a full top 10. But here's the big rundown the straightaway again. A couple of passes further back. Another one of the Rollison Performance Group drivers to the inside on Drew.
Nice pass by Laurent Legault and that 328 RPG Cosmic. He gets through. Remember, he pounded the wall in his first heat race, so he's making up lost ground as well. But let's see the gaps up front. We're going to have to eyeball it here while live timing slowly works its way back up, and that's nationwide here with the Race Hero app from what we can tell. Nothing we've got looking, so it's all on what we can see with the gaps. And I can tell you one thing, Rob, that you can see too. That gap from 3rd to 2nd is closing. Here comes Eduardo Villa. Here comes Mateus Morgado.
Yeah, definitely. Villa in that TB cart lining them up. He'll get the big draft down that straightaway. Look at these top 4 drivers. Big guns for sure. Stolzermanis thinking about looking to the inside. A little bit of an inside move there as well for Villa. Maybe just try to have a look to the bottom of the racetrack to see what's going to happen. Otherwise, top 4 drivers separated by probably about 0.3 of a second. About a length from Stolzermanis back up there to Ryan Norberg, who is leading the way. A scant victory with an over-under at the start-finish line after a block to the inside of turn number 10. He's already got 1 victory in there. Norberg having his best SuperNationals at this point coming out of the gate. I like this battle. Here comes Villa to the inside. Book it. Eduardo Villa in turn number 10. He'll take over P2.
So Norberg now with that pass didn't gain a ton. Now about maybe a 4-car length lead. Here comes Morgado. He's going to look. Late move on the brakes. Inside and clear on 3rd there. Now we got timing coming back up. Hopefully that'll give us our ticker here in just a moment as Race Heroes just started to update. Ryan Norberg's lead, 3-car lengths back to Villa. Then it goes back to Mateus Morgado. And then, of course, Thomas Stolzermanis here for your top 4. Laurent Legault, P5.
Indeed. Norberg, Villa, Stolzermanis, Morgado, and Legault, as Xander detailed. Drew in 6. Ramos with the fast lap. Diego Ramos, 44.527. Fast lap on lap 4. Alex Stanfield up 4 spots into 8th. Jeremy Fletcher up 8 spots from 17th to 9th, and Hamish Fitzsimmons rounding out the top 10.
And look at Villa. He just got by for 2nd and is already closing the door on Norberg.
Yeah, he is closing that gap quickly, but I will say Laurent Legault is hunting down Thomas Stolzermanis. He and Jake Drew have been the fastest 2 on the racetrack the last couple laps here. We'll see what Villa does, how much that battle opens up, because it could be 6 drivers battling for this one,
and
Rob.
Xander nailed it. Legault goes purple that last lap. He is the driver to watch right now from P5. Laurent Legault of the RPG machine trying to reel up here on Stolzermanis. He gets a good run through turn number 8 over to turn number 9. Villa to within a length, maybe a length and a half. Dives it down to the apex of turn number 10, or 9 rather. And again, great run here for Norberg out front, but he's got everybody lining up behind him to shake it, take a shot as a defending race winner.
Here comes Villa, big run, looking, not enough here, gonna wait on it. 5 to go, trying to see where that pass is gonna come. You don't wanna miss it on the cameras here. We're trying to give you it all. It's a 6-driver breakaway up front. And Norberg, Villa all the way through.
And I think it's gonna be Drew making the first one from the back of this train. He's got a run already coming out of 6. He's gonna go look to the inside. No, not gonna happen this time.
Indeed, look at Legault thinking about getting by Stolzermanis as well. You just can't let those guys out front pull away, right? If you want a little bit more here, you got to make that pass happen soon. Laps winding down. There'll be 3 to go this time by. Top 6 drivers separated last time by 1.3 seconds all total as they come across the line. 1.28. Jake Drew, P6. Let's see if we get another move coming down. Indeed, here comes a move to the inside. Legault to the inside of Stoll Sermanis. Drew's going to try to get him going into 3. No. But Xander Legault finally gets by Stoll Sermanis. The man on the move gets up to P4.
Took his time, Stockton there. I mean, you saw that entire group all running identical lap times. Ryan Norberg has tried to turn it up a little bit here on Eduardo Villa to open that gap back up. And it has just a little bit. Mateus Morgado about the same. It's a 2-car length cushion for the top 3. Norberg trying to hang on, Villa trying to get there. Again, both drivers so far have already versed each other once, with Norberg coming out on top. Villa wants to even the score. If Norberg wins this heat, it puts him in the lead on the standings tonight for the X30 Senior points as we look towards tomorrow. Villa with 2 laps to go. How aggressive do you get right here? Again, you know that you want to keep yourself clean and just have a decent spot for Sunday. But do you want to let Ryan Norberg have that pole for that Super Sunday main?
Exactly. I mean, the top 2 drivers have already finished just like that. So it's really, really close. How much do you get after it? Behind them, it's Jake Drew, who is actually making moves going forward.
4th for Jake Drew there. Nice pass on Laurent Legault right at the end of the shot. So Norberg this time by will see the white flag. Villa is continuing to lose ground. Morgado as the same in 3rd. Norberg finding another gear here in the final couple laps to just get him enough out of distance.
I was going to say, we're kind of talking about what Villa would do, when really, I don't know if Norberg's going to let him do it anyways. Norberg's kind of taking this race into his old hands, putting down good lap times. He was quicker by over a 10th on that last circuit from Villa.
It looks like Morgado might be slowing down a little bit because here comes Drew. He's really closed it up. 4/10. That's the closest fight right now in the top 5.
Yeah, that's for P3. Morgado, in fact, is going to block to the inside to try to hold that spot. Here comes the over-under from Drew. Indeed, he's going to beat him down into turn number 8 as well. So Drew through for 3rd. Morgado now in the 4th position. Legault runs 5th. Norberg's been able to pull away, and look at this. Morgado seeing if he can't shake and bake on Drew. Does not get the job done. The win goes to Ryan Norberg. Eduardo Villa ends up in 2nd. Drew 3rd. Morgado 4th. A good move. You wonder what's going on with Morgado there. Maybe an issue. He finishes 4th, Legault 5th. Stoll Sermanis, who led early, bought back to 6th position. Blake Nash in 7th. Ataconis in 8th. Colin Warren 9th, and Alex Stanfield rounding out the top 10. Top 5 drivers, top 6 look to me like to be contenders throughout the weekend here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Oliver Hodgson looks really good, but he has yet to go up against Ryan Norberg, so I'd put both of them right now as I think 2 real favorites towards tomorrow. Eduardo Villa, looked kind of good. I don't think he's as good maybe late in the night as he was earlier in the afternoon, but it's hard to say. And again, we won't really know. Tomorrow night at this point, it'll be last chance qualifier time, and that'll be all the way for the pro shifters because we don't run as late. So, you look back to kind of the first heat race today to get more of an idea of what to expect of what Heat 3 tomorrow looks like. Obviously, Hodgson looks good, Norberg good, Villa good. Jake Drew really good under the lights, so maybe they found something in the cool. Hopefully they can kind of transfer that to while we still have a little bit of sunlight for Heat 3 tomorrow.
And Xander, I think that's really key right now. This is the latest these guys are going to run for the rest of the weekend, right? They're not going to be, again, running this late. So we'll see how it all plays out, of course. Everybody kind of shaking through as the way we're rolling here right now. It should be 350, 405, or even further up. It'll be 250. And mid into the 3s. So a really different approach for the drivers. As you said, this is a late night run. Some guys look good. I will say this, that the thing I love about when you do the A, B, C, D heat races, you wait for that one battle you haven't seen yet, right? And you mentioned the Norberg versus Oliver Hodgson. Those are the 2 guys now I want to see go head-to-head.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. We're going to get treated to it tomorrow for heat number 3, so that'll be awesome. The cool part about X30 Jr that's coming up next is all 44 are all going together, all 3 heat races. Caleb Gaffera will kick them off here when we come back live from Vegas under the lights for SKUSA SuperNationals 25 on Kart Chaser, presented by Porsche.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
The 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals live here on Kart Chaser. Rob Howden alongside Mike Smith as we get set to go with 4 more races to cap off the day. X30 Jr is taken to the track. We'll follow up with X30 Master. We'll cap it all off with 2 heat races from Pro Shifter to end the day. Warm-ups, Heat 3, and last chance qualifiers coming on Situation Saturday. On the pole position for Rollison Performance Group on the Cosmic, Caleb Guffera out of North Carolina alongside his teammate Ernesto Rivera. It'll be Kai Burke and Sebastian Weldon on row number 2.
Max Garcia and Isaac McNeil in the next row. After that, you got Fernando Lecue and Teddy Musella.
Come off the top 10, row number 5, Brody Yendel on the inside, Anthony Martella on the outside, Enzo Vidmontian alongside Leonardo Scorpioni on row number 6.
Cameron Brakeman and Diego Guillot. And then Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Hudson Swartz going to be in the 16th spot.
Yeah, look out for Brinkman and Vasquez Jr. work their way forward there. Ivana Richards and Cooper Shipman will start on row number 9. And to cap off your top 10, James Aganastidis alongside Christian Cameron.
Emma Kate Scarborough, Jake Webster, Lorenzo Castillo, Zachary Taylor, and Alexander Chartier round out the top 25 with a bit of a stop and go here as we start getting out of the straightaways and start getting in the lanes here, Rob.
Yeah, the leaders pretty slow coming through turn number 10 and turn number 11. They got it woed right up as we're getting ready to dial things in here. Coming into the staging lanes, drivers getting set to go. Second heat race for the drivers at X30 Jr. Guffera and Ernesto on the front row, and they're underway. Green, green, green to turn number 1. Another big jump for Caleb Guffera. He has leveraged this tight opening corner for the second straight race, jumping himself out to probably about a 7 or 8 kart length lead. There's a battle there. Little contact coming through turn number 6. That might have been, I believe, either Burke Rivera with Max Garcia. I think Garcia potentially able to go through, but here comes the action. They work their way out of turn number 7 over to turn number 8 right now. Guerrero with a nice lead. Here they are coming out of the corner. Garcia slotting into that second spot, and the 724 of Rivera able to hold on for P3.
A lot of these drivers trying to use the exact same piece of real estate. We saw several climbing over the back of others, but I'll tell you what, it's already way better than what we had the last time until that right there is the number 3. There's a number 3 into the wall.
Driver off, not happy at all there. Coming out of turn number 10, getting into the barrier. Then 703 having the issue there. And again, obviously not happy at all coming out of the corner. And it was kind of side-by-side action, got pushed out into the barrier area there. That was Max Taylor. Taylor coming to the tail of the field. He has had a decent weekend so far. Taylor getting shuffled on the outside, not pleased at all with that one. He'll have to put his head down and try to dig himself back forward, get as many spots as he possibly can. Back up front, his RPG teammate, Caleb Guerrero, out now to a 1.7 second lead. A solid advantage for Caleb Guerrero here in X30 Jr, the second heat race. Rivera going to work, twitching on the brakes coming into turn number 1 as he's trying to get by Max Garcia. And there you go, Mike. Good fight a little bit further back. I think that might have been Vid Montien and Brinkman.
Jesus Vasquez in the blue machine
copy.
going by, yeah, for sure. I mean, you see him kind of go twitching into the brakes, as you say, trying to slow it down, not just with the left foot, but a little bit of scrub at the same time.
Yeah, that's it. Get the cart to roll, get those front tires to whoa that cart up coming into the corner. Garcia still holding the spot. Rivera, who started on the outside of the front row, probably not too displeased with slotting into P3, not the best place to be. And he's actually putting some pressure right now here on Max Garcia. Garcia had a lot of gap in that first heat race, probably 2.5 seconds for him back to where he was. So again, Caleb Guerrero out front, 1.7 second lead. X30 Masters going to be next up. Let's send it down right now to Kendall, stands by with the Aussie David Serra.
We're down here with Dave Serra. Now, Dave, you've been all over the country here the past couple weeks, almost at every track right now, and you're about to go into heat race number 2. What are your thoughts so far?
Look, to be honest, we're struggling a little bit with the kart. I'm over driving, so trying to compensate a little bit. We're working to get that speed back, but it's a really tough Masters field this year, so only 1 or 2 tenths back and you are in that sort of mid-pack, that 10th position. So yeah, we are struggling at the moment. We're not giving up just yet.
Now, I've seen there's been a little bit of a challenge here for Say as far as passing and racing goes. You personally, even with the challenges you've had, what are the best passing opportunities you found?
Oh, look, turn 1 presents the best opportunity to pass. Obviously, the last corner is another good opportunity, but it really slows you down down that main straight. So it's just, the Masters are pretty good. You give each other a little bit of room compared to the senior guys. So yeah, look, I'm enjoying it so far.
All right, where it is, and good luck to you here going on tonight.
Thanks very much.
Obviously, that was the voice of Caleb Smock, not Kendall Hedge. But again, David Serra said this. It's interesting, right? Here's a guy who has so much experience, but you get to a big race like this, over-driving the car, just really trying to pick it up and push it as much as he possibly can. We'll see if David's able to line things up here in the second heat race for X30 Master.
Well, and he said that it's not quite right? So he's trying to go find it, right? Yeah. He's trying to go find it. When you do that, sometimes, as you say, start over-driving. While that was going on, we had changes at the front. Ernesto Rivera now into P2, made his way beyond Max Garcia. More passes being made further down. Jesus Vasquez Jr., we talked about him earlier, up 10 spots now in 5th. Fernando Lecue in 4th.
Indeed, Guerrero, Rivera, Garcia, Luque, and I believe Jesus Vasquez Jr., as Mike had said, just turned his fastest lap as well. They've got about a second on Enzo Vidmontien. Cameron Brinkman 7th. Leonardo Scorpioni up 4 spots to 8th. Sebastian Weldon and Cooper Shipman, who's up 8 spots. Shipman from 18th now up into P10. Otherwise, it's a massive lead right now for Caleb Guerrero, 2.2 seconds. But Rivera was 2 tenths quicker last time by. Ernesto Rivera, fastest driver on the racetrack. No, now it's Sebastian Weldon. Resets it a little deeper in the field. Weldon running 9th.
Weldon running 9th and handedly quicker. I didn't see if he got a toe on that one, but Weldon definitely has pace. Just like to try to get to the front. Closest fight we're looking at right now is actually here for the 3rd spot, Garcia over Luque. That's going to be the closest one right now. Is the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are the closest of the top 5.
There's that shot coming from turn 8 down to turn 7. You were able to see the gap there for Caleb Guerrero as he's holding court here right now. Everything's working for Guerrero and the RPG machine, the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour X30 Jr champion, looking to try to see if he can put the SuperNationals on the resume. It's been a strong year for the driver of North Carolina. Ernesto Rivera's really stepped things up as well. Good to see him running into the second spot. Garcia third, Luque fourth, Vasquez Jr. fifth. We'll see if Weldon has anything potentially for Leonardo Scorpioni. About a tenth quicker last time by, but over 8/10 back on the racetrack. Really the top 10 kind of spread out a little bit here, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's really figured out what the air pressures need to be. Personal best out of every single driver in the top 9, with Sebastian Weldon ninth and the fastest lap of the race. These guys are starting to dial things in, whether it be by their own on-track action or their teammates. These teams are really starting to get things figured out.
And Weldon back there in ninth, he would love to see some guys racing up in front of him, but they're really separated by a couple of kart lengths, so he doesn't even have any real chance of closing up because they're going side by side and all. They're all kind of lined up, as I said. There's Max Garcia working his way out of turn number 1. Laps winding down, 2 to go. Sign this time by. The white flag will wait for Caleb Gaffera. We've got our X30 Masters drivers on the grid ready to fire things up. And again, Gaffera, as we said, leading the way. This is a little further back. There's the number 756 right there. That's the Scorpioni. That could be the battle between he and Sebastian Weldon. Right in front of Scorpioni, the 795. The Motaz Sport Kart Republic of Enzo Vidmontien. Scorpioni potentially with a big run. Here's the battle here potentially for second, or third rather. That's Fernando Luque trying to find a way by Max Garcia, and he's right there. Final lap on the racetrack. Okay, close. Within a length. Not quite close enough to line him up over here in turn number 7. Down to turn number 8. Gaffera looking good. Transitions that car nicely into turn number 9. And Gaffera will grab another win here in X30 Jr. Good day for Caleb Gaffera. There's that scrap between Max Garcia and Luque. I think Fernando Luque got him. He did.
How many times we've seen that one?
Quite a few now.
Yeah,
right?
now it's starting to get kind of dialed in. The inside's getting a little bit more rubber. That move is getting perfected. Guess what? You can't go full defense and hold on to your spot here.
Big racing a bit further back outside the top 10 coming across the line with a bunch of drivers there. Caleb Gaffera ends up with a win by 1.7 seconds over Ernesto Rivera, his teammate. It's an RPG 1-2. Fernando Luque ends up in third spot. Max Garcia in fourth. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in fifth. Cameron Brinkman sixth. Leonardo Scorpioni in seventh. Enzo Vidmontien in eighth. Fast lap belonged to Sebastian Weldon. He ends up in ninth. And Brody Yendel capping off the top 10. Some bigger movers further back. Alex Mercado coming up 14th spots. Xavier Avramides. I think that's it. Xavier Avramides up 18 positions as well. Valentino Garbarino up 15. So a bunch of drivers using some of the chaos to move themselves forward. Good races for those drivers, able to come forward and potentially change kind of the way things are going to shake down when they look for Super Sunday.
And we've talked about it with a few other drivers who are just having some really good weekends. One of the drivers right now having the best SuperNats, Caleb Gaffera.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
He's now perfect in the heat races in 2 different classes. The target is squarely on that back.
Indeed. My phone says 58 degrees here in Las Vegas. It feels a little bit chillier than that.
I don't know what it is about your phone, but I think we can knock off.
Pull yours out. Let's see what yours is saying.
It's about 10 degrees cooler.
There's Will Power getting set to go here in X30 Master. Run for the Rollison Performance Group, the number 512 Cosmic for Will Power. Again, the reigning NTT IndyCar Series champion. And one of the best winners of the Indianapolis 500. That was a fantastic run, some fantastic emotional show at the Speedway that year. And, of course, a tremendous year this year for Will. Great to have him here as part of the SuperNationals. Again, he put on a solid show there. Great battle between he and Kip Foster. This is going to be a great battle up front in the X30 Masters class. Those drivers will fire things up momentarily and get ready to roll. I think we're a couple minutes away. Folks, don't go anywhere. Quick break in the action. We'll get back to it very soon here on Kart Chaser.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
All X30 Masters drivers have rolled onto the racetrack to get things underway with their second heat race here. Only 3 more motos to go here to cap off Friday action. And again, this 10-lapper will be led to the green flag here by the number 525 of Renato Jader. But an issue here for the number 529, one of the Racing Edge Motorsports cars. Trying to figure out what happened or which driver indeed this is who's off the racetrack here, the 529. Scrolling up our order here to try to pick out which driver that is. Actually go off the top of my head. Martin Stone. Wow, Martin Stone. Again, looks like the steering wheel's all jacked, like maybe he got into the barrier or something happened. A couple of drivers got together. Yeah, a bend in the steering wheel there. So an issue for Martin Stone. Let's have a quick look at the front of the grid, though, as we get set to go. Renato Jader starting on pole alongside Will Power, Ben Cooper, and Kip Foster on row number 2. Chris Wareheim alongside Jace Lindstrom, row 3. David Serra and Ignacio Vivian on row number 9. And Martin Pierce and Thomas Grice will be on row number 5. There's your top 10. And the tough one there for Martin Stone. Not sure what happened or where it happened, but damage to that race cart before he even gets a chance to get to the green. Drivers working their way into the staging lanes. X30 Master, their second of 3 heat races. One more waiting on situation Saturday. They'll spool things up. We're underway. Green, green, green. And again, coming down to the bottom of the racetrack, Renato Jader, and contact between he and Ben Cooper. Right out through the braking zone. And Jader goes well wide. Cooper kind of pushes through as well. Mike Smith, that was an interesting start.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jader actually one-handing it all the way through there. He was getting pushed. He knew he was getting pushed, still saving it and able to continue. That could have been way, way worse.
Yeah, it looked to me like he tried to stay to the bottom. Of course, when you're in the bottom, you got to brake a lot more and earlier to be able to get around the corner, not able to roll it. And again, right there was Ben Cooper. I don't know if Ben was getting pushed from behind as well, but the bottom line was they both pushed well past the apex. They'll work their way across the line finally right now. And Chris Wareheim finds himself with the lead. All of that action finds Chris Wareheim up front. David Serra up into second. Martin Pierce third. Ben Cooper goes back to fourth. Renato Jader all the way back to 7th.
Pass there for the lead going into the S's there. I believe that is Serra, a new leader. Yes, Serra, now your new leader. He was just talking about how he was overdriving. Well, now he's got the lead. Now let's see how he handles it being in the lead after trying to find a little bit more pace. A move to the inside and almost a big moment there. I believe that was Pierce on Wareheim. Wareheim's like, what are you doing, buddy? Let's get going.
Yeah, that was some contact down the bottom. Martin Pierce trying to roll the center of that corner. Got up over the curbing a little bit. Little bit of action here early. Let's say a lot of action, to be honest. A lot of aggressive racing here in heat number 2 for X30 Masters. Serra now goes to the lead. Wareheim second. Pierce third. Will Power all the way back to 9th. We talked about the fact that Renato Jader got hung out to dry. But because of that, them pushing through, Will Power was on the outside of the racetrack with nowhere to go. He falls all the way back to 9th, but just went purple as the fastest driver on the racetrack. Watch for Will Power to put his head down, getting himself back forward. But this is the best thing that could happen for David Serra. We talked to him, Caleb Smock did, about the fact that he is battling the cart a little bit, trying to overdrive. Now he's got himself a huge lead up front. This would be massive for David Serra in terms of the points.
Big issue right there further back. I'm trying to figure out who that is. The one machine I don't see is Matt Johnson. I think that is Matt Johnson stationary. Yes, it is. Matt Johnson was hanging out just inside the top 10, and now Matt Johnson is out and done.
And you could see the emotion in Matt there. Absolutely furious with whatever happened coming out of the corner there. They get that cart out of the way. And hey, let's start with this. Thankfully, nobody got into him. Everybody coming out of that corner, you're full on the throttle. You can get blocked. Nobody ended up hitting Matt. He was able to get off the racetrack, but not a happy man. You can see right now as he's walking away, he is not pleased at all with whatever happened on the racetrack there. He's going to come back to his car, give him a little kick there. Matt, again, a fiery competitor. There's no one with as much passion when it comes to trying to win races than Matt Johnson, so he will be absolutely gutted with a DNF here in heat number 2.
Exactly. This SuperNats has not been going the way he wanted to, and that just made it kind of a clincher for one of his worst right there. And while we had that going on, we do have an interview, which I think is still going to be possible. I'm not sure who we're going to get. If we're going to get Caleb or Kendall, but we're going to send it down right now for that interview.
Myron, we were talking about weather all day today. It's getting a little bit chilly. Leading up to heat race number 2, what are your thoughts so far about the whole weekend?
It's been good so far. I think we've got very good pace. Yesterday in qualifying we were a little bit unlucky with traffic, so we're trying to make our way through. in the heats, which isn't easy at this place, especially in shifter. But we did decent in the first heat, got second behind Pedro, so trying to go one better in this one.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that too. Started behind your teammate. What was your guys' plan here when you get the green?
There's no really a plan for us. We're just going to do our best to get forward immediately. We both know that both of us are fast, so we're not going to fight each other early on if it's 1-2, but I'll definitely want that win, so yeah, I'm not going to stick behind.
All right, well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You know what, Mike? Very interesting comment right there. Really, there's no plan because you're going into this race, you're reacting, right? Yeah, you're going to be able to get aggressive, but you're reacting to what's happening. You can't really have the plan. You got to feel things out. You never know who you're going to be racing with and where you got to find a way by. So, again, we'll see what happens with Marian Kremers. 2 more races to go. We got 2 of our Pro Shifter Heat races lined up for you here. This is a great battle up front. Let's reset here for you right now as we have a new driver who has worked his way up front. Martin Pierce now the leader. David Serra runs in second. Ben Cooper third. Kip Foster fourth. Chris Wareheim, who had led early, fell back to fifth. Renato Jader now in sixth spot. Lindstrom seventh. Vivian eighth. Will Power still in ninth, but 4/10 quicker. Will Power is quite a ways back. 45.002. Watch for Will Power to potentially work his way up into eighth, but 3.7 seconds back.
I think we got Ben Cooper done. I think Ben Cooper just pulled over to the outside of turn number 6. Ben Cooper from inside the top 3, done and dusted here. We're going to talk about some of the drivers who were having to make the most of a situation. How about Martin Pierce? Martin Pierce gets through that first Shamazo at the very beginning, up 8 spots, and he is the new leader and looks like he's got this one in hand. But right behind him, you've got David Serra. The move is now going to be on Serra. It's going to be Foster to the inside.
Not sure what happened there with Ben Cooper. You got a chance to see him as he got out of the cart. They got the thing over top of the barriers and didn't really have a look at the engine. Not really sure what it was for him, but Ben Cooper slowing, as we said, coming out of turn number 6. A driver we expected to go for a race win here this weekend. This will be a tough DNF for him. He'll have to fight back in heat race number 3, so that really shakes things up. Martin Pierce again as the leader. David Saras runs in second. Right there as well as Kip Foster, Chris Wareheim, and Renato Jader finds himself back in the fight here as well. Pierce pulling out a bit of a lead, but here comes the 520 now as well. Kip Foster has gone by Serra, so move Foster back to second. He's lining things up nicely here. Obviously a great run for Kip Foster that first heat race. And look at the scrap here further back. Everybody chopping each other into turn number 1. Renato Jader trying to come back, and Will Power fights himself back up into 7th with another purple lap.
Yeah, and that is the fight from third on back. Pierce is gone. Foster's found his way by, and now is Serra leading a train. It's Serra, Wareheim, and then I believe that is David. Yes, indeed. Jader right there, Lindstrom and Power, top 7. Again, you keep talking about Power. He just goes purple, purple, purple.
Yeah, he keeps getting faster and faster. Will Power trying to fight his way back forward. He's just got to the tail of the field there right now, right behind the number 506 now of Jace Lindstrom. Watch Power to get a run. He pulls to the inside. Will Power's going to drive right by him down the back straightaway. Power on the inside to Lindstrom. He'll take that spot, and they're still dicing up. Another over-under. Jader's going to get through there. He's going to get by, I believe that might have been Chris Wareheim or David Sayre. Was it Wareheim?
Yeah.
Able to slide by. So Renato Jader, your pole sitter, who got shook down by Ben Cooper a little bit in a push into the apex of turn number 1. Now works his way up another spot. White flag flying. Final circuit here for the drivers in X30 Master.
Going to the final corner here is going to be the win for Pierce and Foster for second. The fight is for third. There's 2 wide as they come to the line. This one's going to be close.
Wow, 4, 5, 6 drivers coming across the line. Pierce with the win by a second. Foster finishes second spot. Renato Jader in third. David Serra fourth. Chris Wareheim fifth. Jace Lindstrom sixth. Will Power holding on to 7th. Ignacio Vivian 8th. Mario Barrios up 4 spots to 9th. And Danilo Ramalho up 5 into the 10th position. I think a couple more laps and Will Power would have found himself probably into the top 4. But wow, there was a lot of aggression shown by a lot of drivers in that heat race.
That was the exact opposite of what we saw the first time the Masters. It was David Serra's like, yeah, everybody's pretty cool. Like, everybody's hanging out with each other, being nice. How about the rebound from David there for Jader? Because Jader, he goes way wide. He loses all those spots from pole. goes back to like 5th, 6th, 7th, and then works its way back up to get a P3 right at the end.
Martin Pierce making it all happen, though, folks. He started back in the 9th position, fought his way forward, took advantage of some of the early chaos, took the lead, and pulled away to a 1-second advantage. Big one for Martin Pierce there, the number 564, the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic machine. 8 spots up, P1 by a second. Pierce, Foster, Yader, Sarah, and Wareheim cap off the top 5. We're going to go to a break, folks. We've got 2 races to cap it off. The 2 of the best of the day. We'll have Pro Shifter, 2 heat races to cap off the action from a fantastic Friday here in Las Vegas.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com. The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. Pro Shifter getting set to close out the evening here as we clean up the racetrack from that X30 Masters final heat race. They have yet to fire off the engines. It gives us time to kind of go through the starting lineup once again. Pedro Hiltbrand's already 1 for 1 on the evening. The overall pole award winner in the number 262 PSL Karting Beryl Art, former world champion, getting set to lead them off. To his outside here for the first time against each other. 3rd overall in qualifying and heat number 1 winner in groups C and D, Marcus Kayak, and that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart number 209. You move on back to row number 2, and again, the Burrell Rampage continues with the number 1. Marian Kremer's 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour champion rolls off 3rd every single heat. He's right behind his teammate and Pedro Hiltbrand. To his outside, in Group D Group C, of course, is going to be Fabian Federer in the Magic Kart. Facing off here, the Magic Kart group alongside some of the Burrell Arts here. He'll be one of the first ones to get after it. He had a top 3 result in heat number 1, trying to back that one up. Kyle Wick, ultimate benefactor of Billy Musgrave's issues, was able to get himself a top 5 result and just kind of learn and stay about there throughout the majority of his opening heat race. That Track Magic driver will lead off on the inside of row number 3. To the outside, starting in that 6th spot as the engines start to come to life. We'll continue to roll through them here as the 1-minute signal has been given. It'll be the GFC or the Charles Leclerc kart of Matteo Viggiano, last year's winner. Then you go back Keon Tandon, who we didn't touch on too much, but that GFC karting black bumper white and black machine, he had an issue on lap number 8 of 10 on his opening heat race in DNF, so he's looking for redemption. As for Oliver Askew, kind of a quiet opening heat race for him. Stayed inside the top 10, right about where he started. Ran 7th nearly the entire way. He rolls off 8th here for the second one. Then you go back behind Keon Tandon, well, you're going to find the International Motorsport Tony Kart of Giorgio Carrera trying to make up for also a DNF, similar to Tandon, back from that first heat race. Billy Musgrave here in the factory kart. He is struggling to get off the line. We've got problems for the Musgrave Racing factory kart driver. They are trying everything they can to get him going. Or no, sorry, Salas, Vincente Salas. Musgrave starts up higher, my mistake. Vincente Salas there in the 248. They still can't get him underway. So the 90-second rule going to go underway now as the Musgrave Racing factory kart crew trying to get Vincente Salas underway. Billy Musgrave's in the next group here, so Salas in the 248 trying again, choking it. Can they get him under power? I don't know. It doesn't look too good here, Rob.
It's not firing up. Exactly. They are struggling to get this thing fired right now for Chente Salas. He had a pretty good run in the opening heat race, but Chente having trouble with the factory kart machine. They'll continue to go to work to try to fire him up with the time kind of winding down for Chente Salas to be able to jump into the group here. Everyone else really getting out there and warming up their tires. And listen, even if he is able to get out here, here's the one thing. Is he going to be able to get the tires warmed up much? And no, they simply can't get this thing to fire right now for Chente Salas. Tough. And you look at that. You can see the disappointment for the young Californian as the remainder of the field working their way around. And that will be it for Salas. A little bit of an issue potentially for the pipe there as well.
It's Macy
Williams there, yeah, with an issue.
She's literally trying to get the pipe back into the cradle, back onto the the exhaust, back in the manifold. Damn, tough one for Macy Williams.
Two young guns having problems right out of the gate.
That is unfortunate for Macy Williams and that CB Motorsport Tony Kart. They are doing everything they can, from the line here for Vincente Salas, but Macy Williams is already out on the racetrack all on her own.
Yeah, Salas was supposed to roll off 11th. Macy 16th, still playing with it. She goes across the line right now, still trying to get things figured out. I don't know what you're going to do to reattach that thing.
Yeah, I mean, normally you need a spring puller there that would hold that thing on, so I think she might be trying to do what she can with her hand on the side, hopefully not burn herself. That pipe's already got to be pretty hot.
That's exactly that.
Credit to her for being one badass chick right there trying to hang on.
You can see it right here on the screen, folks, bottom right. That's her right there, Macy Williams, trying to figure out how to see if she can't get this thing back to where it needs to be. She's looking at it, but the little shake of the head there does not seem like it's all positive. And, yeah, there she is, head tilting back. Can't believe what just happened.
And we're going to get underway here as Nick D'Andrea for the second time. Oh, and that time he got clobbered. And I think that might have been, that was one of the other factory carts. It wasn't Salas. Salas was off on the side. It was the 224.
They were green, and he was up trying to push his start.
It was the same thing happened to him in that first heat, too, when we got underway.
Oh, look at it. We got a yard sale here on the racetrack as well. A number of drivers involved. That's coming down into the braking zone. That's not even turn one. That's literally coming down the front straightaway, dialing things in. So some more issues coming down into turn number one. A lot of chaos, Xander, to start the opening lap of our first of two Pro Shifter Heat races.
I did double check it wasn't KA Masters for a second.
Wow!
Hey, man.
Dude, well, hold on.
It's getting cold, and the welcomeness, all the niceness is going away. Let's give it up here for the top 10 so far. We've got Marcus Kayak, who got the whole shot off the green. And Pedro Hiltbrand, on the other hand, has dropped back a number of spots here. Back to third off the start. Marian Kremers into second. Marcus Kayak already knows how to control this race from the lead. He's got himself in that spot over the pole man in qualifying. So great stuff from the Ryan Prairie Motorsport Tony Kart driver, and he'd be looking to give RPM, I believe, their first ever Pro Shifter main event win. Meanwhile, he's going to get through lap traffic right now. The black flags are coming for these two drivers. I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of the way in time as it gets tight there right across the line. Caught in an awkward moment there. The leaders will come on by. Marcus Kayak leads your field down to turn one here. 2 laps in, and he's already blocking for Marian Kremers. And look at Kremers over the curb. He's got a nose. Oh, just can't get it in. Hiltbrand gets him around the outside.
That was a big move by Hiltbrand, Xander. Took advantage of having Kremers in the bottom, trying to feed that throttle back in, just drove around the outside, able to take the spot. Hayek, as you said, though, pretty aggressive on the defense and has really stacked things back up. Top 4 drivers right there, and then 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, not far back either. But again, Marcus Hayek out of the gate here on the Tony Kart. Big dive bomb move to the inside of turn number 10 for the 262.
Pedro
Hiltbrand. Wow.
What a move there. Book it on through, Rob.
I love this thing about KZs. Because you can do that. You can dive the thing down into the apex, bang one more gear, get it rotated, and get back on the throttle. That was a big, deep, late-breaking move there for Hiltbrand.
And that just changed his whole race up because Marcus Kayak in his opening heat race was doing exactly what he just did there in turn 6, parking it back in the field up, hanging on to the lead. Even though he may not have had the fastest machine, they're starting to root him out of the way. We're 3 wide for second. Look at Fabian Federer down the inside, and Kayak gets by both of them as the crowd goes wild.
Over, under, coming through turn number 8. And driver just dicing it, throwing it in there. That's a 218 of Federer. He almost overcooked. He got so much of a good run through there, he overcooked it a little bit. Upside down, through sideways. I like the battle we're seeing here early on. These guys they're showing like the fact that we're starting to get a little more anxious on trying to get good results. I don't want to be back in 4th or 5th or 6th. These guys are really diving at it right now. Leaders stretching away, but everybody else from 3rd on back, you can just see the level of competition and the level of urgency kind of stepping up a bit.
Well, for Marian Kremers, this is a bit of a return to the story here. He is trying to hunt down his teammate Pedro Hiltbrand for the 2nd race in a row. For a moment, he had a leg up on him. Hiltbrand's now got the lead as Pedro Hiltbrand tries to go perfect in the heat so far. Marcus Kayak looked like he might have had something on him. And Hiltbrand, look at him. He's halfway down the straightaway. Long gone for Hiltbrand. Then Kayak, Kremers, Vijano, Kyle Wick has managed to stay inside the top 5 just ahead of his teammate Oliver Askew.
Hayek 0.2 of a second quicker than Hiltbrand on that last lap, went purple. Got it down to 1.2 seconds. We'll see whether or not that can continue, but Hayek's going to have to keep laying down those purple laps if he wants to reel him in.
One thing that was surprising to me to hear, especially from the pro shifters this week, Rob, is everybody is struggling with chunks coming out of their Evenco tires. And so we talked to Danny Formal and Pedro Hiltbrand last night. It wasn't even degradation so much. And they were all having guesses of where on the racetrack it was. Formal thinks it's in the high speed. Kyle Wick thought I had a little bit of a different theory, more in the hairpins of how guys are getting in. In any case, I got to imagine Pedro Hiltbrand right now maybe trying to dial things back a little, but who knows, right? You know, this is a world champion, but it's a world champion level field. Is he slowing down, or is he trying to just back off on purpose with 3.5 laps to go? He can burn a little bit of that lead.
When you have that cushion, that's a little bit of the extra that you're able to play with. Like you said, another purple lap for Kayak as he ends up going a 41.705. Marcus Kayak on that RPM Tony Kart number 209 showing the way. Does he back it up again? Can he go 3 straight purple laps? He does not, but he still gains another 10th.
Yeah, he's continuing to push the marker here. 3 to go, though. He's running out of time. Marcus Kayak trying to get there. You go on the battles backwards. Marian Kremers and Matteo Vijano. Here's a pass back in the field here. That's Hannah Greenemeyer coming under heavy fire there just at the outside edge of the top 10. That was from, I believe, David Trefilov.
Yeah, Trefilov with maybe a little bit of a bump and run down there in turn number 1. I'll tell you, it's crazy with these 44-second laps and just 10 laps. We were literally banging through these heat races. Yellow flags flying over in turn number 6.
And meanwhile, Marcus Kayak back to the point here. 2 to go. He's going to force Pedro Hiltbrand to start to run the inside lane. He's cut it down. Goes purple again. 2 car lengths back.
Kayak is amazing here right now, putting the hammer down. Can he close up enough? It is just 0.4 of a second. It was 1.2 a couple of laps ago. He is chopping away at the lead here for Pedro Hiltbrand.
You guys are talking about, I've got a little bit of a cushion. I got something I can use up. Well, it's about used up right now. He might want to hit the go button.
He's got nothing left in it, man. He's got absolutely nothing left. 2 car lengths here. That's almost within striking distance, and that definitely is when we get down to the end of the straightaway at turn number 1. So Pedro Hiltbrand, whether he backs him up, he takes a look there over the shoulder in the short chute. He knows he's got company. What does he have left in the tank, Rob? White flag, 1 to go down the backstretch.
Big run out of turn number 11. Does Kayak have it coming down there? Is he close enough to dive bomb? No, but Hiltbrand will go to the bottom of the racetrack. It'll be a better run out there for Kayak. Right on him, coming through 2 and 3. Will he try moving to the inside of 6? You know that Hiltbrand's going to put it on the defense. Indeed he does. A little more shallow on the entry into 6. Kayak with a good run out of the corner. Again, another over-under. Where's it going to come for Kayak? Marcus Kayak, can he get the job done in the inside of turn number 8, or does he try it in the final corner? I like this waiting to try. Not close enough. Where's the dive? Not there. Hiltbrand is going to run to the checker flag, Xander, unchallenged after a big run late in the race for Marcus Kayak.
Well, that's the one thing, going back to Mike's comment about using it all up, in an X30 Senior or any single-speed class, really, you burn that lead up and you could be cooked. But in Pro Shifter and in Master Shifter, too, we've seen guys, again, like Kayak in his first heat race, stay at that 2/10 window, just block a little bit here, there, and kind of back him up. So I think while Pedro Hiltbrand might have known that Kayak was coming and maybe gave up too much, whether it was intentional or not, he was confident he could block for one more lap, and he did a great job of that. And we've got problems. That's Kyle Wick coming into the pit lane. But he was 5th across the line, so all good for Kyle Wick. We just had to double-check that there for the Track Magic driver.
Right.
I swore I saw the black and yellow machine make it across. It did. Marian Kremers hangs on to 3rd, blocking as well from his teammate Matteo Viggiano. Wick ends up in the 5th spot, so we'll let that all cycle on through. But again, a lot of drivers drop into the back of this heat. Macy Williams, obviously, DNF. Vincente Salas didn't get off the line. DNF. Hiltbrand, though, Kayak, Kremers, Viggiano, Wick, Federer 6, Askew 7th, Davide 4, 8th, Keon Tandon 9th. Trefilov gets himself back up to 10th for a guy that was near the top 5 in the opening heat race. He kind of fell back a little bit, got himself back forward on that Maranello.
Yeah, big stories there, I think. Obviously, Pedro Hiltbrand with the win. He's going to take that. That's going to be a lot of confidence for him. But I'll tell you, Marcus Kayak showed a ton there. To be able to get that extra speed late in that race, heading to the end of the 10 laps. I like what I saw there. It seems like the guys behind him really didn't have anything for him. So, again, always wonder which drivers are going to rise to the top, which drivers we think are going to have what it takes by the time we get to Super Sunday. Hiltbrand with the win there, as we said. Kayak finishing in 2nd. 3rd spot went to Kremers, 4th, Viggiano, 5th, Kyle Wick, 6th, Federer, 7th, Askew, 8th, 4-8, 9th, Tandon, and 10th was Trefilov, as we said, up 7 spots. Hannah Greenmeyer moving her way up into the 11th, starting in the 17th spot. There's the side of the race cart for Danny Formal, the Rollinson Performance Group Cosmic Machine. Let's see what he's able to do. He has been very impressive here over the first 3 days of competition here at this year's SuperNationals. Ready to dial things in, joined in with the RPG crew midway through the season. And working, of course, focused on that shifter card category. I'll tell you, Xander, this is going to be a good one. Final race of the day, another one of our pro shifter categories. They saw what happened in that race. They saw which drivers stepped up. They know which drivers now have pretty good results in for results number 2. Let's see what they're able to do here.
Yeah, so let's take a look, right? Danny Formal, he was so close to Kayak through his entire first heat. Now he gets that inside lane. Can the big man get the whole shot on the bottom side? We'll find out. To his outside, Jake French. These two have been racing around each other for a long time, and it's a little bit bittersweet to know that this will be the last time for quite a while that we'll see that number 203 Barrel R driver out of Texas get to go wheel to wheel. But it's nowhere less fitting than for him to be at the front of the grid and on the front row. Back to row number 2, Remo Ruschetti in the number 294 Catalyst Driver Development. Ital Kart rolls off in 3rd, and behind him, of course, there's the number 2 of AJ Myers, 2021 champ, 2022 vice champ, and digging for that Supernats victory. Billy Musgrave there in the factory cart number 211. We saw him crash in heat number 1. He's the one with the biggest chip on his shoulder to get aggressive here in heat number 2. It's not that he doesn't have anything to lose, but he needs to make some big-time gains here, Rob, to keep himself out of that danger zone of having to go to that last chance qualifier tomorrow night.
The guys that run up front here now, even if they have a DNF, they know they have the speed to put a single-digit result here in heat number 2, right? That's a little different than some of the guys further back in the field, so I think that's one of the biggest things for Musgrave. Just be consistent over the next couple of races. You're probably not going to be in the LCQ, but you're going to be deeper in the field.
Ricky Longy there in the number 244, the Burrell Art team manager and factory driver here, will join AJ Myers on row number 1 or row number 3. And don't forget, Rob, those two, a little history going back to 2021. we'll see how they play against each other. Then Golding there on the inside on the Paralympic. The Aussie will start to the inside of row 4 alongside Andrew Bedozo, as self-described the James Hunt of karting, one of the most unpredictable, exciting drivers to watch when it comes to it for the Magic.
And he was good in Heat 1.
He was very good.
Yeah.
Drove forward through that grid. So keep an eye on Andrew Bedozo to continue to dig forward. Right next to him, I believe that's Christian Bertuca, if I'm not mistaken, in the PSL Karting Bureau Large. So it'll be Bertuca on row 4, Bedozo actually back on row number 5. And the engines are fired, and now we are away. Danny Formal will lead everybody out onto the racetrack. Final race of the night, as cold as it is, as windy as it is, the stands are still mostly full here to watch the best in the world race under the lights here in Las Vegas. Again, like you said, Rob, this is the latest in the night that any of these guys and girls are going to run here, with Pro Shifter Heat number 3 coming around 2 hours earlier in the afternoon tomorrow.
Let me throw it out for those of you who are new to the SuperNats, maybe the last decade, the last 5 years. You go back to the early years. Again, this is the 25th anniversary. We go back to those years in the late 90s, early 2000s. We'd be out at Las Vegas Karting Center at like 11 o'clock at night. It was freezing cold out there, but that's what we did. Back in the day, we used to have like 6 different flights of Formula S2, the second level. It would be A versus D, D versus E. We had tons of heat races. We're used to running here at the night. It is very chilly here at the Rio today, but running under the lights is something that really has always been part of the SuperNationals.
Part of the lore, for sure here. 25 years of history, $15,000 to win here this weekend. Such a cool event, and there's no way to cap it off here. A quarter of a century.
It's crazy.
It's crazy to say that out loud here for the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Still going strong, nearly 600 drivers, and we're getting ready to see over 40 of the world's best go at it one more time here tonight before we're done.
2 top drivers from the American karting scene up front. Costa Rica's Danny Formal starting on the pole alongside again Jake French, one of the longtime front runners in American shifter kart racing. Saw him and his dad Mark French down on pit lane. They've been part of this program from the S4, S5 days in junior stock moto, S2, S1, and of course now into pro shifter. We'll see what happens here coming off the line. Drivers will work their way up into the tram lines, get themselves into their boxes, and we are set to go racing for the last heat race of the day. It is Pro Shifter Group B versus Group D. We'll see which driver grabs the top spot when it's all said and done. 10 laps lie between us and the wrap of the day. Third round of heat races and LCQs, all part of Situation Saturday, stepping our way closer, hour by hour, day by day, to the biggest day in American karting, Super Sunday. Field set, going to the lights. Time to go racing with the Pro Shifters. Green, green, green. And a pretty solid start there for Danny Formal. French tries it around the outside. He gets rooted a little bit, but get back on the throttle. He may slot back into P3, but it's a Danny Formal lead coming out of 4 and 5.
They are 2 and 3 abreast from about 8th or 9th on back here. AJ Myers, ultimate benefactor. He gets up to 2nd. Billy Musgrave trapped back there in 5th. Remo Ruscetti is 4th. And I believe Vijano has lost a spot to Golding there Longy's lost a spot to Golding there on the opening lap. So it's Longy back a little ways. All the while, Danny Formal leads. French defense. Here comes AJ Myers, national number 2 in the Magic Kart driver. Big launch out of turn number 10. He'll cut that gap down to 3 car lengths by turn number 1 here, Mike.
As you say, cuts it down, and actually that start was pretty interesting. French tried to roll around the outside like a single-speed car, didn't quite get it done, and it was actually A.J. Myers, as you said, the benefactor, cutting back underneath.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 is what we've seen over the last almost decade in terms of the EKN driver rankings in the shifter kart category. These guys are legends. These guys are the stalwarts of American shifter kart racing. Danny Formal, though, is really trying to do what he can. There's a reason why he was brought into the Rawlson Performance Group. Let's get that OTK Cosmic up front in shifter kart racing. Let's work on the development of this thing, and he's making it happen here this weekend. He leads, and again, Myers runs 2nd, French 3rd, Remo Ruscetti in the 4th spot, Billy Musgrave 5th, but Christian Bertuca just went purple from P6.
Yeah, Danny Formal, A.J. Myers, Jake French, the big three, and it only seems fitting again for them to be the 1, 2, 3 right now on America's biggest stage as they exit turn number 6 here. Formal starting to pull away just a little bit from Myers, and meanwhile, this fight for fourth starting to really heat up. Billy Musgrave is forcing Remo Ruscetti to low line at nearly every single passing zone.
Yeah, great run here for Billy Musgrave. And again, we talk about guys with different expectations depending on what happened in the opening heat race. He had a really rough one. We know he had that issue at the end of the straightaway. So he really, for him, it's checkers or records. He doesn't care. He's got to finish in the top 5 in the next 2 races to give himself any kind of a shot at potentially launching to get to the podium on Super Sunday. So for him, it's all about putting the pressure. If he can get by Ruscetti to go to P4, he's going to throw that factory card in there, Mike.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's closing on Ruscetti, but also Bertuca closing on him. It's definitely a 3-way fight for that 4th position, and they're all starting to close up, maybe it looks like, on French, who is 3rd, it looks like the accordion is starting to happen a little bit here. They all kind of got their spots now. The tires are coming up to temp. They're all hitting their marks. Now we're really going to see who's got what.
Yeah, now we're going to get a really good look at it here. A.J. Myers that time still just a tick off of Danny Formal. Remo Ruscetti, purple. He pulls away from Billy Musgrave enough and now starts to apply some pressure to Texas's Jake French.
You guys know shifters better than I do, but I keep seeing a few puffs of smoke coming out of the French machine, and I'm not sure if that's the way it's supposed to be or not. As he comes around through here, maybe take a look as he goes by.
Yeah, we'd have to go to Mark French to ask a little bit about that. You never know how rich they leaned it up or riched it up here for this particular race, but right now we'll keep an eye on him as he comes through. Like you said, everybody kind of stacking up. French losing a bit of ground now to A.J. Myers and Remo Ruscetti, and Billy Musgrave most definitely closing. French will work that machine out of here. Looks pretty clean. Got the exhaust coming out of turn number 10 this time by, but you can see everybody pushing. Right now, Ruscetti thinking about it. Looks to the inside. I'll tell you, Jake French, Sander, almost backing it in, getting the thing rotated as he started to get on the brakes coming into turn 1.
Yeah, he's got a lot of rear brake dialed into that. That's one thing, again, right under the driver's left leg is they've got a knob that allows them to adjust the bias, the percentage of front to rear brake total of what they want in the car. And Jake French has a lot of rear brake in compared to some of the others where he's fully sideways at turn number 1. And you'll see them sometimes when they're getting ready to make a pass, if they think they can do it, reach down under that leg, dial some front brake into it, and then, try and dial it back to rear brake to get back to the normal balance. They got enough time to get in deep, stop it, and then go.
And Xander, great numbers, of course, on the Kart Chaser. Those tuning in live, if you're brand new, as we're going to pass to the inside almost. Is it going to get done? It does get done. Big move there. Ruscetti able to get by French, but those of you maybe brand new to this, the shifter kart categories, unlike the single speed, have 3 brakes on the car. Obviously, the front brakes on each side, plus a rear brake, 1 rear brake on the rear axle. So that's where they're able to go back and forth. Just want to make sure we have a lot of people tuning in now who potentially don't know a ton about shifter kart racing.
Yeah, our any-minute viewership has peaked at around 1,200 to 1,300 today. We've got thousands on thousands of people tuning in here. Remember, racing continues tomorrow, and of course, main events on Super Sunday. But right now, you are watching one of the hardest machines to wheel around. The power-to-weight ratio of a Formula One car with how light it is compared to how much horsepower it is, and you have so many F1 guys. Of course, we've seen Michael Schumacher run this class years ago, and he said, as many other F1 drivers have said, there is nothing closer to the fastest vehicles on earth than the pro shifter karts.
Mike, you'd mentioned the fact that maybe something potentially wrong. You picked up something with Jake French. We don't know if that's what it is, but it seems to me like he's kind of working his way backwards right now. Ruscetti was able to get by. He's pulled away enough, maybe 4 or 5 kart lengths. Now it's Musgrave literally working out the rear bumper right now. French. I don't know if Jake's got an issue or not, but Billy Musgrave working him over in a big way.
Yeah, it's not just the defense that you're seeing out of the French machine, too. Jake French running a little bit shallow into the corners, trying to hold on to his spot. We actually saw Billy Musgrave try to tear some tape off for a second. Took him a second. He actually lost about a kart length, but he is coming. He's right on the back bumper.
And he's in a good place right now. Again, we talked about him having to have a good result after the DNF with the issue in heat race number 1. So even though he's running P5, not the worst thing in the world for Musgrave to run in that 5th position right now.
But actually the fight right now on screen, this is the one for the win. You have Danny Formal out front, and now closing to the back bumper is A.J. Myers on the final lap, gentlemen.
Myers right with him, working his way out of turn number 11. They'll rocket down the back straightaway. How much does A.J. Myers want a race win here? It's going to be an inside move, a little defensive run down to the bottom of the racetrack there for Danny Formal. Right now, Myers right with them. They'll come out at turn number 2-3. 4-5 over to turn number 6. Myers trying to set things up out of turn number 6. Big run again. Open the door there for Formal. He wanted the full run out of turn number 7, and he will get the job done thus far. A couple of corners still to go. This is where we're going to see the big passes for the wins come Super Sunday. But I think to me, right now, nothing here for Formal. He's going to put the RPG P1 across the line. A.J. Myers ends up in the second spot. Ramo Rossetti in third. Jake French over Billy Musgrave, 4th and 5th. Sandor, what do you think about that last lap? A.J. Myers looked like he may have had something for him, but I don't know whether or not he wanted to risk throwing something down with a low percentage move.
Yeah, again, these pro shifter guys, it's been a long time since they've had to worry about going through a last chance qualifier, and also, again, just having the points through the heat. Because, for AJ, it's not like he's finished second and Danny won the first heat and he's going to have Danny potentially winning that third heat. There's such a mixed bag, right? Everyone in this heat hadn't won a heat race because we had Hiltbrand and Kayak in that previous group, so it all kind of shifted around a little bit in case of AJ Myers right there, too. Just kind of seeing what Danny would do. Put some pressure on him, ride around there, collect your points, move on, and hopefully get a good spot for the main. One thing I think was interesting there is it looked like Myers was a little better in the opening sector of the racetrack, and then, Danny, once they kind of got to about turn 5 all the way through to turn number 8, seemed to be a little bit stronger, and he kind of opened that gap up, and then it just, went through.
And he probably knew that to a certain extent. You saw how he kind of covered it off in turn number 1, but it was opened up wide on the entry to turn number 7, knowing I think he was better in that second half of the track, like you said.
Yeah, so again, that's how they end up, right? Danny Formal the winner, A.J. Myers second, Ramo Rossetti third, Jake French fourth, Billy Musgrave fifth, Christian Bertuca, David Lewinsky, James Golding, Ricky Longy, Micah Hendricks. Your top 10. It's a chilly night here at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. We got one more of these, and then, of course, it's time to roll on to Super Sunday. But for Situation Saturday coming your way here next up, we're going to wrap things up a little bit here. Again, guys, closing thoughts on the day here. A couple degrees cooler than yesterday. The winds picked up, I think, more than anything here, Mike. But notable stuff from the first day. We finally get to see some on-track action.
I'll tell you what, this actually feels a little more the way it was on Wednesday, right? When we were up here and it was getting a little bit windy, a little bit cooler. Certainly the windiest we've had last couple of days. The racing we saw today, the first time we saw the actual proper wheel-to-wheel, and we saw passes in almost every single corner.
One of the things I was kind of worried about the track, like where were we going to be able to make overtakes? We know end of the long straightaways you're going to be fine. We saw a lot of passes in turn number 9. For me, the most exciting thing of the heat races was seeing all the passes we saw in the final corner of this racetrack. A lot of over-unders. If you're going to defend, you may get beat at the line. The start-finish line's far enough down the racetrack coming out of the final corner that if you do block, you may lose it at the line by a scant couple of thousandths of a second.
Yeah, we've seen it all kinds of ways, right? Outside passes, crossover passes, and hey, for a little bit, I wasn't really too sold on whether we'd get any gearbox passes here in this last hairpin like we had been with the single speed, and then Pedro Hiltbrand pulls out a stunner, right? What an awesome move by Pedro. So, hey, it's definitely trickier for the shifter guys to get around. I think some of them were thinking they didn't really know, obviously, until they raced that it might be a little bit easier to block to maybe go in the other direction. But they can still make some passes. It's tricky, but they'll make some moves. And what we're seeing right now is not the level of aggression we'll see with 15K on the line. We're seeing points racing right now, championship-type racing.
Yeah, this is mid-season stuff, right? This isn't coming down to the end, and Situation Saturday is going to be big, Mike. We've talked about it. It's the final heat race. Everybody coming in with different mindsets. What's happened with Billy Musgrave, much different than a Kayak or a Hiltbrand or anybody, right? So we're going to see a guy like Musgrave get super aggressive, and you're going to see personalities like that and thoughts like that in every category in all the classes.
When you guys talk about aggression, after today, the points will start to get totaled up. They're going to start knowing, what do I got to do? Where do I need to be? If you're in a single group deal, you kind of have a little bit better idea where you might start. If you're in a situation where the LCQ is looming, you really got the pressure. We're talking about aggression. That's the LCQ.
Yeah,
that's where it will get wild, right? And again, Billy Musgrave doing what he needs to do there. 5 points with the 44. He needs probably about a top 15 result. Should keep him safe and out of that with the way you add it up, right? The mental math, you think 17 times 3. So he's just got to be kind of under that low 50 number. And again, a top 10 result, top 5 result especially should keep him safe looking into Super Sunday.
So the beauty of it is we're going to watch the final heat race. We're going to see where everybody runs. We're going to kind of do that mental math in our head to see where everybody goes. And then we go to the last chance qualifier and we look at that bubble spot, the transfer position. That's where all the excitement is. Once you're first, second, and third, just don't wreck each other in an LCQ. We look at 5, 6, and 7 because that bubble spot, you're either going to the show on Sunday or you're packing up and going home.
But half the time, I feel like nobody else got that note. You know, they're first and
they always battle for
I want to win the LCQ.
We've definitely seen a lot of that over the years, right? Guys kind of in and then out, and then other guys out, and then thanks to chaos in front of them, in. You just never know, right? It is one of the most unpredictable, chaotic, entertaining races to watch. So for all thousands of you that have tuned in so far today, remember the post-race show with the top 3 finishers from today in X30 Sr and Pro Shifters coming your way. This wraps up our coverage here together in the booth for me, Rob, and Mike. But then tomorrow, Situation Saturday, Super Sunday, gonna be awesome.
Dude, I'm so excited. My favorite day. It's Christmas for me, man. I got a chance to race here this year, which is crazy. One more heat race tomorrow. No LCQ for me, thankfully. I'll just get to run the 3rd heat race and then run on Super Sunday. Excited to join you guys again tomorrow afternoon. Then, of course, Super Sunday, guys. Opening ceremonies, and then we run through to the final race of the day.
It's going to be awesome here, guys. So, again, we'll take a commercial break. Top of the hour, as always, we'll get set with that post-race show. Stick with us if you can. If not, we'll see you first thing in the morning tomorrow, I believe at noon Eastern or 9 a.m. Pacific, getting ready with Heat 3 for the morning groups.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.